This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Bom dia, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It is a Super Sunday of action here at the Santarém Cricket Ground, just north of Lisbon in Portugal. And we have 5 international matches coming your way, both men's and women's action. And we're really looking forward to your company. This is the last T10 cricket we'll have today before we switch to T20 cricket tomorrow in Portugal for the final 3 days of our Portugal tour. So we're starting the day with a men's match. It's men's match 3 between Portugal and Norway, the two teams competing in this series, of course. Right now, Norway, they hold a 2-0 lead, so Portugal need to win this to keep the series alive. A little bit earlier, we had Stefan Gooch with the two captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Nowhere to call.
Heads.
Heads is a call. It is heads.
You both say.
Bowling?
Yeah.
Good luck. Have a good game. All the best, guys. Norway won the toss. They're bowling.
Here's Ahmed winning the toss and electing to bowl. And so they will be on the chase here. Norway pretty impressive yesterday, got to say. Particularly, we saw Usman Arif in incredible form, whacking a couple of half centuries. In fact, including a 98 not out in a successful chase in match 2. But these two teams, I suppose, it's a different day. And just a bit of an update about the conditions today. We are at the moment under a bit of cloud cover, but no rain at the moment, which is good news. This is a recap of yesterday. You can see Norway winning the first game 157 to 133 with Usman Arif 60 off 22, supported with Faisal Raza. That was a real key partnership after Norway didn't have the greatest start. Shada Rahman bowled a good spell, 2 for 19, and Shantu was pretty impressive, 1 for 19. And Portugal just weren't able to get there. Late hitting from Hashu, 42 not out, but the game was as good as done. Just didn't have the ability to chase down that 150 plus. And then the next game, Portugal asked to bat first. They put 123 on the board. Jalpesh Vijay, the Hornchurch CC batter, who also plays for Portugal due to his citizenship. He top scored with 32. But just not enough runs as Norway chased it down with 4 balls to spare. Arif really turned it on, carried that innings, 98 not out. John Henry, who was leading the side yesterday, he took 2 for 15, was best of the bowlers, I think, used his change of pace very well. So this is what we're looking at 2-0 basically. You can just look at the wins column. Their points will only come into it if the wins are tied, which we shouldn't have because it's a 5-match series, so an odd number. We should have a winner. But as you can see, Portugal need to win 3 games if they are going to pull this off. So, yeah, looking forward to a big day ahead. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Got Tina Goff with me, and Tina, obviously Portugal with a bit of a point to prove. They brought Conrad Greenshields back into the side. Jalpesh Vijay in as well. Nupen Shantu is back in. But, yeah, a bit of an interesting one, isn't it? And the big news, I suppose, is no Juan Henry in the side, so Najam Shazad will be the captain.
Yeah, big game coming up for Portugal. They need to keep this series alive. They've been sent out to bat under these darkening Portugal skies maybe, and the wind predictor doesn't look like it's in Portugal's favour. Norway up at 59%, no surprise given they won the first 2 games, I'd say convincingly as well. It wasn't Portugal's best day at the office, but they've got 3 games here to fight back and, well, do what their women's team did, which is pick up some wins.
Yeah, it just didn't really gel, did they? But, hey, you never know your luck in the big city. It's going to be... pretty interesting day, I think. And, yeah, Portugal with a point to prove. I think there's no doubt about that. So, yeah, Jeremy Martin's actually back in the side as well. Remember after he sat out the second match yesterday. So, Jalpesh, he is a top order batter. I quite like this opportunity to get him going in the power play. But he's going to have to deal with Vinay Ravi, who's a form bowler. He's a guy that typically will bowl the first over. Just conditions-wise, though, we're expecting 18 degrees, currently 13. And we do have grey skies. I'll just warn everyone that right now. And there is the prospect of some rain interrupting us. The good news is it hasn't hit us yet, and hopefully doesn't hit us at all. But that could be a bit of a spectre over things. But, yeah, let's get ready to rumble. 10 o'clock. Wait for the Sunday bells, and we're away with match 3 of the ECI men's.
Vinay Ravi picks up exactly where he left off yesterday. Yesterday, pretty consistent. He went 2 for 17 game 1, 2 for 16 game 2. So there's only one way that's going. And well, he's the one you want at the top of the order if you're Norway. Just puts it on a spot, doesn't give the batters much to play with. And I like this move, actually, of bringing Jalpesh Vijay up the order. He hit 32 off just 15 in the second game yesterday, and well, the Portugal batters just need to find a bit of form between them. And they do scamper through for the first run of the day. And that brings Miyu Ricardo to the crease, who started well in both games yesterday. Just didn't kick on, did he?
Played a couple of good shots early, didn't he? But I'm sure he's keen to do a good job today. We'll be behind the stumps for Portugal once again. Yeah, the weather is a bit like a box of chocolates here in Portugal. You never know what you're going to get. Camera 3 needs to be moved in.
Yeah, the forecast, we won't lie, the forecast isn't fantastic today.
Happy to be pleasantly surprised, though.
I mean, the forecast for yesterday was not much rain, and it rained a fair bit, so maybe we're in upside down world today, and it'll stay dry for us. It's a bit musky out there. It's a bit wet, but we'll soldier on. And, well, Ravi's soldiering on as well, because he's just finding the spot from ball 1.
He told me today, because we travelled in with the team, that he loves bowling here already. He said that something about the ground, the ball seems to swing. I said, it's the Grizzly ball swings. He's like, yeah, but we always use the Grizzly ball when he's playing on ECN. He has played a fair bit for Norway at the Cardimer Oval, but yeah, it just seems to be working for him. He almost moves it once before it bounces, and again after it bounces. He's a tricky customer.
That one's chipped up in the air, should be taken, and is, and it's an early wicket for Norway. Usman Arif with the comfortable catch, and Miggy Machado, he goes for a duck, and the troubles continue for Portugal with their batters just not firing at all. And well, the story is reversed for Vinay Ravi. He picks up his 5th wicket in just, 4.3 overs, something like that. And Norway back on top once more early in this first game on day 2.
Yeah, it's a frustrating one, isn't it? I mean, Meadoff's in the circle, so you can understand why Machado's looking to go over the top. Just doesn't get the contact. And Usman Arif had a brilliant day yesterday with the bat. This time he does it to his left. And unfortunately for Miggy, he has to toddle off out for a duck. And that's the first wicket of the day, 1 for 1. But I suppose, look, silver lining, hasn't wasted any time. And I'm sure he'll get a few pats on the back and cause a bad luck. But that's the name of the game. You've got to attack from the get-go.
You could see what he was trying to do, just didn't get a hold of it at all, and it brings Norritam to the crease and misfires from the start. And that's been the story of the series so far for Portugal. We know they have talent. They have still Greenshields and Martins in the lineup. I'm sure we'll see them sooner or later. But none of these top 5, 6 have really got a start on at all.
Just need someone to click.
Yep. We've been saying that. Yes, we said that all day yesterday.
Just didn't happen for them. Obviously for Norway, they had a reef up and going.
And there you go. No click here either for Davao Kuma Norritam as he has to depart again for a duck, and it's another second ball duck. Great bowling from Ravi. He picks up 2 wickets again for the 3rd game running. He's got potential here to pick up even more. Still in the first over. Well, that is in fact the end of the first over, and Portugal big trouble, 1 for 2.
Yeah, big trouble. Doesn't move the feet. Picture perfect Yorker. Kind of stayed leg side of the ball, which left the stumps exposed. Norritam's going to have to go. Ravi just looks unflustered, like he was expecting that. And at the moment, in Norway, they're picking up where they left off last night. 2 wickets in the first over. Double Norritam out without scoring. 1 for 2. I suppose, yeah, I'm trying to still think silver lining. You know, I haven't wasted too much time. Still an over, though. That's 10% of the innings. They've pretty much squandered with just the 1 run on the board. But I suppose one door closes, another opens, and Amandeep Singh is going to come out at number 4. Quick look at yesterday. This is for the men's matches. Average run rate of 137 per 10 overs. That's kind of what I suggested, 135 to 140. You can see plenty of sixes, 52 sixes compared to 29 fours, and a pretty low wicket rate. So 4.8 wickets per 10 overs isn't very high. It's about 10 to 20% below what you'd expect, probably 1 wicket less than average. So still obviously quite early in this series, only 2 games out of 5. Now they're going to go to their left-hander, Amadullah Shinwari, and over 2.
It's a great start from Shinwari, just angling across the right-hander. That's Jalpesh Vijay, who he did his part in the first over. He got himself off strike immediately and then watched the carnage unfold from the non-striker's end. It's Amandeep Singh who's joined him. He'll be at the non-striker's end. And well, he fired in game 1, 38 off 15. Misfired in game 2, along with, well, pretty much the rest of the Portuguese batting lineup.
He wasn't an army of 1.
That one's just been hit high up on the bat. There's shouts to catch it. It'll drop short. They will run through for 1, and it's all just scratching about here.
It's a bit of luck, though. Yeah, a bit of luck for Vijay.
Yeah.
And that could easily have just kind of popped. There were 2 fielders waiting for something like that. So, yeah, so I suppose maybe he can go on with it from here. Amandeep, though, they put him up to number 3 yesterday, and he went for a duck. Nicked off first ball. Gets an opportunity here at 4. And effectively, he's opening. I quite like him opening. He's been good in that position. Facing a tough bowler.
That's a lovely shot. Crunch through the covers, and Amandeep Singh there, given a bit of width by Shinwari. I think Shinwari was hoping it was going to shape back in. Just went straight across the batter, and, well, not much footwork. You don't need much footwork when you've got hands as good as that. And that at least is the first boundary for Portugal. 6 for 2, though, still in trouble in the middle of the second. And there's a bit of rain around now, isn't there, Phineas?
Yeah, we're hoping it stays away. We thought we might actually get it earlier, before the start of the game. That's a cracking shot from Amandeep, though. Yep. He's been in good form lately.
Where's that one? In the midriff and showing no pain, just walking in a little circle, shake it off.
Amandeep, don't forget, he was MVP in the ECS recently. He's good with the bat and the ball. His inside edge onto his midsection. But, yeah, look, someone has to stand up. Someone has to play a big innings for Portugal here. The other thing is, yeah, with the rain, we want to get going sooner rather than later. Yeah. Because, so assuming we get through 3 overs aside, we'll have a game. They might not get time to catch up. Portuguese, this one finds the fielder, so no run again.
You can hear probably on the stump mic how up and about Norway are early on this Sunday morning, just past 10 a.m. local time. We'd like to say, you know, it's a glorious spring day, but not quite. We have been spoilt with weather the last few weeks.
Switcheroo weather at the moment. Apparently the UK is amazing.
I saw that and I was gutted. You know, happy for them a bit, but mostly gutted. That one has been hit all the way. A bit short there from Shinwari, and Amandeep Singh just waits for that one, sees it coming, hits it for the first 6 of the day. And Amandeep, well, he could hold the key to a bit of a counterpunch here for Portugal, especially with the weather around. Need to make sure they get out the blocks. That's the end of the second over. Portugal 12 for 2. Take a look at the standings. Not good viewing if you're of a Portuguese persuasion. Yes, they lost their 2 games. It's still alive. There's 5 games in total. So if they pick up a win here, which, well, they're already up against it, then they will get their first win on the board. But they'd have to go a clean sweep today. 3 games from 3 in order to leapfrog Norway to the top of the table. Bonus points are in play, but that only comes into force if it's a tie, which, you know, is not beyond the realms of possibility.
Today, yeah, true. VJ, can he get going? It's to face Ravi again.
There's a shy at the stumps, but yeah, VJ says it needs to come in a bit quicker. Kamal Mushtak saying, oh, didn't quite get hold of the ball.
One thing that's really clear with me, and I'm not saying this isn't the case for Portugal, but Norway is really enjoying their tour so far. I think they've come south. Okay, maybe not perfect weather here, but you know, just the sense in the team. You know, we're on the bus with them this morning. They're playing a lot of music, just enjoying each other's company. It's a good vibe. I'll be hoping to keep it up today and secure the series.
That one's been misfired into the leg side. Fielded there by Mohamed Shersahak just for a 1. Yeah, they were enjoying themselves this morning. I was chatting to a couple of them in the lift yesterday in the hotel, and they were saying, oh, we're just enjoying the weather. I think maybe in Oslo it's not quite so warm today. They jinxed it somewhat.
True.
That's the players' curse. They were saying it's great to have a bit of sun, a bit of warmer weather.
Quick load everyone in the chat as well. Great to have you with us. We're just trying to work out the next time we might be working together. Probably in Sweden. We worked out next month. Tina and I here together, of course.
That one's a well-directed bouncer up in the air, drops short.
Yeah, I think he might have won this one.
Yeah, he gives his helmet a little bit of a shake. It looks like umpire Kreutz coming across.
Yeah, right in the badge. And Jalpesh VJ will probably get the Kreutz concussion test in the KCC.
Yeah, looking forward to Sweden in a few weeks'
Sweden.
time.
We'll be together in Malmö. We worked out. I was originally on that one with Phil, but Phil's now going to do the night series in Belgium, which is going to be happening at the same time. But you got plenty more work before then, don't you? You'll be doing Bologna in Italy in a couple of weeks, and you'll also be doing Malta.
I'll be doing Malta, and I'll be jumping over to Corfu to play a bit.
Yeah, you'll be playing a bit.
My career's not over quite yet.
I'm jealous. We'll try and kill it.
Career killer.
It's great that you're still playing. Honestly, I know you're going to be busy, and I know you love your cricket. I know you love your football as well.
Yeah. But you know,
yeah, play as long as you can.
My body hasn't failed me quite yet. But you know, when it's raining like this and it's a bit cold and it's a bit early on a Sunday morning, I'm more than happy to be tucked up here in my big coat in the dry. But Vinay Ravi, he's having a nice time. 2 for 3 off his 1.4 overs so far. That one's been hit high up in the air. Probably won't have the distance to go for all the way. And in fact, despite the best efforts there of Kamal Mushtak, he kind of tried to go for the ball, thought against it. By the time he had a second thought, it already rolled over the rope.
He probably gave up on this. He spent all his effort getting there. This is in the Bianca Maximo zone, and then he kind of had no real plan about how he was going to pull it back. But anyway, VJ will take the runs. Still in the power play, so that's probably why that fielder isn't back on the mound already. Last ball of it coming up.
18 for 2. Can Portugal put a little bit of a flourish on this power play? That one's been levered away, and it won't go all the way, but will go for 4. So Portugal in the power play in all the twos, 22 for 2 off 3.
Yeah, I mean, signs from both batters, but you know, it's only a start. They need more than a start from these two, considering how this innings began. So end of the over, 22 for 2 after 3. Gives me a chance to say hello to all of our viewers. I know that Bob was quick in the chat this morning. Chris Smith, he's watching a bit of Australian football. It's pretty dry in Perth, which is my hometown. But yeah, I have heard it's been unseasonably warm down there. Hello to Johnny Heesum, who is watching from Kent. Rob Thompson's watching from New Zealand. Hello to you. He's saying it's dark there now because they lost their daylight savings, but at least the games start now earlier for him. So happy to have you, Rob, as always. And Thomas Martinez, pretty excited for Madrid. Actually calling you Miss GB.
I'll take it.
Maximo and Miss GB.
It's the start of the third. Shinwari's back for his second. It's up in the air. It should be taken, and it is for the third wicket. That's Mansoor Shah underneath it. Slips a bit in his celebration, but the main thing is he held on to the catch, and that's the end of Amandeep Singh. One big hit too many for him as he falls for 11, and Portugal, their troubles continue, 22 for 3.
Yeah, they've stuck with this tactic, and it's been working of bowling out their opening bowlers, bowling up both of them. And sometimes it limits your options down the stretch, but they like the right-hand, left-hand combination, right-arm, left-arm bowlers, and Amandeep just wasn't able to kind of get the contact point on that, and going pretty much straight up, and Mansoor Shah does the rest. So he's out for 11. It's 22 for 3, and once again we'll see a new Portuguese batter at the crease. See, he wants to go front foot on that, but got a bit big on him, and just had to step back outside the circle, kept it in front of his eyes the whole way.
Such a gleeful celebration there. It was like the little hop, skip and a jump like a newborn deer.
There's always a little bit of relief in catch celebrations as well, because you do everything right. Still up to the cricket gods whether it's going to bounce out of your hands or not. Jeremy Martins comes out at number 5. We saw him sitting out the second game yesterday.
And he hits that one high up in the air, and it's going to go all the way, despite the fielder out there, Sher Sahak, doing his best. But Martins, he gets straight into the sixes, which, well, that's already hit the middle of the bat more than I think he managed yesterday. He was just scratching about a bit in the one game he did play yesterday, never quite found his timing, but that's a nice shot to get himself off the mark. Portugal move to 28 for 3, still far from being out of trouble here. Jalpesh Vijay, though, he's still out there, the opener.
It's a good shot, a bit like a kindergartner's painting. It was all hands, wasn't it? No real footwork from Martins, and now he's just going to guide this one down for a single. So, yeah, maybe it's Jeremy's time. Just quickly, I want to go back and say hello to Scotty, who's watching from Melbourne, from the ECN Supporters Club Australia. Always great to have you in with us. Golam Mustafa's in there as well. Now, Sahib's always asking, how can you buy a ticket to ECN? Well, you don't need to buy anything. That's one of the miracles of modern technology. We'll give you ECN for free. Thanks to everyone that does support us.
Ronnie Spraggan saying, good morning from a sunny Newcastle. If it's sunny in Newcastle, then that's just rubbing it in. Come on.
Unbelievable. Hello to Paul Kempen as well. A binge watcher. Always good to see him. And, well, boss. And he was splitting the chat yesterday, but he doesn't mind making a few predictions. So he's...
Well, there's only 2 teams.
Back for more.
There's only 2 teams. One of them's going to win.
Yeah, true.
Jalpesh Vijay is on strike again. A couple of swings and misses here.
Bajendra Yadav asking, is it raining? I wouldn't call this rain, but it's
wet in the air.
It's threatening. I would say that. But yeah, great to have you all with us. And yeah, fingers crossed we don't have any interruptions today, and if we do, hopefully they're brief. I think I know which classic match I'll put on first, the one we wanted to put on yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't quite get through.
Shorter ball by Shinwari. It's been pulled away nicely by Jalpesh Vijay, who stays out there. He's plugging away. 15 off 11 for him. But he saw that one, picked it up. And well, that brings us over to 12 runs. Still 1 to come off it. And the wickets have just really stunted any momentum, any partnerships that Portugal have tried to build. But these two at least landing a few counter punches. 1 ball left of the 4th. Good comeback by Amadullah Shinwari. So that'll be the end of his spell. He finishes 1 for 25. So the 2 Portugal openers, they've bowled out, but they've done a fair bit of damage already.
They've just been so good at putting Portugal on the back foot in every single game. And to be fair, Portugal did something similar in the first game yesterday, but the difference is Norway have found a way out of it. I suppose that was the first game. It was that big partnership between Faisal Raza and Usman Arif. And then yesterday they had, I suppose, a few issues with Arif full stop, who scored the majority of the runs in that chase. Got like 98 out of 120 something, didn't he? So 36 for 3 after 4. You can see it was a very slow start for the Warm, very slow Sunday start.
Yeah, there's 2 wickets in that first over and just the single run. Vinay Ravi, he's been Mr. Consistent for Norway, picking up 2 wickets in every game so far. They're turning here to Mohammad Shah Sahak.
I like this from Kroom saying 26th of April is his first game of the season, so it's obviously going to be raining then in England, so then we'll get good weather. And everyone knows, a bit of a fan of Mohamed Sahak attack. He knows it. I joked to him last night. You know, I'm a fan, but he had a couple of lean years with the bat, so maybe the pressure of having Maximo in the fan club. But geez, looked good yesterday in the brief moments we saw him with the bat. He's a live wire.
He's just got a bit of style and swagger about him with the bat. He's got it with the ball now, and that one's, again, a bit uppish from Martins. That's what we saw a lot from him yesterday, just pushing at the ball, not quite waiting for it.
Martins is just trying to keep it pretty simple. He's not rushing at the ball. He is just trying to stay still as possible. They're bowling pretty well to him as well. And Shersahak has got a little bit of an X factor about him with the ball as well. You know, he doesn't really run in at 1,000,000 miles an hour, but he does have a very strong action, and he can get a bit out of this pitch. On to Jalpesh Vijay.
That one's shorter, and it's cut away. A bit too much width on offer there from Shersahak, and Jalpesh Vijay cuts that away for 4. He moves into the 20s, 21 off 13 for him. Portugal, well, at least into the 40s, 41 for 3. Yeah, Shersahak, he doesn't really run in at all until the last few steps. You can see him pop up on the camera in his run-up. By that point, he's still walking, and then he kind of just shuffles in. He's not the tallest either, so he doesn't get an enormous amount of lift. But he's a little pocket rocket, isn't he?
He is. He's good
see him
fun to
walking
watch
in
as well. One pocket rocket to another then, because Vijay is in that category. And again, Vijay, he's just trying to let the ball do the work most of the time. It just seems a little bit out of nick. I mean, I've seen him in full flow. I mean, I remember he played one innings. I think it was in qualifier 2 in the ECL, where he just completely obliterated the bowling. And yeah, at the moment, he's still kind of feeling for the ball a little bit. But he's one of those players, even though I jinxed him yesterday, I said generally the longer he bats, the better he gets.
Joey Martins again, uppish. That will go for a 1 bounce 4, despite Fazal Raza patrolling the boundary there, but it was far too much to his right again. I don't know, Martins, it just feels like he's pushing at it a bit too much, and that, again, missed time.
I suppose it's in this zone, which is not an easily drivable ball, but then it's not an easy cut. It's kind of in the middle. It's kind of a good length. He's just trying to make good contact, so he does that time, gets it up and to the boundary.
Well, sometimes you just got to bat yourself into form, and the main thing for Martins is he's still out there. And that one right off the toe demonstrates my point perfectly. End of the 5th, 46 for 3.
Hey, gives us an opportunity to welcome you into the commentary box, though. Portugal, again, need a bit of a shot in the arm here, don't they, if they're going to go up to the 100 and beyond. When he's out of here, Mr. Maximo. It's Tina Goff here. I actually thought when I saw you this morning, you might have actually stolen one of my suits and kind of altered it. But you look magnificent pick today.
Thank you.
I've got my cricket bat shirt on today because actually from here I've got to go straight to the airport.
Yeah.
so I've got to go tonight because I'll be getting into Madrid starting tomorrow. So you'll be staying here for the T20s, which I'll be taking a keen interest in as well, because still we've got women's and men's T20s over the next 3 days.
Yeah, looking forward to that. I thought this was because of the women's internationals as well.
Makes sense.
It was a big day yesterday for Portugal and for Norway. Big day if you're a Portugal fan, winning 3 out of 3, but they'll be competing in the T20Is tomorrow. Looking forward to that.
We've got a few female umpires around now as well that I think they would look fantastic in that suit. That should be the standard.
It's lifted up over mid-off, and that will go away for 4. So the 50 up for Portugal, 50 for 3, first ball of the 6th. And well, I suppose the good thing for them is Jalpesh Vijay, he's still there, and they've got Conrad Greenshields still in the hut, so they've got batting firepower. It's just a case of one of them pulling the trigger.
Yeah. For now, the rain's pretty much holding off as well. They're just coming down slightly. Portugal need a wriggle on. Come on.
That's a lovely shot. Cut away, and again, it's going to find the rope. Jalpesh Vijay, he's not going too hard at the ball. He just seems to be middling it, seeming to find the gaps. That's another 4 to take him to 33, Portugal to 57. So a nice little partnership building up between these two. It was 22 for 3 when they came to the crease, so 35 between them.
Classy shot, that. Classy shot. It's funny time because it is raining, but I think as long as Portugal have the momentum, they'll be happy to stay out there and try and claw their way back.
It's Kamar Mushtaq who's come into the attack for Norway. And Vijay dances down the pitch, should be cut off. And it is by Vinay Ravi there.
Quick hello to Golam Mustafa and hello to Helix as well. Good to see you. And I know Wayne's changed his username to Wayne the Loose Cannon. I like that, Wayne. Hopefully you're well. Good to see you. The robot's in a way. I think it's the robot's robot. But that's all good. Hello to Nowhere Man. Always great to see you as well.
Yes, the rain is kind of heavy, but it's
Yeah,
that
I
rain
keep saying
where
it's going to get heavier. I
Yeah.
don't want to be a pessimist, but there's a lot of dark clouds around.
and that one's been driven uppishly, but it's actually going to go all the way. Just a bit of a push from Jeremy Martins. And that time he found the middle of the bat. It was probably more up than away, but still had the legs on it. So this is turning into a productive over.
That's the thing with Martins. He's got long levers, and he's not trying to overhit the ball. You could argue he's trying to underhit the ball, but when you time it like that, it's no problem. If he doesn't quite get that and goes to the field, it looks soft, doesn't it? But he got that one out of the middle. 6 runs to Portugal.
15 runs coming off this Mushtaq over so far. Still 2 to come in it. Low full toss there, and the outcome, well, it's not going to go all the way to the boundary, but as soon as it clears that infield, even when it's wet, it's going to roll away. And that's a 4 again to Martins. He moves to 22 off 8.
Yeah, again, just a push, isn't it? Economy of movement from Martins. And apparently I gave Wayne the Loose Cannon nickname. Actually, I remember that now. You said it, Wayne. He's a little bit of a stirrer, but sometimes we like that. We call someone a stirrer if they're like that. Do you use that term in England? Or not really?
Yeah, there's
You're a
usually a
stirrer.
word that precedes it.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
That one's knocked away.
Well, we can say anything after we looked up the most ridiculous place names. We had the England versus Australia Ashes. Happy we're still on the air today. Anyway, it's all the sixes. Portugal 66 for 3 after 6 as Mushtaq's over goes magical 20 off that one.
That's probably the first over that Portugal can say they've won. As goes for 20, and a nice little partnership building between these two. The win predictor still firmly in Norway's camp, and you can see why Portugal have found themselves in trouble. 2 second ball ducks at the top of the order, but Jalpesh Vijay, he's still plugging away, and they do have some firepower to come.
Yeah,
Green Shields, Vaz, Shazad.
Back to 9 genuines. And having said that, we've seen Shada Rahman whack a few balls around as well. So shouldn't run out of batting here. It's just a matter of getting whoever is there to perform at the moment. These two done a bit of a rescue job. But having said that, still only 119 expected. So it's still looking a bit light on. Having said that, anything's possible in this game. We don't know. Will it be rain affected? Will it not? Typically what I've learned in the last couple of years is when it's a bit rainy, it tends to favour the batters in this format. Bowlers find it hard to grip. Catching's tougher. I know the outfield can get a bit slower and the ball can get a bit heavier, but these balls don't tend to take on a lot of water, and they just fly. It just seems that batters have a bit of an advantage.
It's Mansoor Shah into the attack, and that one has been given the treatment by Jeremy Martins, who suddenly has found a gear to click into. That one goes all the way for a Maximo to start the 7th over.
Good shot. Just opens the face there, gets it away from the fielder. Could be Mickey down there. That's doing the fielding. Got to say well done to all the ground helpers as well. And the covers were on overnight. Obviously, kind of always battening down the hatches. There's a few people that thought, given the forecast, we might just get completely washed out this morning. But so far, we're on the park and good enough to play. Martins 29 off 10.
That's a good comeback ball from Mansoor Shah, but doesn't find the luck on that occasion as Jeremy Martins finds the edge. It races away for 4.
He kind of half plays for this, but I think he was happy just to kind of keep it out because it was darting back towards him. Played it with soft hands. Probably more genuine edge than genuine rundown. But Jeremy turning things around even more. So, yeah, by bowling their opening bowlers out that have been so successful, does mean, you have to make a double change. And then, seeing the 5th bowler coming in now, and it does mean that when the game changes, or if the game changes, you can't bring one on the back to try and assert your dominance once again. 6 and a 4 to start the over.
You can see what Jeremy was trying to do, just play himself in a bit and give himself time. Obviously, you don't have too much time in this T10 format, but a player like Jeremy can also accelerate very quickly.
Yeah.
And that's what he's proved here. 34 off 12 for him. And these two now both in the 30s, both set, and building a bit of a platform here to go big in the last 2 or 3 overs.
Yeah, that's the thing though. From here, 125 expected. So yeah, you're wanting to go kind of 3 a ball from here if you can with 2 set batters.
There's a good comeback from Mansour Shah.
Oh.
And there's a slip.
Well, no, it would have been out.
Direct hit would have been well
jeez.
gone. And I think it was tight as well
There's
based on the
one rule
reaction.
on this ground, it's run on the pitch. Don't care what you say, but run on the pitch. So he turns around and he takes a foot off the pitch, and that's the foot that goes, and he would have been run out by a mile. He's almost run out by the backup fielder as well.
That's one of those things that happens in your nightmares, isn't it? But it looks like he's going... Oh, he's just changing his gloves because I think he landed in a bit of mud. It's what a nightmare fuel that is when you slip and turn around.
I know, you know the viral clip where everyone knows it, where he gets hit by the ball.
Yeah.
But some of the criticism is that serves him right for running down the pitch, but
You have to here.
you have to run down the pitch. Well, you don't have to, but you'll slip if you don't.
Which I guess is a bit of a
Especially turning.
It's a bit of a mindset shift because mostly you're told to stay off the pitch.
Exactly.
And here you have to stay
I know
on
there's
it.
good reasons for that in turf cricket, but in artificial cricket, well, almost takes the off stump out. The safety is important, and the pitch isn't going to change if you run down the middle of it. It gets swept every innings. It's artificial. You're not wearing spikes. So, and also, it's smart. It's the shortest distance between 2 points if you run the straight line.
And this pitch is wide enough for the both of them as well, so they can both go one side of the pitch. They don't have to hair down the middle because the umpire might have a word or two to say about that.
Most pitches are if one of them's Jalpesh Vijay.
So that one's a bit high up in the air. There's a fielder under it. He might be able to take the grab here, but he does really well, does he? It's Usman Arif.
It's going to be 6 because he steps on the rope before he touches it as he jumps.
Yeah, Vinny called it here in the box.
No, it's definitely. There's the rope, steps on it. And so, I think 6 runs will be scored and signalled now. Good work by the officials. Good effort there, though, from Usman Arif. And, if he hadn't kicked the rope, it would have been a clean stop. So, again, Portugal get a bit of a break there. It certainly wasn't quite out of the middle from VJ, but it will be 6 and at the end of 7 overs. It's 83 for 3. Quick look at where we are on the calendar. And guess what? We will be in Madrid tomorrow. In fact, the crew will be arriving there. I think some of them already arrived in Madrid. And we're really excited because we've never been to Madrid for ECS cricket. Part of the reason for that was it wasn't a ground. So now that ground has been secured, I know they share it with the baseball. Really don't know what to expect. It's not often I go to a new destination.
Well, you can expect good weather by the looks of it, so that's one thing.
I'm going to try and think of what's the last new place I went.
Will you have a day to explore? Because Madrid's quite a nice area.
I do have Thursday off because Rico and Corey are coming. Rico's doing the first part and Corey's doing the second part. But as they overlap on Thursday, I will have the day off. And I feel pretty lucky because it's a 6-day tournament. I don't think anybody else in the crew gets a day off. So I'll be lonely, but it'll be a happy lonely. I've already looked up a few things to do.
Well, the weather looks like it's playing its part over in Madrid, and here seems to have cleared up just a little. The rain, when it was at its heaviest, well, gave the umpires something to think about, but they've stayed out. Definitely the right call. As Irfan Abdul Rahimzai comes into the attack. Too much width on offer there on that occasion, and VJ moves to 40. Portugal 88 for 3.
I think it's hard to work out when to come off and when not to, but I'd feel like if you're not sure, stay on. There's a time when you're sure.
Yeah.
That is the time to
when
come
you know,
off.
you know.
When you know, you know. Little bit of rain, you're just going to probably stay out there and hope it clears up. There are a few slippery areas around the pitch, particularly as you saw there with Martins going over, but most of the field's pretty good with the drainage here.
That one is wide, just died on the pitch as well, left well alone by Jalpesh Vijay. Yeah,
so I have actually organised. There's actually a Spanish language group that I'm a part of that they're actually, I don't know if they're cricket fans, maybe I can convert them, but I know there might be a potential catch-up, an in-person catch-up. Normally it's an online group. So who knows, maybe I'm being catfished.
That one's high up in the air and it's going to go the distance. This time Usman Arif can't even get a hand on it. That's Jalpesh Vijay. One hit away of his half century, 46. And Portugal move into the 90s, 95.
Yeah, I know they've got a lot of options for the top of the order. I can think of probably 4 opening options off the top of my head, with Noratam, with VJ, with maybe Amandeep, with Mickey Machado as well. Yeah, VJ seemed to be a natural place for him to bat. Sometimes you look at who, it's not necessarily who you think most suited out of the 4, but also who can bat elsewhere. I just think VJ does not struggle, but he's the guy I think you want him out in the power play. He's very good on the cut. He's able to manipulate the spaces in the outfield. Knocking on the door of a half century here. Martins on 35. This partnership has been a good one.
Yeah, 73 is worth. That one though, big swing and a miss from Martins. This online meetup, it's always a risk, isn't it? When you know people online and you meet them in person for the first time.
Yeah, there we go. Without wanting to delve too much, have you ever been catfished?
I haven't.
A catfish is when you meet someone online and then
they're completely different in real life, either visually or, mentally. Final ball. No, 2 balls left of the 8th.
Oh, wide.
Still 2 balls left of the 8th.
The last ball.
No, yeah, 1 ball left.
Is it a catfish if you just used like an old photo, or is that grey zone?
It depends how old, and it depends how much you've changed from that photo.
It's in the eye of the beholder, I suppose. No, I can't say. I haven't got any time for those shenanigans anyway.
You're perfect just the way you are. I don't need to catfish anybody.
I appreciate you saying that.
Final ball of the 8th now coming up, and it's been hit long and far and towards the dugouts, and that's Jeremy Martins into the 40s as well. And Portugal, they pass the 100 mark after 8 overs. They're 103 for 3.
He extends the arms a little bit this time, does Jeremy Martins. Goes Maximo to bring up the 100, as you said. And so 103 for 3 after 8. So, look, ideally from here, grab 20 and over-ish, you can get 140s. Geez, they've had to work pretty hard for their runs, though, haven't they? Haven't had a lot of freebies from the Norwegian bowlers. But I know Wayne changed the subject slightly, but he's got a big fish tank. He's a fish tank guy.
Okay.
Always reminds me of, what's that movie? Deuce Bigelow. Originally, he's a fish tank cleaner. Look that one up. Good movie. But,
yeah, I was 5 years old at the time, so
that's one for you to watch in your free time.
I'm not sure
put
what
that on your list. What do you like to do at the end of the day? Do you like to watch a movie in your room, or you go out for dinner kind of person?
I'm too tired.
Now you've been on the tour for a little bit. You
Yeah.
kind of settle into not always the same thing, but you got some of your go-to evening activities.
Usually a bit of Netflix. So I'm watching Drive to Survive at the moment.
Oh, nice.
The latest series.
VJ on 47 here, knocking on the door of a 50.
That one's gonna go the distance, I think, and just about. So he brings up his 50 in style with a high 6, more than a big 6. And he moves to 53. And it's a great counterpunch from VJ. Given that he opened the batting, he saw both of it, batters 2 and 3 fall for a golden duck, but he stuck around and he moves to 53 off 24.
Yeah, it's been a good knock. Again, it's gotten better the longer he's gone. You see he scored all around the wicket as well, offside, leg side.
That one's been hit well.
Whee.
A little mini tortu there for Usman Arif. He manages to get pretty much both shins and both wrists in the way of that one.
He's got a pretty burly chest, Usman Arif. I don't think it's going to bother him too much. Well, now it's time to hit the afterburners, isn't it, really? You got 10 balls left. You're not running out of batting. Basically trying to hit every ball out of the ground from here.
It's Jeremy Martins who has the strike now. He's 2 hits away from his half century. And that one's more up than away, and it should be taken by square leg, and it's dropped. And it's Ahmadullah Shinwari underneath it. Looking at his fingers, that's giving him a suck, but they should have been taken. It doesn't hurt if you take them.
Yeah, it's an unwanted manicure, I think, for Shinwari. Takes on the pinky. Just let it get quite low on him. Decided to try and catch it, kind of fingers down, rather than taking a step in, taking it, fingers pointing to the sky. So that's a real lucky break for Martins. He should have been gone on 41. It gives the strike back to VJ.
I'll tell you what, though, this commentary has got under my skin, and you know why.
You tell me.
So I find myself commentating in my sleep.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and not just that.
Well.
There's actual audio files of you commentating in your sleep.
And I think if I played that audio file to anyone, I'm not sure they would clock that I'm actually asleep. Because
I actually think there is a time when we might just play that on loop, and that can be the commentary when we're a bit short-staffed.
I started commentating on games that I wasn't even involved in. I was commentating on ECL, and I think I need to bill ECN for that, because that's free commentary right there. Tries to get funky there, VJ, but misses out. And it's coherent, more coherent than I am in person, awake, I think.
I mean, I wouldn't know if I commentate in my sleep. It's a good question. I probably do. I've certainly at times had dreams about it. Can't spend so much time doing something without having dreams.
But that's what I've been doing the last 3 nights. I go to bed, and then I wake myself up in the middle of commentary. And it's quite stressful, because I'm like, where's my laptop? I don't know what the score
wake
is.
up just for a golden ball.
That one's been hit, but mishit straight down the ground. And that will take us to the end of the 9th. 112 for 3 Portugal. They need a big over to finish their innings, to get maybe up to that 130 mark, as that was actually a good over from Mansour Shah. Probably should have got a wicket as well. In the end, it only goes for 9.
Yeah, so 140 seems a bit of a pipe dream. Still maybe nudge 130 with a good over here. But you're going to have to deliver. You're going to have to, look, let's be honest, yesterday in the second game at least, it was Narif. He scored all the runs on his own, basically. Not that they don't have good players around him, but you know, it is a pitch that offers a bit to the bowlers. It's the kind of pitch where you probably feel like you're never quite in. I know when we're in Coimbra for the night series, that's like an extreme version of this pitch, which is like you could always be 1 ball from dismissal. It doesn't matter how in you are. So, look, it'll be competitive. Looks like kind of 120s waiting to happen. The supercomputer's feeling very confident. 134, predicting a magical here. Tell that to Mohammad Sher Sahar, who only conceded 9 off his first. Seatbelts on, last overtime.
It's a good first delivery, as VJ just goes a bit early on it, but they do manage to jog through for a single, so that brings Jeremy Martins on strike. He's already had 1 life, was dropped. Pretty regulation chance in the previous over by Shinwari, but he's got a chance here to get to his half century and get his side up to more of a defendable total. Missing out on that first delivery. Still 5 balls to come. Still 5 balls to come. That was a misfiring shark attack.
Ooh, that sounds ugly anyway. You ever seen the movie Jaws?
I think I have.
Yeah, I might have seen it years ago.
In
Might
passing.
be another one to watch. But
Yeah. We had that conversation recently about films that we haven't watched. So that one's up in the air, and it should be taken by one of these two. And well, we might have to check that, because
I know what you're saying, because it's caught by Vinay Ravi, who's definitely fine. But you're saying, what if he caught it and
he was in contact with?
Was he in contact with the ball? The thing, if he's touching the fielder, it's not a problem, because he's not trying to help him. I think it's okay.
I think
the
it's
catch is
okay.
taken before he jumps over. And he said, I said mine. And then Arif said, well, I said mine too. So what do you got to say about that? In the end, they shake hands and a few thumbs up. Martins, he does go in the end just short of a 50. Still a very good innings. 42 off 17 with 4 sixes and 3 fours, striking at about 250. And the score now 113 for 4. This is turning into a pretty good last over. It's only just getting started. Leg by and then a wicket. And it will bring new batter to the crease. And it's Conrad Greenshields. 4 balls to come. How quickly can Whispering Red move things along? Well, not too quickly. Gets hit with that. He's not running particularly quick. It's hit with the ball.
Oh, he looks like he's worn that one, or he's pulled a hammy.
He did this on purpose. He definitely runs in the way, but I suppose he gets to choose his line here. So he chooses a line here, which is basically, I know I'm basically a good chance to get hit.
It's probably the worst place to run, actually, with 1 foot on the Astro, 1 foot off it, just
when
slipping and
God made
sliding.
pads, he didn't make them 360 degrees to the back of the legs. Oh, Conrad, all that work for 1 run. VJ gets the strike back.
3 balls left of this innings. VJ hits that one away to point. There is a fielder out there.
Go for it here.
And they are going to run through for 2. And the throw, well, it wasn't the best of throws. The keeper there, Kizar Ahmed, tried to turn and affect the run out. Probably still would have been out.
He basically decides that it's worth getting the ball in the full and throwing rather than waiting for a bounce. And well, there goes the glove. There goes the ball. It's wild. But hey, well done to VJ. That looked like almost a suicidal second. But you still have to make the play, and Norway couldn't. VJ, the set batter, gets the strike back. 2 to come.
Every run counts, and not only is it an extra run, but VJ gets a chance to add to the total here. 2 balls to come. And he doesn't add to the total as he swings all the way around that, and it's the Shark Attack who bites here. Jalpesh VJ, he has to depart for a well-constructed 57 off 31. There's still 1 ball left of the innings, and Portugal, well, they're not going to get up to that 130 mark. They might not even get up to 120 as they're 116 for 5.
Yeah, this one doesn't really get up on VJ, but look, it's a handy innings. 57 off 31, so a little bit of in-cut there, I think, coming in off the seam. Let's watch it, and that's why it takes that top of off stump. That's probably what did VJ in the end, and also the slight lack of bounce, but still 57, not a bad knock at all. Gets taken down by the Sahak in the end, 116 for 5. Just before we go to the last ball, I want to say a quick hello to Terry Richmond, who's watching from Australia. Nice to see you. And yeah, settle in. Hopefully a good day. I'll be here almost all day. I think the last innings I'll have to head off to the airport. So let's hope. Hey, we might even have a live series by then if Portugal win this game and the next one.
Yeah.
Could be a deciding game. I'll be able to watch it on the way. Last ball, Shazad getting a bat. Gets a piece of it. How much? Get 1. Again, might as well go for 2 here. Again, they almost run into each other. They get 2.
They might go for 3 here.
There's still play on here. Watch out, average killer coming for Conrad, who's going to get run out for a duck, attempting a 3rd. But actually, Conrad turned his back on the play. Probably was worth keeping an eye on it.
Yeah, he jogged through the 2nd, and then it was misfielded by the backup on the 45. By the time Conrad realised what was happening, he jogged through, and the ball was back in the keeper's hands.
Yeah, it's a good old-fashioned beep test. Conrad, whose contribution so far getting hit in the legs. Then he always runs into Najam a second time. And then I think he probably knows his fate here as the backup fielder missed it originally. Conrad, well, you don't need the 3rd umpire for that one. He never makes it in. But hey, you got to respect the ability to try. Also,
I think umpire Crute was signalling a 1 short there.
Let's just have a look there. Maybe, sorry, one more time. I think you spotted on the first run that maybe Najam doesn't touch his bat in, and maybe that's why it's a 1 short.
Yeah, I definitely saw Crute signalling, and well, it will pop up on the score, I'm sure, but if we can get a replay on that one.
Let's have a look at Najam Shazad here.
He doesn't get the bat down. Crute's got his beady eyes on him.
Yeah, you're right. So it is a 1 short.
Good spot as well.
Yeah, and straight away he was getting ready. So that'll only be 1 and run out in the end. So again, it's a bit of a basic error, isn't it, from such an experienced player. So we think that that was signalled. It'll be 117 for 6 off the 10. And yeah, well, if we do go to a 1-run game, Shazad will be a naughty boy. Let's go back, have a look. The Ravi attack was on first up, and he was able to get the early wicket of Machado. Then Noritam came out. He got Castle, just a picture-perfect Yorker. And had good support at the other end, did Ravi. Figuratively speaking, of course, from Amadullah Shinwari. Had a good combination doing the job, but yeah, a good turnaround from VJ. And Martins will get this going after Amandeep. A couple of nice shots. He was out for 11. So Portugal, 116 again, or 117. It's a little bit under, I think, but look, they're in the game. They need to take early wickets. They need to hold on to their chances.
Yeah, Norway went early with their 2 key bowlers, Ravi and Shinwari, which meant that the door was still open for Portugal in the back end of the innings to target the other batters, and it was mostly VJ and Martins that did the damage. Their partnership worth about 80, 90 runs, and that's what got Portugal up to at least a defendable total. It looked like while those 2 men were set that they'd probably get up to the 120, 130 mark. But there was a good fight back by Norway, especially in the final 2 overs, those going for just 13 runs and 2 wickets. Sher Sahak in the final over, picking up 2 wickets for just 4 runs. So it was a nice fight back from Norway, but at least Portugal have some runs on the board, and they'll feel like they could still defend this total.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, Norway, they seem in form. They're kind of funny conditions, though. I feel like the luck factor might have something to do with it. The luck factor was in Norway there. And if looks could kill, I think that he would be hung, drawn and quartered there. Vinay Ravi. And then VJ, after making a pretty polished 57, he was out late in the piece. Then Shazad didn't make the crease, almost ran into Conrad. And in the end, well, it was a Bit of a cluster of errors, wasn't it? As Conrad, he does the team thing, has to wear the globe, but it will be 117 for 6 and off the 10 overs. 118 will be the target then. We will take a quick break. Back soon with more action here live from Portugal. Quick look at the scorecard before we go. And I haven't added on that 10th, the last ball, the 10th over yet. So it will be 117 for 6, but 57 for VJ in there and 42 for Martins. The key players bowling wise. A 2 for 11, Ravi was very good early on, and Shaman Sherhart will finish with figures of 2 for 12. The other wicket went to Amadullah Shinwari. We'll take a break and back very, very shortly. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff. Plenty of action still to come as we continue our T10 journey through Europe. We'll see you after the break for more European Cricket International. Hello and welcome back to the SCG. That's Portugal's version, the Santhrone Cricket Ground here as we get ready for the second innings of match 3 in the men's ECI this weekend. And great to have your company, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. 116 was the final score. I had a few questions about what the final score was. Actually, it was 117. So I'll do a quick calculation for you. That still, what I can say is it still is correct. 81 is still the score that you need to go below or keep the opposition to if they are to. If you get all 4 points. Now, should that matter? Probably not, as long as we don't have any washouts. But I will say the rain did get pretty heavy about 1 or 2 minutes ago, but it's eased off a bit now. We talked about this a bit in the first innings, saying that when you know, you know. I think probably there was one of the showers during the break that if it had stayed that badly, we probably wouldn't have started this second innings. But looks like we are good to go. So yeah, 118 is the victory target for Norway, hoping to make it 3-0 in the series. Great to have your company on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or you might be watching on Fan Code in the subcontinent. There's Keezer Ahmed, who is leading the side, and also has done a very good job behind the stumps. You haven't actually noticed him much behind the stumps because he's been pretty tidy. There's been a riff out there with him, coming off 98 not out. You can probably hear some of the raindrops falling again. We're just hopeful that it doesn't get heavier. If it does, then we can have an interruption in play. But again, the umpires just have to be quite objective.
Here we go. Come on, boys.
So almost ready to get underway. Will be big left armour, Upen Shantu, to get us going. It's a good one past Keezer Ahmed, who's a very good player, but also wasn't quite himself yesterday. Looked like he hadn't had a lot of live cricket.
Come on, boys.
There's been a riff at the other end though, just looks in the form of his life. Checks the drive here, up in the air. Well, this should be gone. It is gone. An early wicket. Jeremy Martins moonwalks back into the outfield, and he picks up the Norwegian skipper, Shantu, with an early wicket. 0 for 1. Just checks the shot there. Doesn't quite get it out of the middle. Couple of centimetres off. And Jeremy does the rest. It's a good catch in tricky conditions. Now we saw a couple of wickets fall in the first over of the game. Now we see a wicket in the first over of the reply as Keezer walks out for a second ball duck, and 0 for 1. Yeah, just you can see there. Just tried to time it, didn't he? But a bit of an up and under job. Well held. Rain is now, I'm going to call it a 3.5 on the Maximo scale. When you get to a 5, you're off. Make that a 4. A 4 right now. That's a good ball. It really did a bit. Yeah, Ming Machado. Looks like one of those clowns at the carnival. What's this? Come up and then swings on him. Whee! Excellent keeping from Miguel. Just remember, 3 overs constitutes an innings as well. The ideal scenario for Portugal, have a brilliant first 3 overs. Thunderstorm. Oh, what a good reply, though, from Sharma, who's going to just pop it into the team dugout. Well, they're all trying to stay dry. It's a Maximo. Have a look at this. Perfect time. He's got a high bat grip. You can actually see some of the handle under his bottom hand. But that couldn't have been timed any sweeter. Now I'm going to call this a solid 4 on the Maximo rain scale, which is it's a pretty tough scale. I'm a hard marker. Oh, wow. That really took off. Gee, Chantu. Very, very good delivery. Good reply. Good one-on-one battle here. Interesting first over. Oh yeah, well bowled. Mentioned with Chandru, he has the unusual swing. He's basically a left-arm in-swing bowler. Use that term. And gets the ball to swing right to left. That's the end of the first over. It is 6 for 1. Really sounded here, Mr. Maximo. Teeing off in the commentary box. 4 matches since the golden ball, but maybe we have to go back to live action here because it looks like the umpires have said it's covers on time. So given it a chance to ease up. It hasn't. It's been at about a solid 4. I mean, see the Portuguese players, they're probably saying, hey, well, it hasn't got any worse. They're pretty desperate, I think, to get through a game here because if they don't win this game outright, then the best they can do is tie the series 2-2.
I would say it hasn't got significantly heavier. It's still lingering on a 4, but a 4 is a 4 on the Maximo
4
scale.
is a 4. Well, I suppose a 4 to 5. It could go either way. But
The rain radar looks better for this afternoon, so this is just a bit of sitting cloud, and then I had a look and maybe this might hang around for the next hour or so, but it looks like for the rest of the day it will be clear. So maybe they're just thinking as well, if we're going to restrict one game, just make it this one, and then hopefully smooth sailing for the rest of the day. I was just out there, can confirm that it is raining, and it's kind of these heavy raindrops that just soak you to the bone straight away.
yeah, so like it's just one of those things. You can't control the weather. Maybe in the future we'll be able to do that, but yeah, at the moment we are going to have an interruption. So what we might do, we'll come back to you with a bit of an update in a couple of minutes. But yeah, for now we're going to leave it, and we'll be back with an update. And if we don't have any play happening, then we'll take you to a classic. But for now, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, teeing off. See you shortly for an update here from Portugal in this European Cricket International. Hello, welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for maybe a bit of a wait before we get back on to live action, because as you probably saw, we just saw an interruption to the second innings of the third match between Portugal-Norway in the ECI men's, with Norway 6 for 1 after 1 over, chasing 118 victory. So it seems inevitable we'll have some sort of shortening of this game. It's too early to say whether we will be able to get back on. Maybe we can show some live pictures, then we can invite you in here to the commentary box. But yeah, obviously that's what's happening at the moment. The covers are on. The rain probably has eased up a little bit, but it's just, there's this constant threat of rain, so it's a very difficult situation for the umpires and the officials to decide exactly how to approach it. But let's welcome you to the commentary box. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Got my last day in Portugal before I head to Madrid tomorrow. I've got Tina Goff in here with me. And Tina, it is always a shame when this happens. I think they've handled it as well as possible. I suppose it's in the lap of the weather gods now, isn't it, with Portugal? They really want to get back on, because obviously if they're going to win this series outright, they need to win this game.
Yeah, they want to keep themselves in the series. And, well, the weather does look better in the distance. The rain always comes towards us, so we can always see it coming. The rain radar says maybe an hour or so of rain and then clear skies for the rest of the day. Hopefully clear sailing for Portugal as well. They want to keep themselves in this competition. I mean,
they could still win the series. They could tie it 2-2, and then it'll go to points. If not, we'll go to net run rate. So, look, it's one of those things. What we will do while we're waiting, we'll give you some cricket. Now, we're going to go quite a long way back with this one. We're going to go to the very first ECC.
Okay. Our
very first Cartman tournament. So it's very, very special. And Portugal, I'm not going to say it the other way, they are having a shocker in their first week. There was an 8-match group stage that you played 4 teams and you played them twice. And we're going to go back to the 23rd of September 2022. And in this game, Portugal, I actually remember very, very well, because Portugal had lost their first 6 matches. So they were pretty much 1 foot out the door. And actually, I still remember catching up with them on the Wednesday night and the night before this match. And they said, oh, look, it just hasn't been our week. It hasn't been happening. Because then they had to win both their matches. The first one was against the undefeated Netherlands 11. So this is actually the first match of that day. It was match 16. So the 23rd of September 2021. Portugal trying to beat the all-conquering Dutch to stay alive in the series. Let's see what happens. We'll be back here if there's any updates. Keep an eye on the bottom of the screen in the chat. Fingers crossed, that's right. But until then, enjoy this classic from ECC 21.
Rico, good morning to you, and good morning to all where you're watching around the world. It's wonderful to have your company. We are back at the Cartman Cricket Oval on the Costa del Sol in Spain. What a picture it is. You see the Netherlands, they are ready for business. Had a bit of a scare against Hungary last night. And, well, this is a real David versus Goliath. It's Portugal, a team that hasn't won a game yet against Netherlands, who haven't tasted defeat. Portugal having a win, though, at the toss, as you saw there with Rico. It was Portugal deciding to bat first. So that's a good, confident move. I think the Netherlands, they had the staggers a bit chasing against Hungary last night. So, he maybe can be put under a bit of pressure. And see for Portugal, Francois Stoneman listed at number 5. They'd like to see him batting a bit higher. I think Imran Khan as well, 7. A bit low for him. Just trying to find their best combination. Portugal, their batting has not clicked in this series, have not posted a triple-digit score so far in the series. And some relief for the Portuguese openers as Viv Kingma is being rested for this morning's game. Maxi Hornweg comes into the side. The tourist, Olivier Ellenbas, he was called the tourist because he hadn't played until yesterday. He's been left out, so he's a tourist again. See there, Conrad Greenshields, part of the coaching setup in Portugal, looking on. And we are all set for a start. So Ryan Klein will get first over duties. A man that took a hat-trick earlier in the week. Here's the first ball of day 4 of Group B. It's a good start by Azhar Andani, who's been put back up to his regular opening position. I think that's probably the position that he needs to bat. And it's all a matter of trying to get their top order going. A lot of them have gotten to 20 or so and found a way to get out. It's opening up with Sean Gomsh. And hello to the umpires as well out there, Stefan Gooch and Shub Anand. Umpiring has been exceptional this week. It's a limited review decision place for line decisions in particular, but for the most part, calling it as they see it, and they're doing very well. Good York up by Klein, but well dug out as well by Gomsh. And I suppose the word I'd use if I was trying to tell Portugal how to go about their innings would be busy. I think you need to be busy. You don't want to be too defensive. Also, you don't want to be too reckless and throw your wickets away, because if you give these Dutch fielders opportunities, they will take them. We've seen that all the way through. They've been the benchmark in Group B. Short, and Darnie is laid on it, but he gets away with it. Well, a bit of running that left a bit to be desired. One was perilously close to Musa Ahmed, who had a rare off day in the field yesterday, dropping 3 catches in an innings, but we've seen him take some very extravagant catches as well during the week. Gomsh push this down, could be trouble. Wow, this was pretty close in the end. And Darnie, probably not the quickest between the wickets based on what we've seen so far. See, yeah, he would have been gone. So half a chance, they don't miss too many. It's probably one thing they want to work on, the Netherlands, hitting the target in the field. Had a lot of direct hit opportunities. And last time these two teams met, there were 20 runs between them. It was on Monday evening in match 5. It was 110-90 to the Netherlands 11. Short, trouble, and, well, umpire says no, off the shoulder. Well, this will be an interesting replay. Yeah, so, yeah, certainly was a noise as it went past. And it was very close to the glove, but it's a difficult one for the umpire to call, to be fair. It all happens very quickly. Yeah, it might be a good call. I mean, saw there the shirt just moving a little bit. Not sure if it took any glove on the way through. I think there's enough doubt there for that decision to stand. And Klein certainly causing a few problems, as he has all week. Well, this is a good shot, and this is going to be the first one of the day. Maximo! And Darnie, a little bit late on the first one, but this one was right out of the middle. And that's the first one of the day. It won't be the last 6 runs to finish the over. Turned out to be a rather productive one in the end for Portugal. 10 for no loss after 1. And a very warm welcome to all of our viewers that are watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. You may want to get involved in our live chat today. And the other thing is that we do have so much cricket on ECN at the moment. We have the 5 matches in the ECC. We have 2 more matches in the Cyprus T10 at night. So there's a lot going on. I plan to bring you over 1,000 matches of cricket this year. Something that's never, ever been done on this scale. And it's exciting to be a part of it. And it's always exciting as well to welcome this man into the commentary box, Rico Fall. Rico, welcome. And let's get ready for another day in the sun.
Muchas gracias, Vinny, y buenos días todos. Good morning, everyone.
Punched away. And once again, we had directed opportunity. And this one, I think, finds him short, Gomsh. At least what he did go straight away. But yeah, for me, I think he's caught just short if that hits.
Yeah, both batsmen here, Vinny, are lucky still to be there. Direct hits with either one of them in these early deliveries this morning. Would have been in trouble. Nice shot there from Mandani for 6, though. That's what he can do when he's timing the ball well. Made 22 in that of 13 balls in that match against Romania yesterday. But again, they weren't able to get enough runs on the ball. That's been their issue. And just wondering if they can put that right here today in this big match for them.
There's Neil Ettman, and he gets dabbed away, and this is going to beat the field up, and it's going to run away for 4. So another confidence booster for Andani, who a lot of people say is the most skillful of the Portuguese batsmen in this team. And it just needs a bit of confidence, and I think this is why the top of the order, it's where he's used to batting. And that was a clever bit of batsmanship to deflect that one away to the boundary.
Yeah, nice shot. Just got enough there. It's, Norway could not get to it. 4 more runs.
And breaks down. And, well, you know, Portugal, they have had their struggles, haven't they, Rico, in this series? But they've got 2 matches today. They've got the Netherlands 11 first up. And they will play Romania in the 3rd match of the day. So it looks beyond them to probably make the 4, even though it is mathematically possible. Still, I'm sure they're going to want to go out there and put on a good show today.
Yeah, I think they will. I think they want to be showing not just themselves, which is, of course, very important, but also people watching. I want to be showing them that what they are really actually capable of. Things just haven't. And sometimes teams go through spells like this. They've had a really successful T20I campaign and on their travels. But here they just haven't clicked with the bat. I think maybe just trying to change it up too much. We've seen that batting order chopped and changed. They're reverting back to some sort of consistency now.
Check drive, just be one. It's a hard thing to get the balance, isn't it, between, you know, experimenting, which I do think you need to do to an extent to try and find your best combination. But then, I suppose, the issue with Portugal is that nothing seems to have worked with the bat and no one seems to have been able to get past around 20 for them. And it does make it hard to build a score, especially against these teams that are fairly ruthless in the field, especially a team like the Netherlands. But Portugal still yet to crack the 100 mark. I'm sure they'd love to do that today. Bit of fortune again. This could have easily gone to a fielder. In the end, it just goes to mid-off for 1. And yeah, so basically today, Rico, it's all about, you know, seeing how these last Group B matches go. Then we'll eliminate the bottom team at the end of the day. The top 4 will play a Group B finals day tomorrow, and 2 of those teams will make it through to Championship Week in 2 weeks' time. Driven away, not really time, but it'll go to the boundary. And this is a confidence booster for Gomes, who does look likely with the bat. This is a nice shot and well received by his teammates. 4 runs.
Yeah, lovely shot. And a good way to end the over as well. And it's 22 without loss. And this is probably one of the best starts that Portugal have made. And these 2 at the moment, they're taking the odd chance, aren't they? They're pushing the Netherlands fielders. They're taking them on. They've been lucky so far. They're having a nice chat with each other. And I think they'll be in the frame of mind now where after the nerves have gone. The confidence will be in now. They've both made good starts. And Dani, 14 of 7. And Gomes, she's on 8 of 5. And they know that it's very important to give their team a good start. I mean, that's what they've been missing. Laying a good foundation for batsmen to come in and play what would be their natural game.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And it's all about, you know, you want to be aggressive without crossing the line into insanity. That's what I often say in this T10 format. And they're going to go to spin within the power play. So they're going to go to Clayton Floyd. They have 2 very good left-arm spinners. The Netherlands 11. Floyd did it with the bat the other day with the first ever T10 international century. This first one's a little bit short. And it's going to beat Musa out there. It's going to be 4 more runs. And doesn't bowl too many bad balls, Floyd, but this was a little bit short, and Dani pounced.
Lovely shot from Andani. He knows where he wants to put this, and he gets it firmly out the middle of the bat. And you can see that he's determined to perform here. He was unlucky. It was the short ball that got him yesterday. He felt the top edge of it. No mistakes there. And he dissected that field perfectly. Just the one man out there, mid-wicket, and the other man at square leg. So Netherlands slight change in their normal field set here to Andani. They've got 2 men on the leg side.
Just tries to deflect this one, but can't catch up with it. He's kicking himself there because there was a man there anyway, and a short third man. This is what we've seen so far. I mean, all across the board, across all days, including Group A, 11.6 and over. And this one hits him on the back pad. They will sneak through for a leg bite.
Well, this one, it's absolutely done him. I think he's done him with the flight.
So just have a look here. I mean, yesterday was actually the lowest scoring day of the entire tournament, funnily enough. And maybe that was a little bit because the Netherlands didn't really click with the bat again. We have also seen a day, though, in the middle of 12.4 from Group B. So it shows you, I think, around that 115 as a pass score, or 116 if you want to be exact. So we'll keep an eye on that as this tournament progresses. Of course, we'll see 5 new teams next week in Group C. Deflection from Gomes. It'll just be 1. And certainly the Netherlands, Rico, have such a well-balanced attack, don't they? I mean, I know they don't have Kingma this game, but Kingma and Klein up front. You've got the two left-arm spinners. Then you've got these other options like the captain, Brandt. You've got Edmund.
Yeah.
You know, a handful for any batting unit. It goes up here, and this one hasn't carried the field, and it's taken. And it is the captain, Sebastian Brandt, who I just mentioned, that takes this one. And I think in the power play, with mid-on and mid-off up, and Dani fancies himself to go down the ground, but it went higher than it went long, and it's the first wicket of the day. Portugal lose it, and it's 28 for 1.
Yes, and once again, it's spin. That's the damage. That's his other partner, Delmay. Both of them together can be pretty ruthless and skittle through the batting lineup. And Andani just failing to get to the 20s there, like he did yesterday, 11 ball 18. He just needed to get his feet into play there. I think if he had just taken another step forward and hit that, it would have probably cleared the fielder, but ends up not getting good power into the shot, and then it's fairly straightforward catch taken there by the captain, Brandt.
He'll be disappointed to go for 18. So many scores between that 15 and 20, or 15 and 25 for Portugal this week. They just need someone to go on with it. That's the nature of the game, I guess.
There's one man who can, isn't it? I mean,
yeah.
Zaid, he's been in really good form.
Yeah, I do think he's a very useful cricketer. Here he is against Floyd. He tosses this one up, and it's deflected away. And this is good stuff in the end from Gomes. He had to get on his bike.
Gomes loses his bat here. I don't know whether this is because the ball struck it or whether it just plugged.
This part of the field, the bat jams. You see, it gets in, so he's got no problem there. But then, see, after this, you can roll that one through if you want. You'll see the bat just kind of jams and sticks in the turf. And he had to hustle. That was a good call, though, because he was backing up and it was his call. It's the end of the third over, end of the power play. It's 29 for 1.
Yeah, 29 for 1. And I think also, I thought maybe the throw perhaps could have gone to the other end there, because Zaid was very slow running and he was ball watching. He's got to be careful, because he will find that these guys, Netherlands, they will pick up on that, and they'll be shying at his stumps.
Here's Maxi Hornweg, who we did see in the ECS in Capella, just outside Rotterdam, around about 3 weeks ago now. He is in the side. Hasn't had a lot of opportunities to get in the 11. It's Maxi does get a chance, and you'll see him principally as a bowler in this lineup. He's a nice tall man, and his brother was playing in the ECS as well, Tom. We called the Karate Kid because of his headband. And he was a very interesting player to cover, Rico. Tell you what. Here is Maxi to bowl over number 4. No ball called and out, but not out because it's a no ball, and it would have been out, but it's not out because it would have been run out. What a start that is. And well, there's a loud call, and umpire Shub Anand is all over it. No, it's a big one as well. Maxi's got that one very wrong. It was a literal foot over.
Yeah, that was huge, wasn't it? I mean, very big miscalculation there from the bowler.
Probably thought he was bowling in the nets, because bowlers always in the nets seem to be bowling from around there. Anyway, free hit time. And misses out. So in the end, he gets away with it. It was effectively just the 1 run off the first ball, but it was an interesting one.
Very interesting one. I think that in the nets, Maxi, is probably when they're bowling to you, mate. You know,
bowlers in the nets. Something I know noise coaches.
Closer and closer, ping them in.
They all bowl no balls in the nets.
Hey, what about when we were in Barcelona playing with those kids?
Oh yeah.
Forget bowling. A bit of chucking going on there.
Chucking at us. Flicked away. Unfortunately, it won't quite carry down there. And
what a journey it's been, though, from when we were there in February, you know, and from there, seeing players as we've been on our travels, and a lot of those players have featured here in this championship. Hasn't it been absolutely marvellous?
Yeah, it certainly has. And that's why it's nice to be back in Spain again, to be honest. It just feels like a coming home of sorts, because that's where it all started this year in 2021. But yeah, it's a real celebration of European cricket. Gomes gets this in the gap and he gets 4. Well, maybe he's the man that can go on with it. He moves into double figures. And again, he's not slogging out there. He's playing cricket shots, and there is value in doing so. And he works Hornwick away to the third man boundary.
Yeah, intelligent shot. He is a good cricketer, Gomes. I've liked what I've seen from him, but he does have the knack of getting himself out. He'll be determined here to stay in. He'll be talking to himself upstairs all the time, saying, okay, just keep going, just stay there, play the shots you know you can play. And if you can do that, he is capable, more than capable, of scoring good runs.
I agree.
I mean, you talk about where it all started and mentioning Spain, Barcelona. Don't forget, it all really started in 2020 in Sporting Alfas.
Yeah, that's true.
Albert, close to Benidorm.
That's true from the ECS, but even before that, the ECL 2019. So, yeah, had a lot of great quality cricket from this nation. And Gomes goes after this one.
Big swing. This is out. I suppose he's probably taking a gamble there, saying if he gets a touch, no slip in play.
Have a look at this. This is Netherlands 11. You see they've dominated with the bat, 135 per 10 overs. That's actually come down a bit, but they're just squeezing the opposition, only allowing 84 per 10 overs. Portugal only 88 per 10 overs with the bat and conceding 12.3 and over, so 123. So you can see this is a mismatch, but this is T10 cricket and anything can happen. Portugal fighting for their lives. They need an upset here if they would have any chance of making that top 4. Oh, cracked away. This is a good shot, really good shot from Gomes, who just stands and delivers. It's kind of a front foot square drive. And it crashed off the fence, and well, he's looking more confident the more time he spends at the crease.
Yeah, I think this one was appreciated by some of the Netherlands players as well. Even they said good shot. It was a lovely shot. It looked beautiful, well executed. 4 more runs go on to his tally and to the tally of Portugal here.
Gomes is one man with top-class experience, of course, so he probably knows a lot of these players that he's batting against. And this one, little noise. I'm not sure this was bat, actually. My instinct was he flicked his pad with his bat. I mean, we'll have a look at this one on the replay. Tell me how close this is to the bat. Well, that was my initial reaction. The replay wouldn't support my hypothesis. It's, we'll see what we get there. I mean,
it's not convincing though, is it? It's not convincing. There was some noise, but hey, look, the umpires in the best position, and they're the ones that have to make the call.
They do.
I think on that one, there was enough doubt there not to give it.
39 for 1. Well, just a couple of little things going towards the Portuguese, I suppose, early. And caught off the no ball. Don't forget how the over started. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Fall. Hope you're having a great day so far. And it's great. We'll have your company all the way through the day. 5 T10 matches on the way from the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. As we move on to over number 5, it's Sebastian Braat. Who
Lovely
comes
shot.
out. Yeah, this is nice. This is another clever stroke. And riding his luck at the moment. And Portugal, well, they're fighting hard. You see there, Antani, well, he's out, but he's still very interested in what's going on. They need to get this 100-plus score as a minimum to compete in this match, you'd think. And once again, you see, despite the third man being in place, just not able to get around in time. So that's a nice one from Amir Zaib. Quick. So Zaib, his next move, just works this away. It's well played. This man Lubbers, he's been busy down there. And look, this is the reason that we are playing the group matches today, to sort out these rankings. We've got the top 4 tomorrow. You can see that 2 of the teams will make it through to the championship week. And so the top 2 looks pretty set at the moment with Netherlands 11 and Austria, but you know, anything can happen. 3rd versus 4th will play an eliminator tomorrow morning. So this will be finals day tomorrow. And by the end of that day, we'll know exactly who is going through to week 4. Cut away. And nice piece of fielding. He's just aware of his teammate as well. Musa tapped it over to Lubbers, but still good running by the batsman. They get 2.
Yeah, Musa does well, patrolling the boundary, flicking this back inside. He didn't have a day to remember yesterday in the field. He put down 3 catches. None of them were easy, has to be said. But he did once more perform with the bat. And he's didn't start well his first 2 matches, but he's come back into the sort of form that we're used to seeing him in.
It's a slow ball. It goes a little bit wrong. I think Gomsh was thinking I probably could hit this, but probably no point. Had the deep point out on the boundary. I'll often say if you can tell the ball's going to be called a wide, don't hit it unless you're sure you can get a 4 or 6. Otherwise, it's not really worth it. Cut away. Lubbers has a go from downtown, but can't hit the target. I think batsman's probably safe anyway. And Gomsh moves to 20. This is exact kind of innings I'm talking about, where we've seen Portuguese batsmen get to this mark and find a way to get out. So he survived a very close call last over. Matt perhaps a bit fortunate to survive, but he has to make the most of this opportunity. Still over half of the innings remains. Slow ball, but driven down to long on by Amir Zaib. Certainly, you know, we love this cricket ground. So much work's gone into it, hasn't it, Rico? And all the feedback we're getting, people are really loving, you know, the scenery from the Costa del Sol. Beautiful part of the world.
No, it really does look so picturesque, especially in a morning like this. Sun's out. You see magnificent views, and well, this is a nice view for the batsman, Gomsh, because he gets it past the fielder and he goes for 4. And he just keeps plucking away, and every time he's being given a bit of width there, he's very quick to get on it. This is a nice shot, though. Just look, gets right on top of it as well. He steers this to exactly where he wants it to go. So 4 more there, and the score moves on to 57 here now.
I think with that one,
53.
Yeah, 53.
Getting ahead of
well,
myself.
maybe you know
there.
what's going to come up next, but now 50 comes up off the last ball of the first half of this innings for Portugal, and it's the kind of start they needed, isn't it? You know, it's got to affect your morale when you've not really been able to perform to the standard that you desired. But here against the big boys, they are standing up, and yeah, I like the way Gomsh got over the top of that cut shot. So Hornveg's going to get a second over. And yeah, the weather today, speaking of the weather, give you a bit of an update.
Hello, welcome back to the Santarém Cricket Ground. It's great to have your company. We're going to have to take the 2021 off because we are back in the present. There it goes. The good news is we are getting back on in just a couple of minutes, and I do have a bit of an update for you that we have had a reduction from 10 overs originally, of course, to a 5-over match. And of course, there's 1 over already gone. Norway 6 for 1. Originally, they were chasing 118 in 10 overs. The adjusted target is 65. So quick calculations left to do. So they need 59 runs in 4 overs, 59 off 24. And if they can do that, they'll sew up the series. So basically from here, they need to go 14.75 and over. There's the players going back out there. Well done to all the crew as well. Got to say, it was a huge effort to be able to get the covers on, get the covers off. Again, rain's pretty much completely stopped now. We don't really have issues with drainage here, and the middle area has been pretty well protected. But yeah, the issue was the physical rain falling became a little bit too much. So yeah, we've got a 5-over Fiesta. This is a true T5. Sometimes I don't like that term because it assumes T stands for 10, but this is a 10-5 because there were 10 overs in the first innings when he sounded him Mr. Maximo Tinagoff. Well, she's the T next to me. And yeah, Norway, I'll get the opportunity to wrap up the series here outright. And I suppose the DLS does what it's meant to do. I think the percentages don't change too much with this adjusted target of 65.
Well, we had Norway affected by the rain yesterday. That was the women's side, and probably they had the rough side of the deal on that occasion. And here you say, I guess this favours Norway. When the overs are reduced, they know exactly what they need. I think the rain is gone for now, and that target 65. They've lost that early wicket, but they've got a bit of firepower, don't they?
This man Arif hasn't faced a ball yet. He watched the first over from the non-strikers end. Of course, it is a 2-over power play now, so this is the last power play over, and bowlers are restricted to the 1. So the 1 over we saw from Shanta will be his last. Bowled a really good over, 1 for 6. But anyway, Yeah, look, I think it's a fair target, and we are away. 65, the adjusted target.
And that's starting off with a Baximo, proper Baximo. That one just
because it
snicks
goes
off.
offside of his head, but leg side of the stumps. And swing hard. I suppose you could say that's his 100 because he finished on 98 against the same opposition yesterday.
He's the key man here and swinging himself to the boundary. First ball. And there's a bit of readjustment needed here for Portugal. They probably had a plan in place for how they would want to defend that 117 that they put on the board after 10 overs. But now they have to rejig the bowlers. With the bowlers now only allowed the 1 over each. And they're mopping the ball up as well because it's going to be pretty wet in the outfield.
Not the start you want either. If you're Portugal, come back for Hashu.
There's a nice comeback as it zips through to the keeper. It is still raining. You can kind of see it on the camera there, but it's certainly not the kind of rain that we'll want to come off with, especially just trying to get to the end of this game. And, well, for Portugal, it's a case of trying to keep this series alive. They, of course, have the 3 games today, and that one's, in fact, called a no ball. Must have been a front foot error there. Umpire Crew signals the free hit. So again, that's not what you need when Norway, well, look, they already have the license to swing, and now they've got the license to swing with the invisibility cloak.
Come back though, cost them too much. Holding cutter. So yeah, Portugal, they've got a chance here to pick up a win. They were already in a reasonable position, at least in the contest. I wouldn't say they were even ahead in the game. They probably went 60-40 before the break, 60-40 now. The rain's back, as you can see. Only a 2.5 on the Maximo scale.
Yeah,
hopefully it passes.
We've got some Maximo wiggle room there. As that one goes high up in the air, and it's going to go all the way as well. There's no fielders out on the leg side, as we are still in that reduced power play. But even if they were, they wouldn't have got anywhere near that. You can see the rain coming down there as umpire Andy watches that soar over the rope. Osman Arif moves to 12. 46 needed.
Full on beast mode here, isn't he? And the other thing is, you know, I don't know if we're going to come off again or not, depending on what happens in the next couple of minutes. But 3 overs is a game here. So, Norway, if they can stay ahead, and their percentages are a really good guide for who's ahead on DLS as well. They're both measures of who's winning the game. And normally they agree. So at the moment, Norway would be ahead. If they get to 3 overs they're ahead, they come off, then that's it. 3-0, series done. Of course, we still play other games.
Well, you can see what Arif's trying to do. He's just swinging for the hills.
The old 2-2 count, really. He's swung his hit 2, he's missed 2.
But that's kind of all that Norway need to do. They need to go at 13s, 14s, so if they can connect with 2, they go to the rope, and they just pick up a couple of more runs here and there through the over, then that's job done. You can see fielders trying to keep warm. They've got no chance of keeping dry as the rain falls. That one's hit high up in the air, but there's a chance here for Jeremy Martins underneath it. He should take it, and he does. Watched it well. That was in the air for a long time, and big celebrations for Portugal because that's the danger man gone.
Huge game, this, because it's basically to keep the series alive for Portugal, and Martins, you wouldn't want anyone else under it. He's got such a beautiful pair of hands, doesn't he? And even in tough conditions, he's a guy who's played a lot of club cricket in Ireland. I know it's not always dry in Ireland. But he made that look very, very easy. Just back to back, was happy to take it, kind of fingers down. And the dangerous Arif is going to have to go. It's a spanner in the works. He's out for just the 2 Maximos, 12 in total. It's 19 for 2.
At least for Norway, he did get those 2 Maximos. So it's 46 needed in 19. But of course, for Portugal, not only was that a big wicket, also a dot ball. And every dot ball now, when there's only 19 balls left remaining, really ratchets up that run rate. It's now above 14. And it's final ball of the second over, final ball of the power play. And it's the shark attack. Yeah. Your favourite, Vinny. He's coming out he's circling. He's out in the water.
He's circling. He could be anything. 46 off 19 required.
He dances down the pitch, and that one, he doesn't get all of it, but he gets enough of it as that just bounces for a 1 bounce 4 to end the second over. Norway 23 for 2, so they need 42 in the final 3 overs.
Good last ball from Hashu. He's so late on that, is Mohamed Shehzad, but he's still able to get some bat on it, squeezes it away. So yeah, 23 for 2. So now 14 and over required. You're just trying to win the battle with 14. It's very clear if you win the over or not. So, Norway 2-0 up in the series. If we get through this over, then it's a result one way or another. It's not a no result. So, it's the biggest over so far. The other thing is, I think you want to put who you think your best bowling options are on now, because you never know. It could rain and they might not get to bowl. So they've gone to Jeremy Martins here. Again, not easy conditions, but he would have played in these kind of conditions before a fair bit. He's got a lot of good changes of pace. But yeah, just wonder about the grip of the ball and these kind of things.
What do you want here for Portugal? Do you want the game abandoned?
I think you still feel
you want to win, right?
You're 3 overs away from winning. That's what you'd be... and you'd feel... it's very, very close. I don't have the DLS in front of me. I kind of said this earlier as well. I like the knots.
You can see what Portugal have in their mind. Jeremy Martins running to the back of his mark.
I like nobody knows the DLS. It's not meant to be known.
Mystery. No one really knows what it is, let's be honest. As that one goes into the leg side, and it's a terrific effort there from Amandeep Singh, but it slips through his grasp like a bar of soap. I think it just drops the right side of the boundary if you're from Portugal. Just dips inside the boundary, still goes for 4. That was a really tough effort.
Yeah, it's a tough one, but it might be the difference. I think we're back up to a 4. We're probably up to what they went off in before. We'll see.
It's a good delivery from Jeremy Martins, but an even better shot off the bat of Vishal Sharma, and he made both Martins and umpire Andy here take evasive action. 1 duck, 2 duck, 3 duck. You got all 3 of them in one. But he gets it to the boundary. 4 runs.
1 duck, 2 duck, 3 duck, 4. 4 runs did he score.
It's weather for ducks at the moment.
It is, isn't it?
You can see it's coming down quite heavily.
4.5.
I assume the maximum scale goes to 6.
No, it goes to 10.
Okay. This is a 4.5. Wow.
That's a good ball. Good comeback.
At what point does the arc come out? 8.5?
We've seen, actually in Prague last year we had, say, an 8 or a 9. And 10 is kind of your house blows away, not just the 10.
2 balls left of the third. Slower ball from Martins, but just drifted the wrong side of that wide line. You can see what he's trying to do.
It's a good ball, just missed his spot, almost found it. And the thing is, even though they're behind at the moment, Portugal, they're probably only a couple of balls away from being ahead if they're able to keep the non-boundaries. So we're actually going to put pretty tense period coming up.
I was going to say 9 from the over, but make that 15 as Sharma gets a hold of that one. It's really just a losing game here for Martins, because Norway just know they can swing from the hip. They don't mind if there's a few dots, because once they make contact, it's going to go to the rope. Vishal Sharma into the action here and in the runs as he moves to 20. Norway now needing 27 off 13.
That's the boundary, it breaks the pressure. There was pressure. Martins love a dot here to finish off. 15 off this over so far.
And it's gone into the leg side, but it's going to go all the way. Amandeep Singh jumps but doesn't get anywhere near that, and well, Jeremy Martins over goes magical. 21 runs off it, and that probably breaks the back of this run chase, but there's still 2 overs left.
Need someone to bowl a miracle over now. So we've got a game, so we know that either this game, after this game, you're looking at Norway 3-0 up, or Portugal have come back to be 2-1 down. And it's eased off a little bit. I think they'll probably finish these 2 overs come heck or high water.
Well, if they stayed out in the middle of that over, that was probably the heaviest they've been out in. And well, Portugal now, they'll know they're behind the run rate, so the only way they can win this game is by wrestling back the momentum in this final 2.
And yeah, looks like they're going to go to Shada Rahman, left armour. He still can get back ahead. Now, what would they need to do? Probably keep this to 7 or 8 off the over, maybe pick up another wicket or something like that. It doesn't seem that likely, but you'd feel the computer or the DLS, whatever computer you're using, probably backing Norway to get maybe 15, 16 off the last over. Any more than that, probably Portugal would be ahead.
It's a big hit off the bat of Mohamed Sahak, and we've seen a few flare shots from him, and that's one of the best, as he just flicks that from outside off stump. can see why he's one of your favourites.
Yeah, well, he's a special kind of player, you know, because he's got so many.
Welcome back to the Santa M cricket ground.
Different things that he can do. Oh, good to see you two places at once.
Yeah,
anyway,
magic.
Looks like they're going to come off now here. This is what's coming up. It's scheduled actually for a 15-minute start. Portugal versus Norway in the women. And Portugal winning the toss, electing to bowl in there. That series is already decided in Portugal's favour. But looks like they're coming off, and I think this time they will be coming off for good in this game at least.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty set now, and maybe that was also to do with the game situation. I think that Norway had it so far in hand, and it is very, very heavy at the moment.
Yeah, they just cut the losses there, and well, we've still got 4 games to go. Hopefully the forecasters look better later in the day, and this one maybe you just tick in the box. The game is done one way or another.
Yeah, and look, I will say I'm a bit surprised that both series are 3-0, given that I think that there's not that much between the scenes. There's Paolo Bucciamazza with the covers and the ground through. They're doing magnificent work. There's no other way to say it. And yeah, even you see Hashu there with the covers. So the players, it's not easy for them as well. They want to be out there. They want to be playing, and they did their best in the conditions. But I think now we can confirm that Norway are going to be the winners of that game, and as such they will take an unassailable 3-0 lead in the series, but still plenty to play for. Every game is something to play for. Obviously you've got these two teams trying to improve their cricket together, and even individually, pressing your case for regular selection. And yeah, unfortunately that will be the end of match number 3, which is the first game of the day. But the next game is meant to start in 10 minutes. I think it's almost certain that we'll have a delay. But what we'll do, we'll come back in 10 minutes anyway and give you a little bit of an update and maybe throw you to a classic match while we're waiting for the rain to stop. For now, Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maxwell, we're teeing off. Enjoy a little break and get set when we return in 10 minutes for an update here on the situation in Portugal in these European Cricket Internationals.
Because he gets it past the fielder and he goes for 4, and he just keeps plucking away, and every time he's being given a bit of width there, he's very quick to get on it. This is a nice shot though. Just look, gets right on top of it as well. He steers this to exactly where he wants it to go. So 4 more there, and the score moves on to 57 here now.
I think with that one,
53.
Yeah, 53.
Getting ahead of
well,
myself.
maybe you know what's going to come up next, but now 50 comes up off the last ball of the first half of this innings for Portugal, and it's the kind of start they needed, isn't it? It's got to affect your morale when you've not really been able to perform to the standard that you desired. But here against the big boys, they are standing up, and yeah, I like the way Gomp's got over the top of that cut shot. So Hornveg's going to get a second over. And yeah, the weather today, speaking of the weather, give you a bit of an update after this ball from Max Hornveg. Just tapped away to Floyd. Just get a single. That'll bring Gomps back on strike. Yeah, currently about 23 degrees. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 26. Now there is the threat of a thunderstorm this afternoon as well. And that has been the case the last couple of days, but we haven't had one yet. So hopefully the weather gods are kind. Maybe
We're
the storm.
very fortunate, haven't we? I mean, I know there's been a lot of rain around us. I was talking to his wife yesterday, and I know the Alicante region has had a lot of rain. Barcelona as well has been involved with the old Gotza Fria. We've been fortunate. I think the mountains here surrounding us has kept it away.
Well, may it continue. Well, this is smashed, and this one might bring rain because this is a real supersonic blast. Nice new balls, please. Gomsh goes bang. Maximo. What a shot that was over mid-wicket.
Oh, this is superb. Boom, shaka luggy. What I was talking about, the mountains around us. Well, this one's gone on top of one of those mountains. What a shot that was. That was picked up sweet. Absolutely lovely. And just all timing, just using the pace and smashing it away.
That was a sensational shot from Gomsh. Came from nowhere. Around the second half now. He's made it to 30. And he needs to go on with it. Hornweg wants his revenge. It just shows me at least he's got his head screwed on here, Gomsh. Because how often do we see a batsman, after batting for a while, hit a maximo and then try and repeat it next ball no matter what? So I think he has to bat through the innings or at least to kind of 9th or 10th over. Hornweg. He hasn't had too much luck so far with the catch off the no ball. I suppose you make your own luck. Oh, this is a ridiculous shot, and he's gone reverse. And how about this from Gomsh? That is an unbelievable reverse maximo.
Oh, this is just beautiful. This is what we're talking about. Sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket on the Costa del Sol. What a lovely shot this is, and all the way for 6. Oh, that was classy, and that is now the shot of a man that's seen it well, and he's in good form. And as you said, when the ball's good, he's happy to respect it, but when he knows it's there for a shot, even a shot like that, he takes it on. That was great shot.
Amazing shot. I mean, had to be an element of premeditation in that one. Unbelievable. What's next? He goes straight, and he goes into the gap. And a good bit of fielding down there. They're going to have to hustle. I think direct hit. Amirzad was gone. Yeah. But again, calculated risk pays off. His partnership's now worth 40, and Gomsh is turning it on.
Yeah, Zaib is not the quickest, is he? We've seen that already. But look, these two, they're doing well. 40-run partnership now here. And starting just to accelerate at the right time as well.
Well, now it's last ball of the over. So let's see what the approach is from Gomsh. Retries one more time. They will take a one. And Zulfikar was forced to throw with the glove on. I think couldn't quite get it off. But in the end, they do get through for 1 run. Leg by, I think it'll be in the end. At the end of 6, it's 69 for 1. Yeah. Well, that's the acceleration that Portugal needed, wasn't it? Just through overs 5 and 6, as over 5 went for 14 and over 6 went for 16. So 30 off the last 2, and well, they're set up nicely to finish this chase. But I think that man Gomsh, he's got to go on with it, Rico.
Yeah, he does. But I think this is going to be interesting now for me. There's a change, and I was expecting DeMay to come on. He wasn't at his best in the last time we saw him. I think the batsmen were taking him on, and he was getting a bit of stick, getting a bit of whack. So he'll be wanting to get that out of his head as he's coming on. But look, he, similarly to Clayton and Floyd, when they come on, they always make something happen. We know that Floyd, he's still got an over to bowl. So interesting phase of this match.
It certainly is. And here's the first one in the air, and it's going to carry. Wow. This one's, again, one that we've seen sometimes carry, sometimes not, but he just got enough there, Gomsh. Maximo. He moves to 44 within 1 swing of the bat from a memorable half-century.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem that Julian DeMay had yesterday, was just a little bit too short. And every time he drops it short, the batsman latch onto it.
This time, just be the one. It'll give Zaib a chance. He's just played a bit of a second fiddle role so far, but he's now got the opportunity, I think, to open his shoulders a little bit.
Yeah.
Because he's got Gomsh at the other end going great guns. I think the main thing is he can't chop any dot balls. Needs to at least get one, get Gomsh back on strike. But of course, if we can get more, that'd be even better. Right, it goes big, and once again, a little bit too short from DeMay. That one's over the fence. That's out of here. Chaka, another Maximo to Portugal. They're up in the 80s.
Yeah, and well, see DeMay straight away after that delivery, just calling over his captain, and he's having a chat with him about something. And maybe he wants to have a field change here, but really, he's too short. I think all 3 balls that he's bowled so far have been too short. He's got to get the ball further up there and maybe just take some of the pace off it as well. He's a tall man, isn't he? Very tall. So, I mean, if he does fire it in, it does come in like a medium pacer. Just got to get that flight into the ball.
He gets good bounce, but you can also take advantage of that. This one's more pitched up, and Zaib will get 1. So that's a good result for Portugal. Yeah, because if it does bounce, you want to play that shot that Zaib played, just the ball before the last one. It does give you the bounce to work with, so you know, you can really fly off the bat. And Gomsh, he's on 45. And he goes bang, and this one will make it to the boundary as well placed. There was a man in the circle at 45. There's also a deep backward square leg, but it bisected those fieldsmen. And, well, now Gomsh within 1 run of his half century. And I love the way he's just gone up a gear.
Yeah.
But he still has been selective, I think, in this innings. So, just the 1 required. And he gets his 50 in style. What a good innings it's been from Sean Gomsh. He's promised a lot this series, hasn't really delivered just yet, but he certainly has this morning against the big guns of the Netherlands 11. 50 off 22 balls with 3 sixes and 5 fours.
Yeah, Shaba. Gomsh, 50 off 22. Bordachi batting Kati. We know he's got the ability and we know he's got the talent. And it was just about applying himself, and he's done that perfectly. And I think the words he used, he's been very selective, is absolutely spot on. And that's what's got him there, and that's what's got his team in a good position. 88 for 1 of 7.
So just a reminder about where we are in this tournament. This is Group B, the 2nd week of action. There's 4 weeks in total. And by tomorrow, we'll know which of these 5 teams you're watching this week will make it through to Championship Week. They'll join Belgium and Spain. And they'll also be joined by 2 teams from Group C that we'll see next week. You see the 5 countries there that will make up Group C. So a lot of action still coming your way. We're not even halfway through yet. The first ever Dream 11 European Cricket Championship, the Euros of Cricket. As we see another reverse attempt. Clayton Floyd comes back into the attack. Just a leg bias, a no bat on that one. Yeah, Phenom in the chat. We're saying maybe Clayton Floyd might have been able to have a bit of a chat to his fellow left arm spinner, or maybe. So it depends what kind of a mood the bowler's in, whether they want to be approached or not sometimes. But his side, I think he's going to have a crack here. Well, he does, and gets over the fielder, and he's going to get 4. That was a little bit of a leading edge. Certainly wasn't convincing from Zaib, but he is now trying to up the ante as well. They do have wickets in hand, and Portugal, it's hard to believe they haven't scored 100 in the series yet. I mean, they're almost there. Plenty of balls remaining. Scores up to 89.
Yeah, this is now where I think Zaib has to go. He's got to go ballistic, take on every ball.
He punches this one out, and just settle for 1 here. It was almost deflected away from the outfielder. Yeah, by Ryan Klein, I think that is. But we'll bring Gomsh on strikes. Not a bad move. I mean, all the batsmen have struggled with the left arm spin twins of the Netherlands, DeMay and Floyd. Let's see what Gomsh's approach is. Tries to sweep. It'll be a wide. So I'll get a couple for free here as they do come through for a physical run as well. And yeah, this one just missing the leg stump and not handled cleanly by Zulfikar behind the stump. So he's kept very well this week. Had a little bit of an off day yesterday. I think he'd be the first to admit that. But I do think he's got a lot of potential. And hopefully he can rediscover his best form with the gloves. Quarter of the innings left, Rico. At run rate. It's up 12.8 and over at the moment. We saw the Netherlands pushed yesterday by Hungary. Zaib just tries to swing this away to the leg side. Doesn't make contact.
Yeah, they are fighting for survival, aren't they? I mean, they've got to do it the hard way. They've got to get a win here and then win their last match and hope other results go their way. But it is possible.
Yeah, it is.
They've got to believe. And they should be posting 120 plus here if they really crack on with this, and this will help. This is going big. Is it going to go all the way? Yes, it is. Vole, vole, vole. 6 carreras más. Así me gusta. Sigue, sigue, sigue. A tope, a tope. Nice shot. 6 more.
Yeah, well, the fielder couldn't have done anything else. He bent himself backwards trying to pull that one back from the beyond. But it was pretty much a big top edge. And now the 100 is up for the first time. Portugal have cracked the magical 3 digits. I don't think they're done yet. Still over 2 overs remaining. So I won't get a run here. And so Gomes will have the strike at the end of 8. Portugal in an unfamiliar situation with over 100 runs on the board. It's 102 for 1.
Yeah, this partnership goes on to 74. Now, wouldn't that be something, like we say, get to 120 plus and maybe get a 100 partnership? And I was saying that they'll be keen to show not just themselves in their own minds what they're capable of, but I think they know that. They know they've underperformed in this championship, but I think it's all about showing the people that are supporting them around the globe as well, and also people like Anna and Buck Stoneman who have followed them all the way through the championship, not just here, but wherever they've travelled. Big supporters, and of course they've got 2 Stomans that play in the side as well, Francois and Miguel. This is a big moment, and well, a happy day for them. Portugal doing themselves proud.
Yeah, for sure. But we need to play both halves of the game. At the moment, they're performing with the bat. They'll have their hands full with Ryan Klein, who's coming back to bowl the 9th. Oh, it's a really good bit of timing. This isn't easy against the bowler of Klein's pace, but I think that Gomes just predicting that it'd be a Yorker, so he decided to get ahead of the game. And this is a really good piece of batsmanship.
This is delightful. He's not been on much of the strike as since he's got that 50, but this, what a shot that is.
It's a pretty good Yorker.
Awesome.
I mean, maybe it's 10 centimetres too full. It's actually pretty much right where Klein wanted it. This game of cat and mouse. And this time it's going to be 4 more. And so it's one a little bit streaky, but he'll take it. It's just what Portugal needed. We said earlier they've had struggles with their batsmen getting out of the 20s, or past 20. Gomes has gone on with it in this innings, and he moves to 58.
He's batted really well, hasn't he? Really has. He's controlled himself, contained himself, played the loose balls really well, put them away. And when he's had to be cautious, he's been cautious as well. But this is not the time to be cautious here. We're in the 9th. They can turn out to be magical one way or another, with bat or with ball. At the moment, there's 2 fours from 2 balls.
Only the long off out on the offside. The others are in the circle. There's a short third man, there's a backward point, there's a cover point. He tries to go in that direction, I think. And it's an interesting field. Have all 5 out now. So mid-offs come into the circle. So all 5 men out are on the leg side, and all 4 men on the offside are in the circle. It's an interesting one at this stage. I mean, when you get to the last couple of overs, I think you don't need to worry too much about the field. If you have a shot that you think you hit for 6, then I don't think you have to worry about if there's a fielder there on fields of this dimensions. But I guess you have a little bit more of a margin for error if there isn't an outfield patrolling it. So I think that's why the ball before, Gomes trying to get it over the offside field, knowing there's no one back there. But I guess the bowler knows where his fielders are. He's probably not going to give you an easy delivery to face. And that isn't an easy delivery to face as Zaib gets yorked. And this was another good Yorker from Klein. This time it doesn't go to the boundary. It knocks back the off stump. But at the end of a pretty good innings from Amir Zaib. He played a support role. Didn't chew up too many dot balls at all. Did contribute a couple of big shots of his own. 2 4s and 2 6s. He goes for 27. And the score is 111 for 2. That does break the partnership at 83. But what a good partnership that was for the second wicket.
It's a great partnership. And talking about a break, well, that nearly breaks the stumps. Well, I think Zaib there was just quite happy that he got his feet out of the way, because that was one of those Yorkers. It's right there in the block hole. It was right in at his toes. And you saw him doing a little bit of hopping, making sure it doesn't make contact with the toes, because that certainly was a toe breaker. It's the base of the off stump. A very, very good Yorker. Great delivery. But look, it's been a good partnership as well. and well batted, you have to say, to the man who really was instrumental in it as well, Amir Zaib. He had to change his style slightly, especially the way that Gomes was batting. He played the supporting role and put on a very good partnership. But it is, of course, the Nelson that brings the wicket.
Yeah, the 1-1-1. So, new batsman out there is the captain, Shazad, who's on a bit of a run of outs, isn't he, Rico? And he survives this ball from Klein, but that's a really good steadying over from Klein. In the end, it only goes for 9. And after the 9th over, it's 111 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, it was an interesting over from Klein. He was playing about with his line, playing about with his field as well. But once the single was taken by Gomes, the left-hander, he got darted in that deadly Yorker delivery and gets another wicket. And he's gone bowled his 2 overs for 18, 1 wicket. So the final over.
Klein's just continued to impress, hasn't he, throughout this series? I mean, there were 2 boundaries that over. One of them was just an outstanding shot by Gomes first ball. The other one was an edge. Apart from that, just the single. So just putting the brakes on a little bit. Sebastian Braat, the captain, will come back to bowl the 10th and final over. Behind to Gomes, who's on 58. Short and just worked away for 1. Gomes will wish he'd done a bit more with that. Otherwise, may have just been missing the leg stump for a wide. But this brings Shazad on strike, the captain of Najam Shazad. Again, he's had a bit of a run of out. Some of the captains that have struggled with the bat. We know Ramesh Sathisen for Romania hasn't been able to get going. But Shazad's done a fair bit with the ball, though, and in the field he's taken some excellent catches.
Captain to captain.
Well, cracks this one and gets it good. And that one's going to fly past the giant ice cube for a Maximo. And what a way to get off the mark. Shazad picked the slower ball, had the length to work with, and he just hit straight through the line of it. Great shot, 6 runs.
Yeah, lovely shot indeed. Braat going for the slower ball, second time on the trot. And this time the captain, he says, well, I'm not sticking around. You know he's got the power, he's got the strength. And he could give them a good finish here.
Yeah, Gomes enjoyed that one too. So, Braat, does he persist with the slower ball, or maybe does he jam in a Yorker? Let's find out. A bit more time to think about it. But yeah, now a couple more of those away, 130 plus, and if you hold your chances. Goes pace on. Shazad tries to swing it away. Big gap at deep mid-wicket, but not able to make any contact.
Yeah, it'd be interesting also to see how Netherlands go about this. Remember that one yesterday against Hungary? I mean, it wasn't a lot of runs on the board. 108, 109 for victory. And they only got there with 2 balls to go, and only 1 batsman really made any contribution. That was Lubbers, the left-hander.
Well, this is a dead ball because it's gone backwards. And as this almost hit the umpire, I think, well, this will be an interesting replay. This is, there's slower balls. This was slow, so slow it had negative velocity. Because somehow gone backwards, just slipped out of his hand before the backswing. This could be a wide. Yeah, it's gone over his head. And yeah.
Yes, he's asking the question, well, maybe he doesn't know the laws. This has gone way over his head, and there's no way you can argue about that. This was a big wide.
Even a tennis racket, and he probably weren't reaching that.
I think Shub just explained it to him. Anything that's over. And also that will be the one for the over as well.
Well, it wasn't as short as the one earlier, because the one earlier went backwards. Here's the next one. It's hit reasonably well by Shazad. Well, very well, in fact. Maximo! Great shot. He doubles his score. And that one was big over long on. 6 more to Portugal.
Boom, shaka-lagia. Well, this one doesn't go backwards. This goes forward, but forward at a pace. A long way. Big hit. A little bit too short. And absolutely thumped.
Portugal get 130 on the board. They'll believe. You know, edged and taken. So slow ball that time. And Shazad, a little jog off and get ready for their fielding innings. And well, despite Gomes being at the wrong end this over, I think I'll be pretty happy with a couple of maximos he saw from his captain. He's got them at least to above a par score. And look, Netherlands, we know they're a power pack lineup, but we saw them get the wobbles chasing yesterday, and it's inevitable that there will be chances, there will be moments in the second innings, and if Portugal can hold on to them, then anything's possible. So 2 sixes in that innings from Shazad. He goes for a dozen. And his teammates appreciating his contribution. This is Mohamed Siraj Nippo coming to the crease. And he'll just have the one delivery to try and score as many as he can. Brat has gone for 28. Slow ball, and he's been given LBW. So, clever bit of bowling, and Nippo just trying to swing across the line. So, it finishes with 2 in 2. Does Brat, you see it's full. May have just flicked the front pad, then the back pad, but it certainly did look pretty adjacent. So, in the end, Portugal do crack the 100 and change in the end, because they finished 125 for 4 off their 10 overs. And Rico, certainly, they've got something on the board that maybe they'll be able to defend.
Absolutely, they've done well. They had to come out positive. They had to come out and play as a team. They had to regroup, and they did exactly that. And they've scored good runs. They put good runs on the board against a team. Well, don't forget, they are one of the championship favourites, aren't they, the Netherlands?
Well, they certainly are. And had a little bit of an off game in the last game against Hungary to the Netherlands 11. But there's Musa Ahmed. We know he is a very, very exciting player to watch with the bat, the left-hander. But there was another left-hander stealing the show on Thursday morning here, match 16 of Group B, and it was Sean Gomsh. I loved the way that he batted, but he lost his opening partner, Andani, for 18. That was still a handy partnership, got them going. Hornbeck came out and hold a big no ball. He took a wicket off it, but of course it wasn't out. And he disappeared for a couple of boundaries as Gomsh just turned things on in the 6th over, and this was an unbelievable shot. So this was the acceleration that Portugal needed, and I think even the Netherlands players had to sit back and admire that reverse one disappearing for 6, as did this one. Zaib, he played his role, and then Klein came back in the 9th. He delivered a pretty good over, but there were a couple of boundaries in it. That was a good Yorker that disappeared anyway. That was a good Yorker that knocked off stump out of the ground. Then Shazad, he came and played a little bit of a cameo as well, hitting a couple out of the ballpark. When it was all said and done, it was Portugal that by far their best batting performance of the week, as they compiled 125 runs off their 10 overs, and they did get someone to go on with it. It was Sean Gomsh with his innings of 59 off 28 balls, with 3 maximos and 7 fours. He was ably assisted all the top 4, getting into double figures. 27 from Zaib, that was a good partnership of 83 after they lost Andani for 18. And like I said, Shazad chipping in with a couple of big hits at the end. Just the 4 wides and no ball, so fairly disciplined from the Netherlands. As far as their bowling went, for me, Klein, he was the best of the bowlers, 1 for 18 of his 2 overs. And Julian DeMay just getting the 1 over. He was a little bit off. He went for 19. Clayton Floyd chipping in with a wicket. And Brat got 2 off the last 2 balls. But again, he was a little bit expensive, going for 28 of his 2 overs. So the scene is set for Portugal. They'll be defending with everything they've got. Any chance of making the top 4 would require them to defend this score of 125 against the strong Netherlands 11. This is a team that hasn't tasted victory against a team that hasn't tasted defeat as yet this week in Group B. So join us in just a few minutes for the run chase. It will be the Netherlands 11 requiring 126 off their 10 overs. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Poole, and you're watching Group B of the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. Bienvenidos a España and welcome back to the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. And whether you're watching on our YouTube channel or one of our broadcast partners, it's wonderful to have your company today. And this is the final day of group matches for Group B, the second of 3 groups that we'll see all of these teams trying to make it through to Championship Week, Week 4. And right now we've got Portugal. They're playing for their lives. They must win this game and win the next one against Romania to have any chance of progressing to Group B finals day tomorrow and the opportunity to be one of those teams. And they've got their work cut out for them. But one thing you would say is they've shown a lot of heart so far, the Portuguese team, on the way to 125 for 4 off their 10 overs. The Netherlands requiring 126. And Portugal, their bowling has been their strong suit. It's their batting that's let them down this week. So, and the Netherlands, you would still favour them in this chase, although it's a little bit over par, probably 10 over par. But based on what the Netherlands have been performing, their par is something in the 130s or 140s. So it's going to be an exciting conclusion to match 16. And joining me in the commentary box, as always, is Rico Full. And Rico, well, Netherlands, no doubt they would be favourites, I think, still in most people's eyes. But Portugal, they've given themselves a chance, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah, they've got the runs on the board, and we know what that does. Runs on the board creates a bit of pressure, and even the big teams, like Netherlands, feel that. A good example of that was yesterday in that game against Hungary. And, well, I think, as you mentioned, I think Portugal have been pretty good with the ball. They've been working hard with it. They've been getting the ball in the right areas. They've been good in taking the catches. We know that the keeper, Francois Stoneman, has been very good as well. So they're going to be up for this. Why not? You know, they are the big-time underdogs, and what an opportunity to cause what would be a huge upset here.
Here's the first ball to reply. Junaid Khan. It's cut away. And Andani tries to throw from a lying down position. Concedes a single. Yes, I mean, it's all about not letting the Netherlands 11 get away here, isn't it? And trying to push that rate up. Could go one of 2 ways. Netherlands, if they get a big power play, something around the 50 mark, then they can probably cruise from there. But Portugal, they have to fight. They have to take their chances. This is Lubbers, who batted very well for 58 in their previous match. Got a few guns down the order, of course. Floyd and Musa Ahmed, their regular openers. Lubbers is making a case, though. And this one could be a chance. Down to third man, and is held. Wow, how about this? And a little bit short is Miguel Stoneman down there on the third man boundary. Well, the youngster, I'm sure that he was thinking all sorts of thoughts as this ball was coming towards him, but Junaid just beat him for pace a little bit, I think. He was late on the shot. The catch flew, it was taken, and the chance is taken. Netherlands lose a first, an early wicket for Junaid Khan. It's 1 for 1.
This is a huge wicket. Look, Victor Lubbers yesterday, 32 of 14 against Austria, and then he made that half century, didn't he? 58 of 20 against Hungary. He has gone for a golden, and that is a golden start for Portugal. Well, they're certainly going to be up for it now, because that is a big wicket to take first up. And nice catch, and what a lovely moment there as well for Miguel Stoneman. We haven't really seen too much of him with bat or with ball, but he's been outstanding in the field. And that's a great catch, and a proud moment for his mum and his dad that are watching.
Yeah,
and
I'm sure
that's Bucks and Anna.
They'll be thrilled about that. And Junaid Khan, he's a gamer. He just loves the fight. And Portugal, they're full of the fight this morning. Still got to get through a couple of big guns, though. They're going to keep coming for the Netherlands 11. But do Portugal have what it takes? Musa Ahmed comes out at number 3. So we saw him batting a lot lower yesterday. I think it was 6 or 7 he came out. He'll be in a very familiar position, batting in the first over to Junaid Khan. Leg side, called a wide.
Just trying to get the effort ball in here. It's always disappointing for me, a bowler, when you're just taking a wicket and then the next delivery bowl is a wide, because it just takes a little bit of pressure off. the team, but the pressure's still on the batsman. He's still not got off the mark, and this still is the first ball he's facing.
Pushes and runs. Oh, close.
A very good throw, but I think he's in here. He did slow down a little, Musa Ahmed, when he thought he was home safe, but I think that's probably why. He puts the bat down, and then I think the ball crashes in the stumps, but still a marvellous piece of fielding.
Yeah, let's have a look. I mean, he's always closer than you think. Yeah, he's just home, isn't he? And you can understand the umpire going upstairs. It happens pretty quickly when you're out there.
But interesting though, isn't it? I mean, Netherlands, how many shies they had at the stumps, didn't hit once.
That's true.
First opportunity for Portugal, and they're bang on, he's nailed it. But unfortunately for Portugal, I suppose fortunately for Netherlands, the bat was slid in. Good execution of how to do the running there. Anybody that's watching, any youngsters? Bat along the ground and slid in.
This is driven nicely, but driven at the fielder, no run. And Portugal, it's a confidence game with the bat and with the ball.
Yeah.
And he's got to dodge these boundaries, dodge these big shots. I mean, yeah, you feel like, just reminds me of one of those scenes in the movies where they're shooting at the guy's feet and they have to just keep dodging the bullets because, you know, the Netherlands, they've got plenty of them. And Junaid has dodged them successfully so far. Here's to Asad Zulfikar. This one won't be a boundary, and they take the run to Shan Gomsh. He batted so well in the first innings of this game. Once again, it's a bit of fortune. I mean, that edge could have gone either side of the fielder, but it went straight to him, and still, the Netherlands yet to hit a 4 or a 6.
Bit of movement in the field. Like this field at the moment, like that to the left-hander, the point. And sort of, it's almost got 2 points in there, isn't he? Third man is also in deploys for that shot. That's a lovely ball. That's an absolute jaffa. That's a beauty.
End of the over, and it's 4 for 1. Great start by Junaid Khan. Oh, they would have loved to get a little feather on that from Musa, but still, very entertaining start from the Portuguese paceman. He wears his heart on his sleeve. He's always giving 100% for his team. We did see him in the European Cricket Series in Portugal just a couple of weeks ago. It's great to see him out there performing. One thing's for sure, I mean, you talk about playing teams that are better than you. It makes you better. And so I think every time we've seen teams coming back against the Netherlands, teams that have been blown away sometimes the first time, they have improved. And that's really what it's all about, trying to improve the standard as a whole. That's why it's great to have the Netherlands 11 in the competition. And really have appreciated their approach to this tournament. And they need to compete, but I think a lot of the other teams are learning a lot and giving it back on the men in orange. Second overtime, Najam Shazad to bowl the second one. It's just worked away to deep square leg. Just a single. The other thing about that wicket of Lubbers, credit to the captain who had the third man in. Often we don't see a third man back on the boundary, but they obviously said, if an edge flies away, it'd be good to have someone there. And Miguel Stoneman was in the exact right position to take that opportunity. Najam Shazad, a couple of big blows with the bat at the end of the innings. Let's see if he can get some early blows for Portugal. They still need to take more wickets, I think. Musa plays and misses. Will be called wide.
Najam Shazad, what he will do, and he gets the ball right up there. And this one's just a little bit too wide. He's going to go across the left-hander. And he's trying to bowl to that field, he said, isn't he?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it was touch and go, that one. I mean, it will be adjudged normally if it goes past the popping crease, but certainly trying to beat Musa outside that off stump. You don't want to get on his legs.
That's better. And he is, I think, by far one of the quickest bowlers in the Portugal team, and maybe one of the quickest bowlers that they have in Portugal. I like his pace, and he can change it up. And I've seen a few from him that have actually absolutely flown through. So he is a gun with the ball.
I've just starved them of bad balls so far. Let's see if they can keep it up. Shazad, the skipper, gets through Musa again. So this is T10 cricket, Rico, and anything can happen.
Yeah.
And we talked about the need to try and get that rate up above that 14 or 15. It goes past 14 with that ball. And it's just how long they can sustain this early assault, Portugal.
Yep.
Gripping viewing. You can hear a pin drop around this ground at the moment. Well, this is in the air. This could be a chance. And it's taken. So they get Musa. And once again, ball a little bit short of a length. The field was well placed. And I think that was Chambers that takes the catch out there, Anthony Chambers. But Shazad, after beating Musa a couple of times outside the off stump, this one probably was middle and off. He goes across the line, but he doesn't get it. Doesn't go into the jungle. It stays on the park. And that's another big wicket. Netherlands 11. This start is not what they planned. It's 6 for 2.
Well, there was silence, wasn't there, as you said, around the game. The only thing you could hear was a cockerel in the background somewhere. But look, that's how tense it is. Portugal have another, and they've got the dangerous Musa Ahmed coming back. Only one run. He played and missed, didn't he, at those deliveries there? 1 or 5 deliveries. He comes back, and Portugal, well, they are on fire. They really are. Well, look, I think isn't that the Portugal bag? Doesn't it have the cockerel on it? Is it the cockerel on there on the yellow badge? So maybe that's the luck. Maybe the cockerels have turned up as well to give them some support.
So Musa, disappointing. It shows you cricket's a touch game. He goes for 1 off 5. And now this is the man they do need to get through, Clayton Floyd. And that's for me probably the 3 biggest hitters if they can get Floyd.
Yeah.
If you can get them and have that rate up, so it's a lot of pressure on Clayton Floyd. Portugal, this would be the boil over of the tournament.
It's all about keeping your hopes alive. It's all about dreaming. It's all about coming back strong when the chips are down. And so far, that is what this Portugal team are doing.
And Shazad with a big breakthrough for Portugal. Can they get Floyd, though? He's on strike. Well, they might. Oh, and it doesn't carry. Oh, so well, this one just beat him for pace, I think. Just surprised him, Rico. And this one just popped up on the leg side, but it just didn't have enough to get to the fielder on the full.
Well, they're feeling it, the Netherlands. They definitely are feeling it. That was not a good shot. Could have gone anywhere. Just dropped short of the 2 fielders there on the onside.
Zulfikar pushes away. So still avoiding the damages. No boundaries in the first 2 overs. Netherlands at the end of 2. It's 7. Oh, pardon me, it's 8 for 2.
8-2. Portugal believing that they can cause a huge upset here at the moment. Just staying calm, staying focused, not getting too carried away. They will know that you've got 2 dangerous batsmen out there. You also got, of course, the likes of Boris Gawley, who probably will be in next, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
He can hit the ball pretty well as well. I just feel 2 more wickets.
We
2 more wickets.
We said this yesterday, Rico, that, I mean, Netherlands, they've played like machines at times, but they are human beings, and you know, they're going to feel the pressure to some extent, I'm sure. And as we all know, if you've ever played the game, there's some days it's just not your day. It's kind of what it looked like for Musa, for example. I'm sure we'll come back strong. Imran Khan is going to bowl the 3rd over. Portugal are on a mission. Any chance of survival depends on them defending this score. And Zulfikar pushes down the ground for 1. And the other thing is, I mean, these are power play overs.
Yeah.
And we've seen some really big power plays out of the Netherlands. And the fact that they've been able to keep them so quiet while only having 2 outfielders. But this will be a test, though. You got Floyd, the Centurion, the other day, the only century so far in first week and a half of this ECC. Can you keep him quiet here? You've got 5 deliveries to go in the power play. Imran Khan with the ball. Well, this isn't going to be kept quiet at all. And that one, well, I hope there's a postage stamp on that because that one is out of the area. Maximo, 6 to Floyd.
Well, what a difference. You saw the first shot he played, and he could have been out quite easily. And then this one, similar sort of delivery, similar sort of length, and it's been absolutely latched on. Big 6.
That was massive from Floyd. And yeah, you're dicing with danger if you're going to bowl that length. And now I think as the batsman, this is where you're thinking, okay, it was too short. I think this one probably will be pitched up. They do have mid-off up in the circle. He goes short again though, but it's a little bit too wide. And it's just, will be called a wide, but the third man had come up, so Floyd's disappointed. He didn't get some bat on that because he probably would have got another boundary. This for me is a big 4 balls. You just feel like things are going to turn at some point. It's just how far of the innings will have elapsed before that turning point comes. Swing and miss from Floyd. And good comeback from Imran Khan. I think that's a better length for him.
Yeah, much better. Playing and missing. We've seen, haven't we? I mean, Muzami, the left-hander, similar line was bowled to him, couldn't get back onto ball. Floyd as well. So that's the areas they've got to concentrate on.
Well, in the air, but it's going to get over the infield. And, wow, what a great bit of fielding. A really good bit of fielding. And they will check this. They'll come back for 2.
That's sensational. That really is. I hope he's not hurt himself. He's landed, I mean, right in front of the fence there. I think he may have cluttered into the fence. And I think that's Nipu.
Yeah, it is.
What a stop this is, though. This is class. And yes, you just see out of the camera, he sort of head-butted the fence on the way through. Well, stronger together. Well, that fence is pretty strong as well.
Oh,
bang, in he goes.
Yeah, he tasted the fence, didn't he, Nippo? Well, hopefully he's all right. He's up and about. So I just think he couldn't believe how far he slid. But, you know, that's a really good endeavour from the Portuguese man. I think he won't want to go off either because he'll have an important part to play with the ball, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's saying, okay, don't worry, don't fuss. He says, I'm fine. Just check the fence.
Yeah, putting his body on the line. I think that's what it's all about for Portugal. I mean, it's all or nothing for them. And so, well, that one I thought it was 4 for all money when it got over the infield, but he saved 2.
What a great stop. Really good stop. We've seen some outstanding fielding all the way through this championship.
In the air, taken, and Floyd's gone. That's a 3rd big gun back in the shed. It was pitched up, and I think Floyd was just trying to get it over mid-off, but he didn't get the elevation. And so, can you believe it? It's a 3rd wicket gone for the Netherlands. Do we have an upset on our hands? Imran Khan gets the wicket again. It's a better length. He challenged him to go down the ground. Shazad, the captain, holds on. He's got a very safe pair of hands. And Rico, it's 18 for 3.
Qué genial, eso es estupendo. Qué partido tienes aquí en campo de Cártama, Málaga. El capitán ahí de capitán. Sigue, sigue, sigue. Así puedes, chicos, así puedes. They have another wicket, and it's the wicket of the man who a couple of days ago scored the first and the only century to be scored in the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. 115 he scored, but today, here, when it mattered, when his team were in a bit of bother, he's out for 9. And another one has to come out there. Well, Portugal, dare they dream, dare they dream. Well, they're right in this, and they've got the Netherlands in a spot of bother.
This is Gawley coming out again. He's such a talented player, innovative player, likes that little scoop shot. Let's see if he plays it. It's a high-risk manoeuvre. He'll be facing up to Imran Khan, who has 1 ball left in his over. Gawley just works it away, gets off the mark immediately. End of a very interesting power play. At the end of 3, it's 19 for 3.
No. 19, and Portugal, now they can, of course, start to spread the field, start to go a little bit defensive as well. And to be interesting, just exactly see what they do. Will they go on the defense straight away? Will they push those 5 men back on the boundary, or will they have a look? Will they see that? Look, at the moment, the Netherlands seem to be quite key just to stroke the ball around and take the singles. Do they try and just keep the pressure on them and not give them the freedom to do that?
So now we are going to Nipu. Just checking his face for any kind of vertical bars from the fence, but he seems okay. And he's a real character of Portuguese cricket, Mohamed Siraj Nipu. Now that rate is over 15 now. It's 15.28 and over. And you'd have to have ice in your veins to not be feeling the pressure a little bit. Gawley, see if he tries that little scoop to Nipu. He stands up and hits it. And should just be one. Junaid Khan comes around, does the fielding. And Zulfikar, he's got another opportunity at the top of the order. He wasn't able to make the most of it when he opened yesterday. At the moment, he's 5 off 6. Goes after this, well, knocked down by Andani. Keeps it to 1. 1-0 win for Portugal at the moment. And I talked all about dodging the boundaries. I said that's what Portugal need to do. And so far, there's been no 4s in the innings. There's been 1 6 in the innings, that 1 6 from Floyd.
Yeah.
They've dodged him in the power play, and I'm just wondering at what point, you know.
Well, what's happened here?
I'm not sure what's happened here.
I think this may, I mean, he's being sent back to the other end, so this may have been called a dead ball. We've certainly missed something here. These 2 umpires are coming together. Not sure what's happened here.
Yes, I'm not quite sure what it's about. I
now
think
they're
maybe they
saying-
are now, saying it's a single.
Well, they've run 2 now. Well, they've walked, run 1 and walked 1. So
I
it will
think
be a single. So the 2 umpires coming together and just clearing things up.
looks like we'll go down as a single. Quite sure what that was about, but anyway, we'll continue. Here's Nipu. This one beats him, but will be called a wide. He's always flirting with that wide line out there. I think it's high-risk strategy as well because there are 2 fielders guarding the cut. If it goes around them, there's no one back behind them, so it'll be an easy 4. This one's driven away, and it's a good stop. These are the kind of stops they need to make as well. That was good work by Chambers out there on the deep cover boundary.
Been good in that area, hasn't he, Chambers? We've seen him take some important catches and make some good stops, and this was good ground fielding. It really was. It's not getting past me, he says, no matter how hard you hit him.
Just trying to see, I think, what the batsman was going to do. Bit of cat and mouse, Renipo. I haven't seen that little scoop up, have we, so far?
No, the movement there from the batsman, Gawley.
He doesn't want to get too
wide, doesn't he?
Doesn't want to get too straight to him, does he? Because he knows he's got that little scoop. But I think if you're fine leg in the circle, I think you need to come a little bit straight behind the keeper. This one's jammed in. Does challenge him just the 1. So that rate creeps up again. It's heading towards 16. It's been a really class effort from Portugal so far. Hard to believe they haven't won a game in 6 attempts.
Yep.
Full toss. And again, batsman not able to make the most of it. And they'll just get the 1. So Zulfikar starting to get going as well. He's going to run a ball at the moment.
Yeah, that one, I think he knows he should have put away. It was a full toss on the leg side, but it goes straight to the fielder. So still, just that 1-6.
Hit hard, but hit at the fielder. And Nipo is very animated. And he had a few extras, but he only goes for 9. So that's a win for Portugal at the end of 4. The score is 28 for 3. And well, Rico, this is one thing that I love about this form of the game. And you couldn't have a bigger David versus Goliath as this match, but just shows you if you perform well.
Yeah.
I mean, what I've liked about Portugal this game is they don't seem overawed at all. They've got nothing to lose at all. They're throwing themselves around in the field. And look, this is what happens in 10 overs. You know, you just need a little period going your way, And this chase, we wondered about the Netherlands, whether they would outgun Portugal early. It certainly hasn't panned out that way.
And you're quite right. What I'm liking is when you're looking at the field here, Portugal's just very calm. They're not getting excited. They've got the big team in a lot of trouble, but they're not thinking this game is over because they know there's a lot of talent still out there in the batting of the Netherlands. They've just got to keep sticking to the task at hand, keep plucking away.
The other thing is,
wickets.
you know, they're not delivering those easy boundary balls. I mean, even if they give away a couple of wides outside off. Amandeep, though, is going to go the journey this time. Maximo! That's 6 to Gawley. He's a good striker of the ball, and he's trying to hit the Netherlands back into this contest. But you can see the tactics that they're deliberately going outside that off stump, a bit like the Netherlands spinners do, and trying to get the batsman to go fetch it, but Gawley did fetch that one. And so, yeah, even, for example, Nippo's over that had a couple of wides in it, I think maybe 3 wides in the over, but he doesn't want to get too straight because then you'll give up 6.
Yeah.
So
It was just all about the length, though, wasn't it? Really, just a tad too short.
Goes again. This one's in the gap, and it's going to be 4 more. That one's going to rattle off the steps. So I just thought there might be one over that the Netherlands could work their way back into the contest. And at the moment, Gawley, we've seen some of the fancy shots from him, but it's just good stand-up, strong hitting that he's shown in this over to Amandeep Singh.
Yeah, too short again there, Amandeep. He's got to get fuller. Got to get the batsman playing outside the off stump.
Big gap straight down the ground. If he tosses it up, it's a little bit too wide for Gawley. And watch this one go past.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, I mean, if this is the line that Amandeep's going to bowl and this is the shot's going to be played, I'd be getting another man out there on the leg side on the boundary.
He comes down to this one, and it's going to have the legs to get up. Maximo! And Gawley, well, he is the man I think that Portugal needs to see the back of. He moves to 20 off only 7 balls. Rico is looking very dangerous, and Amandeep's been expensive here in the 4th.
Yeah, I mean, this is the over, and they wanted to try and avoid. You knew, you just thought that the way Netherlands are going, they're very cautious that it was going to come at some point, and it's come there.
Almost a halfway point now. And Gawley misses this one. And so it will get through for a bye. It might not be the worst result. It does get him to the other end. So Zulfikar, 9 off 9. Hasn't really gotten going yet. Good bounce, but called a wide.
Yeah, you can see what they're trying to do. They're trying to keep the ball on the offside because really a lot of the shots that are being played in this area, and that's why I'm saying I think get another one in on the leg side. So who do you do? Maybe you bring the fielder that's out in the extra. You see there, now that's just right on cue what we're talking about there. So look, you've got a choice. What do? You bring this man up and you push another one back, move him across there, fielder in there. Yeah. But I think they've got to plug that gap. That's where those shots are being played. They're targeting that area.
Need to make him play another shot. I think it definitely would have a 5th man on the leg side when you look at that. But interesting analysis there from you, Rico Full. And let's see if the Portuguese heat it. Is this over? It's big now. 23 becomes 24 off the over. Zulfikar getting going as well, that over. So Netherlands 11. One wasn't in the plan. So we're at a real crossroads of the innings now. At the end of 5 overs, it's 53 for 3.
Acceleration coming in that one. But look, just the 1 over, isn't it? It's 1 over. You need a wicket or 2. And then you know you've got the likes of batsmen up there like Navjot Singh. And he's not a big hitter off the ball, is he? And then you've got 1 or 2 people that we haven't really seen yet. We haven't seen what they do with the bat. So still the opportunity here. They've got to keep believing. I mean, you may get one bad over like that. I think that was a gamble. I think that was done. I mean, I haven't seen coming on there because of the way they played Nipo. They were uncertain. Well, Nipo, this is a big over now.
It's
you
huge.
Need to get this one.
It's huge.
Keep it tidy.
Probably the biggest over of the innings so far, as far as what's on the line. Hit hard. Chambers has been good out there. Keeps it to 1. And Portugal feels like they're playing with a dangerous substance here, and it could just explode any minute. They just have to hold their nerve. And Nippo has bowled a very good first over. Can he avoid damage in this one? Gawley sweeps, and again, only a single. And that run rate has come back down below 15 required now. And a bit of feedback from our chat. I think you maybe had 6 outside the circle there on your board, Rico. So everyone wants to call you for a no board. No ball. Let's bring it back. Yeah, you have in the end.
Yeah.
There you go. Now he gets funky, but doesn't get a lot of velocity on this shot. And look, here we go, Rico. We got you. I'm calling for a no ball.
No ball.
It's a no ball.
Okay, so
you've
what
got
you're doing,
1, 2, 3, and you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 outside the
because
circle.
he was in the wrong place.
Put the board away now.
There we go. That's where you should be. That's what we're talking about. Look, he's always inside the ring. We just had him in the wrong place.
Swing and a miss. Nippo, look at the reaction from the bowler. He can't believe this. He's down on his knees. Couldn't believe this doesn't hit the stumps. Well, that's why you don't make bowlers captains, Rico, because I know you're a bowler. Look at Nippo though. He cannot believe it. This one's fine, I think.
Yeah, he's liking that. He's giving himself a round of applause there as well. And so his teammates gets the dot ball in.
See, that looked wider than it was because of the movement that Gawley took. Can they get Gawley? Be a big wicket. Oh, this one's thing is straight over the stumps.
Nippo, he's going through all the emotions here, isn't he, the bowler? Well, he's been on the floor, he's been clapping, and this time he's holding his head.
It wasn't even over the stumps. As a keeper, I can tell you, that's really annoying because you can't see anything, and so you're just standing there. At least he was in the right spot. Francois Stoneman at the end.
What a great over.
Excellent over from Nippo. And after 6 overs, Netherlands 11 are 56 for 3, and only 3 runs came off that over.
Yeah.
Sensational performance. Look, only 12 off his 2. And he has carried on the good work that the opening bowlers really set up for Portugal. Imran Khan's going to come back to bowl the 7th. So now, at run rate 17.5 and over. I'm going to have a good laugh about your 6 outfielders a bit later. But I think the point we were trying to make...
He's always inside. I just had him out. But you know what I'm trying to say.
The point is, I think they needed 5 on the leg side that previous over. Anyway, here's Imran Khan. Starts with a wide. And there's only 24 deliveries left in this match.
Yeah.
And 69 now with that wide. You've got to be feeling the pressure. Zulfikar, 16 off 13. This has been one of the biggest upsets I think we've ever seen on the European Cricket Network. If they were to pull this off Portugal. And just a 1.
Yeah, just 1. I think you're right. I think when you think that Portugal, well, they're the team that had to bring a lighter to the match because they've been losing all their matches. Netherlands always find a way to win. Top versus bottom. Oh, this could be a close one, and it's better than close. He's out. That's a huge wicket, full and straight. That's where you got to be. And another one bites the dust. Have a look at this. He's standing well out the air. That's, well, his least favourite fruit is plum, that's for sure. He's got to go.
Yeah, and you open yourself up to that kind of dismissal when you take up a stance like that, because you know if you miss it, there's a fair chance your pad's going to be in front of the stumps. And that was a simple decision for the umpire. Stefan Gooch says, you're on your way. So Gawley goes for 21 off 13. 2 6s and a 4, and the Netherlands 11 are 58 for 4. And look, Rico, this brings Sebastian Braat to the crease. And look, here's the thing. I was about to think, you know, Zulfikar, you know, he's gone around to run a ball pace. I thought it'd be tactically, it's probably the kind of time that you'd think maybe you need to get Braat out there regardless, because they are running out deliveries. In the end, they lose Gawley, so Braat does come to the crease. Braat's shown that he can hit big 6s and he can hit them from early in his innings. So that was certainly a win for Portugal. See the back of Gawley. He's always dangerous.
It's a dangerous little player, isn't he? And it's a clever little player with some of his funky, cheeky shots. He goes, and he was trying something funky there, I'm sure, from the way he was standing. But look, that's what I was saying. When you see a batsman moving around a lot, I think as a bowler, you just got to say, well, let him move around. I'm just going to get the ball right up there, straight on the stumps, and that's what Imran Khan did.
All right, what's Braat's approach? You see it there. And they want it. One's the call. They are going to come for 2. Well, It was a long throw. Fielder didn't do too much wrong there, but it just happened to be in the gap, and they do get back for a double.
Yeah, still going in that. See, even with this, I'd still have another fielder out there. That's where a lot of these balls go. Look, maybe not even on the boundary, just even inside the ring there, just to stop that kind of shot, because that's been hit there. It wasn't been really mullered. I think the fielder on the 30-yard would have stopped that, and maybe, all right, maybe they still would have gone for the single, or maybe not. I think it's worth doing.
Here's the thing, though. The amount of times that we see unexpected things on the European Cricket Network beggars belief. And this contest we're watching right now, Pratt smashes this one down to long off for one. I mean, it really seemed like only a mathematical possibility that Portugal could make the four. They'd have to beat the Netherlands, they'd have to beat Romania, and then it'll come down to net run rate, it looks like. But, I mean, if they win this, I mean, they're right back in it. It's unbelievable. 65 off 20 now. Once again, it's hit straight at an outfielder, so it's just one. And that rate now, I mean, it's up. I think that puts it above 20 and over after that ball. So this is what the magic is of the European Cricket Network and this format as well. That's, you know, if it can happen, it probably will happen on ECN. Last ball of the 7th. And there's 6, and this is going to help. And they might have been past the point of no return, but don't tell that to Brunt, because this is a guy that can come up with the big hits. Maximo, 6 to finish the 7th, and the Netherlands 11 are 68 for 4.
Well, point of no return. I thought that was done with. I thought we decided that that was no longer the point of no return after that match that happened in Group A. But match number 18, wasn't it? I think.
Yeah, the impossible chase. This will be the impossible defence. Anyway, let's talk about what's coming up next. It seems a long way away, but in half an hour we'll see Hungary versus Austria. Well, two teams that have both tasted a fair bit of success in this tournament. And Hungary, they will be in the field because Austria have won the toss. They'll be batting first. And that one will be right here when rejoining about 25 minutes. Here's Junaid. Good time to bring him back. Good bowler to have up your sleeve. His first over only went for 4. It was the opening over of the innings. And, well, now you still have that 20 and over. You need that magical over. The sooner the better. Otherwise, it just puts more and more pressure. Let's have a look at the field here. So they've gone for a baseball field, they call it sometimes. You've got 5 outfielders all in front of the wicket. The only difference is they do have an extra cover in the circle. So gaps behind in the outfield. Here's Brat. He likes to hit straight. He's facing Junaid Khan. Swing and a miss. So with every ball, Portugal, they've got to believe a little bit more. And Brat, the captain, he has to be feeling the heat out there in the middle.
I think he is. Of course he is. And this is a huge ask, isn't it? They've got to go at over 20 runs in this and the next 2 overs.
Well, this is 6. And this is when you get it slightly wrong to Brat. And that one's in the bar. That one's gone over the bar, actually. Maximo! 6 more to the Dutch captain.
It was going in the bar, but the bar's closed and not open yet. It's too early, so he decides, all right, I'm out of here, and bounces all the way over. And look at this. Look at the bounce on this one. Bounces, rolls up the top and down the other end. Big hit, and that's what he can't afford to do. I mean, that was a bad ball. He went for the Yorker. You can understand, but look, it's only the 1. They need more than the 1.
Yeah, they need multiples, don't they? Junaid Khan attempted Yorker. Look, I do think you're better off missing full to Brat than short if you're trying to nail the Yorker, but even that one he was able to get. Flies are, well, they're bothering me up here, so I'm sure they must be bothering the batsman. Well, Junaid Khan, can he get the big wicket of Sebastian Brat? Goes shorter, and this is hit hard and straight to long on. And I don't think you mind that because Zulfikar, well, he's been there a while.
Yeah.
You know, he just hasn't been able to find the boundary with any regularity. Just the 1-4 in the 16 balls that he's faced. And so now you concentrate your efforts on him. And you wonder what he's thinking. He's probably got to try and go for the big shot. The Flyers, even the Flyers are on Portugal's side, I think, because they're really bothering their batsmen at the moment. Got to dodge a boundary here. Then it becomes really, really hard from there. Need 2 magical overs. Goes short, hits it hard. And, well, that's clever work. And he did take the catch there, and they'll have a look at it, but I'm sure he gets rid of it before he goes over the line. And he wasn't even worried about the catch, because it actually doesn't matter. It was quick thinking from Chambers. You see that? He's fine, and he gets rid of it. No problems at all. So that'll just be a single. I think it was really smart. He didn't even have to flick it up in the air. He just knows, look, I don't want to give up the runs.
Yeah, very coolly done.
Saves 5 runs there. So now, I mean, what's your tactic? You've got Bratt, who's the bigger of the 2 hitters. Still be $2 back where I came from for a drop catch, but it's probably worth it to save 5 runs. Last ball. Does Bratt try and keep the strike, or does he go large? I think he's got to go. And he does, and he gets 6. Maximo! Junaid just gets it slightly wrong to Sebastian Bratt. Gets outside his hip, and he swings it away over fine leg for 6. So the glimmer of hope stays alive for the Netherlands 11 at the end of 8 overs. They're 83 for 4. And with that, 43 runs are required off the last 2.
Yeah, but even with that big 6, it's still way below where they need to be, isn't it? I mean, that rate is still going only one way, and it's going up. Well, with that rate going up, well, maybe it's going to be Portugal that are also on their way up as well. They're looking here to get their first victory, and with that, well, that next match that they've got coming up, which will be the 3rd today against Romania, what a match that could turn out to be.
Certainly will. And look, 15 came off that over, so still below what was actually required. 2 big 6s in there. Now, can you put the squeeze on Zulfikar? And they've got good bowlers to come back, because they've got Shazad to bowl this one. Here's the 9th. And Zulfikar. Well, they get something on this.
What did he get? That sounded very helmety to me.
It sounded very helmety to me too. I think he's just headbutted this one. Let's have a look at this on the replay. It's been an interesting one. Oh, I don't think so. Maybe it's just glove or something like that. It was messy. Now, Bratt, he's got to step up. Almost 4 a ball required. This one hard. Stop needs to be made. And look, Chambers has been outstanding. Now, are they going to come for 2? No, and that, again, that's a win.
Yeah, excellent.
Well, we've seen a lot of things, haven't we, Rico? But I don't think in our wildest dreams we would have ever thought that Portugal, even if you said, look, they're going to put 125 on the board, you just couldn't see them defending it with the strength of this Netherlands batting lineup. But anything can happen in T10 cricket, and you're watching it right here. And this is a clever shot by Zulfikar. It'll be 1 bounce 4. And he probably knows he's not really working, muscling down the ground, trying to hit 6s. But I mean, at the moment, actually need more than 4 a ball to win. So the run rate goes up slightly, even with that shot. And it was a well-executed one backwards. Cuatro carreras from the Dutch keeper batsman.
Yeah, and it's a brave shot to play. He got it horribly wrong the first ball of the over. But, no change in the field. I don't think they need to really.
This one, a bit messy, gets a bit of pad, and so it will be just the 1 run. Look at this one here, it was a long way outside the off stump. And so Bratt, well, he needs to deal in Maximos, and he needs them quick. I mean, pretty much, you need, well, 6 6s will do it. There's 8 balls left. No margin of error for the Dutch captain. He's going to want to go large. Oh, and this is reasonably high. Wait for the call. They are going for 2.
They're looking at the umpire here about the height of this one. I know Bratt does go towards it. It'd be interesting to see again. I think he's probably, let's have a look if you can see the delivery again. I think it's a fair call from the skipper. I mean, he goes a long way down the pitch, but I still think that still could have been above waist height.
Yeah, I mean, problem is when you go to your crease, the umpire has to make a calculation about where it would be at the popping crease. It's hit hard, but it won't be 6. And I think they're just going to settle for 1 here, because that will be the end of the over. So we're going to have to see something supersonic from the Dutch if they're going to pull this one off now. That's the end of 9. And Netherlands 11 are 93 for 4. And 33 runs will be required off the final over.
Well, tell you what, buckle down, folks, because this is going to be an incredible finish. And, well, how important is this very first delivery, whoever bowls it? This first ball, if it doesn't go all the way for a Maximo, well, Portugal know that they're almost there.
Tell you what, there's one team in this competition that can hit 33 off a last over. They're batting. So this is why, particularly the man on strike, Sebastian Braat. He's a powerful striker of a cricket ball. And it looks like they're going to go for Amir Zaib. He hasn't bowled so far.
This is an interesting shout.
Yeah, but I mean, he's a good bowler. It's just needs to get a couple of minutes. How do you do this? You need basically 5 sixes and a 4. There's not too much margin of error, if at all.
And no extras as well.
Yeah, no extras. I mean, that was touch and go, that last one. I mean, that height no ball, that one could have been called either way, to be honest. And so, yeah, I think the problem with that, making that call as an umpire, is Bart's a good 1.5, 2 metres out of his crease. And so the umpire may have been in the opinion that when it would have reached the crease, it would have been below his waist. Certainly seemed to be fractionally above it when he played the ball. Anyway, here's Zaib, and Bart needs to go large. And this one's in the air. I think this should be taken. It will be. And so Portugal, they get the big hitting Bart. He goes for 26 off 10. He did what he could. But now, surely with that one, this result is beyond doubt. Netherlands 11, 93 for 5.
Well, it was a full toss on the legs, and he's tried to flick it rather than hit it, and he's got it straight into the hands of Nipu. So Nipu taking the catch. Well, it's good to know that he's still got his senses about him after banging into the boundary fence earlier. And this is a magical moment, isn't it, for Portugal? I mean, would you believe it? The team, they could not put 100 on the board in, well, 5 times of trying, or 6 times of trying, I should say. 6 matches, they lost. They couldn't score any runs. Then up against the big boys, up against the team right at the top that have won all their matches, they go and put their score on. And they have been sensational in the field. The bowling's been good, the catching has been good. Chambers out there has been absolutely exceptional.
How's the 5 runs he saved on that one last over? I'll tell you something though, Portugal are unbeatable when they make 100. I'll tell you that much.
You talk about Chambers, what about the stop Nipu, mate? When he went crashing into the... I mean, it's things like that.
Knocked some sense in him. He bowled a very good 2 overs after that. All right, here's Zaib. This is Klein, who's done some heroic things for the Dutch this week. And they're just going to have to settle for 1 here. Penny Portugal give them all sorts of confidence going into that clash, the 3rd match of the day against Romania. That could well decide now who takes the 4th place and who doesn't. We'll have to look at the table after this one. Zofika's batted through the innings, but you see, he's just never quite found his timing, and everyone's yelling, don't throw, don't throw. There's only one run.
Don't throw. No!
Don't worry about that at this stage. I mean, they don't want to give away a 5 or something like that, but yeah, I mean, this is something, and this is what this tournament throws up, doesn't it? And this is a huge upset. I don't think we could have imagined a bigger upset than this. Klein not able to get all of this one, and they'll just get a single. And, you know, to be fair also, I think about the Netherlands, they only made in the 90s against the Romanians earlier in the tournament, and they haven't consistently performed with the bat. When they have, of course, it's been record-shattering from the Dutch, but it hasn't always worked for them. And this is an innings where they just could never get anything going. Any length of time as we see the end of Zulfikar. He's going to have to go as he tried to flick this one away to fine leg. And, well, there maybe he's the master coach there, Corey Ruckers. He's in the Portuguese dugout. And so I'm sure he and Conrad Greenshields and all of the Portuguese players, they'll be thrilled about that. So, Amir Zaib, again, he's bowled a good over, and that's smart. I mean, you're talking about when the batsmen get a bit funky, you just keep it simple. And so Zulfikar, a bit disappointed. He does make 25 though. It becomes the 6th wicket to fall, 96 for 6 with 1 ball remaining.
Tell you what, the roar that will go up and the emotions that will be out there once this over is completed is going to be incredible. It really is. A ball to go. And, well, we know that Portugal struggled to get 100. Well, this time around, it's the Netherlands. It's been a complete reversal. It's like the 2 teams have swapped colours.
Now, this will be 1 down the ground. Navjit Singh finishes the game with a single, but it's all over, and Portugal have done it. It's the upset of the year. and it's a game that the Portuguese players will never forget as long as they walk on this green earth. It's Portugal 125, the Netherlands 11, 96, and Portugal, well, they are still alive in the tournament, and plenty of smiles, and I'm sure this is a moment, well, I'm sure that everyone watching as well will never forget, as the Netherlands 11, they've looked so strong. Look, I'm sure they'll bounce back as well, but Portugal have done it. First match of the day. And there's Nippo, who bowled a very good 2 overs. And Rico, what can you say about this Portugal team? They were down, they were out. They hadn't won a game in 6 attempts, but they had the runs on the board, and they were prepared to defend it with everything. And that was a good first up wicket as Lubbers, who scored lots of runs yesterday. He was caught at 3rd man. And then I just knew there was the persistent threat. Musa Ahmed, he came, he went, didn't get going in his innings. And really, Portugal didn't really put a foot wrong in this chase. A couple of wobbles along the way, but ultimately they were able to shut this Dutch batting lineup down.
Yeah, I mean, it's just absolutely marvellous. It was a stupendo, that's what you say here. Stupendo esfuerzo. And that there, look, it's things like that. He took one for his team, didn't he? But he saved 4 runs there, saved 2 runs there. Chambers, he did the same. They took their catches. They were incredible. The bowling, most of the time, it was only this 1 over, wasn't it, from Amandeep Singh. I mean, it was worth giving it a try, because after Nipo's first one, that was tight. Tried another spinner. It didn't work, but straight away they changed it and brought the pace back up. But the bowlers bowl really well. They bowled straight, they bowled at the stumps. Even though the batsmen were moving around, they kept the line, they kept the discipline, and they've got their just rewards.
Yeah, they certainly did. And Junaid Khan, well, he's a fighter as well. And this was a good moment from Chambers. Just quick thinking. Wasn't too worried about the wicket. Just wanted to save the runs. And, well, as we got into the second half, with every ball that passed, you just believed that the boil over was on. Well, shut the gate, Portugal. They might have to rebook their flights. I told them to get on to Bisaway last night for a Thursday night departure. Well, hold on to your hats, boys, because you're still alive. And they showed a lot of courage, didn't they? You mentioned that slide of Nipu into the fence, and also the quick work of Chambers. This is what's coming up next, and it's going to be another good game. Hungary versus Austria. The 2 Zishans at the top of the order for these 2 teams, and Hungary will be wanting to pull an upset, and we'll see that the bus is pulling in to the station. So the players will be there. They're ready to go. Well, there's the Hungarians. They are ready for action. Marc de Fontaine will be into the lineup as well. That's the information we saw on the dashboard. And Austria also arriving for their first match of the day. And, well, it was a funny little innings because no one could get out of the 20s. Kind of the kind of innings that Portugal were known for earlier this week. No one going on with it. Zulfikar batted through for 25, but he just couldn't go at the pace required. Gawley, he always looks good out there, 21 off 13. And Brutt.
Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and the air will sing. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and the air will sing. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and the air will sing. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and the air will sing. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and the air will sing. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and the air will sing. Let's live our dream. Summertime. are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to the SCG, the Santharam Cricket Ground, where we are getting ready for, well, hopefully a resumption play soon. Some good news in that things have brightened up a little bit and the rain seems to have eased off at the moment. That's the live shots at the moment. Right now we should be getting ready for match number 4 in the ECI men's. And of course, if you just joined us, we did have a game to start in the morning. Ended up being a reduced game, but Norway men were able to beat the Portuguese men, and so up that series. So it's 3-0, and 3-0 also in the women's series. Unfortunately, match 4 was washed out in the last couple of hours. So they're the live shots on the ground. I'm going to say a few discussions. I know there's also some concern because there are T10 internationals to play tomorrow, both men's and women's, and so obviously they need to look after the field. But yeah, you can see right now, some people are happy. Most people are happy because we have had a little bit of a break in the weather. But I know that we're not going to start this game on time. In fact, there's at least a 20-minute delay, possibly more. And as always, we'll just keep you up to date by running the latest information on the bottom of the screen. So we're going to take you back to another classic match. We're going to go to 2022 now. So we just saw that really, really amazing game between Portugal and the Netherlands 11 in 2021, where Portugal needed to win to stay alive in the series. They did, and actually went on to finish third in their group. It was a really, really good effort. They won. That was the first of a 3-match winning streak. But now we're going to take you a year forward in time, and it will be Portugal's opening match of ECC-22 against Czechia. They're known as the Czech Republic, and this is also another really, really good game. Hope you enjoy it while we're waiting for hopefully some good news here on the ground. But I can tell you in this one that Czechia, they won the toss, elected to bowl, and so Portugal will be batting first in this classic from September 22. And until then, to the good news, hopefully, back here in Santharam. Enjoy this ECN Classic.
Thank you very much there to Mr. Maximo Vinisandu. Let's go crazy. Well, there's a few people that have gone crazy with that win. The Spanish team winning the first match of this Dream 11 European Cricket Championship here in the province of Andalusia, the host city of Malaga. This is Cartama, and this is the magnificent Cartama Oval. What a ground, what a location, what a place to be watching this, the Euros of cricket taking place. And we're ready for match number 2. The Czech Republic are taking on Portugal. And as you saw there from the coin toss video, the Czech Republic have won the toss, and straight away their captain Dylan Stern deciding that they are going to have a field first. As we have a look at the two teams on the fantasy dashboard there. And certainly with Portugal, a couple of names there that we've seen over the years and played good cricket, talented players in Portugal, and also there for Czech Republic. But as Vinny said, 1 or 2 players missing. Expected to be a close game. Czech Republic 85-84 according to our bat versus ball wall there. As you see the batters making their way out. Warm day, quite humid out there, gentle breeze, and some of that sunshine just disappearing behind some of the clouds at the moment. Give you some information on the opening batters. That's well, Imran, who's taking guard, and the non-striker will be Imran Khan. I don't think it's the Imran Khan. Still, not a bad name to be supporting when you're playing cricket. Hello to the kids. Hello to everybody in the fan zone. The kids from various schools that are here at the ground. Part of the European Cricket Network's Cricket School program. Nice to have them here with us early this morning. I think it was Andrew McCulloch. Maka was putting them through some warm-up routines, and they had a chance to have a bat and a ball, hit the ball around. Nice to see them out in the middle there with Vinny Sandu and tournament referee Rob Kemming for the coin toss. And no doubt they'll be making their way around the ground, enjoying all aspects of the game. I hope you're enjoying the start to this Dream 11 European Cricket Championship as well. Match 1 done, Spain getting victory. Now the start of match 2. Here we go. Good start from the bowler, right up in the block hole. To the cheers of the Czech Republic guys. And Gupta. In the air. Is the keeper going to be able to get to this hole? That's an outstanding catch. Oh, no, it's not. Well, right in front of me here. I think he's got the ball in his gloves, and then I see the fielders going behind his body to pick the ball up. Well, he did very well to get there. Not able to take it. Just see this again. Probably see it from my angle. I think he's getting the ball in his gloves. He doesn't. So a bit of a let-off there. Chance or no chance? What do you reckon? Certainly a 50-50 call. Have a look at this. You might see a bit better from this angle. Does really well, gets there. And yeah, there you go. That's what I didn't see. But this side round, you think he's got it. Look, you think, yeah, good catch. And then you think, where's the ball? Get the ball, get the gaya. Oh, tere piche, yaar piche, shoulder did that catch. Well, that one goes down. Bit of an early let-off. Big swing and a miss, not getting his positioning right there at all. Playing down the wrong line, no footwork. So an early let-off for Rio Imran. And this time doesn't really do himself any favours there. He thinks that he needs to come down the wicket, but he comes down the complete wrong line again. He's got to be getting himself a little bit more outside that off stump. Maybe just take a little step across towards the off stump and play the shot. But it's all just swinging from the hips at the moment. No action. Right, this one's up in the air, goes a long way up. This should be taken. The wicketkeeper called it. And a good catch taken. Well, no mistakes this time for Devendra Singh. He says, when he gets there, he says, Mera, and takes the catch. Well done to him. And that's good. And I think looks like he might need a bit of attention. I think the catch that he put down the first time round, the way he landed, it looks it though, from what I'm seeing there, that maybe the way he's landed, the sunglasses may have made a bit of an imprint on his face. But this time round, it doesn't give him any issues taking the catch. Bit of a conversation happening there between the umpires. He may just be requesting a little bit of attention, but as I said, no mistakes made on that time, so they do get the wicket, and it's that of Imran Khan, who goes for a... Yep, it's a duck, and the first one, in fact, of this Team 11 European Cricket Championship. He goes for 0 of the 3 deliveries that he faced. Remember, the man who's at the non-striker's end, he could have been gone for 0 himself. He was dropped, and that was in the process of that, taking that catch. That's where the wicket-keeper, Devendra Singh, is now just needing a little bit of attention. You can just see that in your screen. So, there we go. I think he's going to be okay there. There's Mary. It's Magic Spray Mary. Nice to see Magic Spray Mary back out there again. It was just receiving a little bit of attention there. And just explaining what happened there to Mary. Mary says, no worries, we'll sort you out. Well, there we go. We get a chance to see it again here. So there, he just bangs hard into the ground, and you can see straight away, first thing he's doing is just having an inspection. And I think what's happened there is he's hit the deck. The sunglasses have he sort of wedged himself and the sunglasses in the ground, and he's just ended up maybe just cutting himself. It's like, oh yeah, you can see it there now when he actually turns around. So yeah, there you go. He said, "Eh, hoya, मैं तो सीधा जानता कि होया, ball ऊपर गई है, मैं catch फड़न गया, मेरी बुद्धि लगी थल्ले, and का गया मेरे नाक दे विच, the खून निकल गया." So I'm just wondering what the decision could be here. I mean, I think if he is still bleeding, I think the decision, and the right decision, would probably be to maybe just go off the field of play until the flow of blood can be stopped. So, well, here we go. Some more medical advice coming, medical support coming out there. So it's going to be, looks like he's going to receive just a little bit of attention. So one more time, welcome to everybody who's joining us. Wherever you're from, let us know where you're from. There's several ways and methods to get in touch with us. But, let us know where you're from and that you're enjoying the start of this Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. And this week, it's all about Group A. One thing I can tell you is that only the winners of each group will return on the 10th of October for Championship Week. And in this Group A, we've already seen Spain and Austria in action. And see Czech Republic and Portugal and Ireland make the 5 teams that will be in this group. So they will be doing battle this week, Monday to Friday, 5 matches a day. Your doctor says you need 5 a day, and we're giving you the 5 a day. And remember, if you think if there's no cricket happening at there's cricket happening the weekend as well, because we're going to have a little T10 series happening as well, a local series. So plenty of cricket for everyone to see.
Yeah, it's nice to be back as well, Rico. Here I am back in the box. Tell you what, I was getting mobbed by kids down there as part of the cricket school project. And I think it's really great. I know you talked a lot about it in game 1 with some of our dignitaries from the local council and local government. The fact that there's a big push to try and get cricket into schools here, show them how fun it is, show them how entertaining it is. And right now, actually, my hand's sore from signing autographs. So actually, I'm glad that you were here to start the game because I was held up a little bit. But that's really great. See the kids out there at the toss, and they loved the fact they can watch it back on TV as well. So yeah, right here, we're seeing 2 teams just kind of feeling each other out a bit again. I think quite an evenly matched game as well between these 2 teams who are missing kind of 2 or 3 key players for various reasons during this tournament. But yeah, so far we've seen a lot of action. A lot of it has surrounded Devendra Singh, the keeper for Czech Republic, but he seems to be okay. We're going to carry on with the action.
This one, he allows this to go. Yeah, wide correct call being called there. The umpires for this match, match number 2, Andrew Elliott is the umpire at the bowler's end, and Sulaiman Sahib.
Yeah. So it's going to be Andrew Elliott's first ECC match. A big congratulations to him. Pretty easy call down there. Conrad Greenshields out here now, number 3. And he's quite an interesting story as well. Has recently qualified on residency to play for Portugal, but he is the player we've seen over the last couple of years a lot on ECN. He's originally South African, has played grade cricket in Australia as well. He's very much a leader, so much so that he's captaining the team on his international debut here this afternoon. And it does take us to the end of the over as well. And a pretty good one for the Czech Republic, 2 for 1 after 1. This is Group A you're seeing at the moment, and this is what you were talking about. Only one team from each of those groups will get to go through to week 5, which is where the trophy will be decided. So it's going to be pretty competitive, put it that way. And this group fascinates me. I think Czech Republic and Portugal, for me, I've got them both probably just behind Spain and Austria. And Ireland 11, they are complete wild cards, really. They're a young side. Obviously, it's not their very top national team because of the other commitments that those guys have. So it's a great opportunity for some youngsters to make a name for themselves on the international stage.
Yeah, I'm excited to welcome them to the party, see what they bring. I mean, they're a team that we haven't seen them play this format, so I'm going to be very interested to see what they bring. But certainly, I'm expecting them to be very dynamic in the field, that's for sure.
Here's a guy that, again, during the year, he has qualified on residency to play for the Czech Republic. This is Shahaz Farhad, who's going to bowl over number 2. This is in the air, and it's going to go down to the boundary. It's going to be 4, so more of an outside edge than anything, but Imran's away with the boundary.
Yeah, good shot. Just a nice shot to play inside the power play. You know that all the fielders, bar 2, are inside that 30-yard circle. Bit of a change in the field straight away, though, here. The bowler, hard, wanting that extra protection. And this time he goes too wide, called down by Sulman Saeed. Yeah, it's going to be very, very tough, though, isn't it, Vinny? I think when you look at all these groups and the teams involved in them, only one, so unlike last year, only one team will go through to Championship Week. It's going to be tough. Where, of course, in Week 5, England, reigning champions, await. Played in that area again, which is why. But Hard is justifying why he wants that extra protection out there. So it's quite unusual to see the 2 men that you're allowed outside in the power play, both sort of within meters of each other. He's making sure that he wants to keep that 3rd man corridor well patrolled, 3rd man and backward point. Swing and a miss. There from Conrad Greenshields. Looking to go straight down the ground. I think this is what Farhad is wanting. He knows that because of the field that's been set, he's basically challenging the batters to play that shot.
He's certainly a guy that can just nip it a bit both ways at a decent pace as well, Farhad.
Well, sort of almost overcommits there. That's Imran, but he gets back.
It's a fascinating start to this game, isn't it? Very different, I think, to what we saw earlier as well. You can see his team's probably both a little bit jumpy. You can understand that. Greenshields, he's a guy, if he can get in, he can really bang it. It's made some big scores in Portugal domestically. Goes after this, and will it carry? It does carry the field. It carries the rope as well. Maximo! And Conrad gets a bit lucky there, I think. He doesn't quite get to the pitch of the ball, goes after it anyway. I think there's a fielder back on the rope. That might be catchable. Instead, it does get all the way for 6.
Yeah, I mean, this is what the bowler Farhad is wanting. But you see that shot is well played. Boom! Shaka with that fielder inside the 30-yard circle. I think it's a pretty safe shot to play unless he miscues it. Backs himself to play it.
Goes this time and gets this one better. He's crunched this one straight down the ground. Still hasn't landed. Maximo. And that one was pretty authoritative from the captain.
Well, if the other one only just made it, this one cleared that boundary by some distance. That's a big hit. And that's a Bizway Super 6. Nicely struck. And Conrad Greenshields, well, he's making his mark on his international debut in style. 2 6s in that over. And that certainly does make the score look a lot healthier. 18 coming off it, 20 for 1.
So obviously we have a 5-team Group A, and you can see it's, that we've got just that one win from Spain so far. And then at the other end, Austria losing the first game. We'll get to see Ireland for the first time in match 3. So very interesting group to come here in week 1. Kind of a new over. Looks like a slow ball first up. And Sachin Samgupta, he's a guy that did bowl really well, I think, for the Czech Republic last year in this tournament. It was hard to get away. Starts with a variation there. Completely bamboozles Imran.
Yeah, that's a very clever, slower delivery. Well hidden, well disguised. And he comes again.
Goes after this. And will it carry? Well, he says no. That's similar to the one earlier on. Different part of the field, though. The field made good ground. Pretty honest as well to say it didn't carry. But I tell you what, that was a brilliant effort out there, wasn't it? Because I didn't think he was going to get even get close to that.
I think that's Palmer out there. He does really well. But I'm liking the sportsmanship straight away. Straight away indicates saying, no, this doesn't. And, well, he's in the action once more.
This is a really good example, as we see Palmer called in action again. A really good example of this field and how easy it is to field compared to some of the grounds we see around Europe where that could just bounce over his head at any moment. He's got the confidence to get down there and make that top, even though it was absolutely belted.
You're absolutely right, Vinny. This morning when I walked across out into the middle, I warned that after this.
Goes after this. Palmer is going to have to watch this one go over his head. Maximo! And this is what Imran likes to do when he gets into his work. And after a quiet start, Portugal starting to get away.
Yeah, this is what he's known for. Hasn't quite had it his own way. And remember, he's another batter that could have gone first ball. It was that very difficult chance that was put down by Devinder Singh, who injured himself in the process. But now he's in his groove.
Slow ball this time. The thing with bowlers, I mean, especially ones that have played a bit of this format, they know, okay, I'm going to get banged, it's going to happen. Now, I remember Shane Warne said that when he started playing T20 cricket. One thing's for sure, everyone is going to get whacked around. But it's how you deal with that and not letting your pride get in the way. And you see Sengupta's come back pretty well, and all things considered, he's 11 off 11 balls. It's been pretty good. Goes straight this time, and Conrad, he gets this one pretty good as well. Maximo! Well, on debut, but looking very comfortable at the international level. That's the end of the third over as well. 35 for 1 in the power play.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot, isn't it? Just marvellous timing. It's similar to the one before. Boom! Shakalaka! Absolutely loving it. And, well, his partner out there, Imran, saying, yeah, good shot, buddy. Good shot, Skip. So it's a nice start. 35 on the board. Remember, it was only two for 1 at the end of the first. So that acceleration has come, well, it was badly needed. It's come into shape of some really nice shots. Both these batters now looking well. Imran on 14 off 8 deliveries, and Conrad Greenshields 19 off 7. Yeah, one thing I was talking about when I walked across this outfield, I said to myself, it was like walking on a carpet. It's unbelievable. Spin into action.
Yeah.
It's a touch on this, I think.
Yeah, could be. Yeah, he's gone, and Naveed Ahmed is the man that breaks through straight away. Change of pace and change of luck, really, for Czech Republic, who are just getting a bit of trouble there, but Imran just feels for this one. Got to say, it's a good catch by Devendra Singh behind the stumps. I mean, he's been in the action as well, but because of the deflection, that's why it doesn't go kind of cleanly into his gloves. It deflects up, he takes it at the second attempt, and that's a key wicket now. Imran's gone for 14. So both Imrans have now left the building. It is 35 for 2.
Good time to get a wicket, isn't it? But yeah, this is a good catch. He does well, doesn't he? Gets maybe a bit of luck with the ball popping back up in the air off the body, but I mean, he was there. He didn't shy away from it. Takes the catch, and he knows he's got his man. And the umpire doesn't waste too much time giving the batter Imran his marching orders. So second wicket falls here. 35 now for 2.
That's something I actually used to practice if I was doing wicket keeping coaching with a group. Is I actually would actually make them. I'd throw the ball into their body from a short range, or just give them no time, and just to then kind of keep your wits about you and catch it on the second go.
You throw the ball at their body.
Yeah, softly.
Is that the Vinny Sandhu
softly?
Coaching
Just to go from about as far away as we are right now, which is less than a metre, but just to try and react. And keep you cool in that situation. Devendra Singh does well there. And Naveed, he's another guy. He's had a lot of success at the domestic level. Plays his cricket for Brno. who we'll see at the ECL next year, by the way. New batter has come out there. It's Rana Sawa, and he's another guy that loves to smash it. So Portugal tracking pretty well despite the 2 wickets. Run rate wise, I mean, I have the feeling last year we saw 115 was the average score per 10 overs. And I think it holds up here. But what I do like about these 2 teams, there's a lot of anticipation that goes into a tournament like this. You're feeling them all. You're feeling the energy, is what I'm saying. Anyway, Conrad's going to go after again, and he will. Maximo! That Kookaburra's really flying through the sky, and 6 more to Portugal.
Well, he's hitting the ball so well at the moment. He's just muscling everyone over that boundary. And remember early on in his innings, he went for 1 shot where he just played it in such a hurry. Totally missed it by a long way. He seems to have all of a sudden just said to himself, I've got to wait. It's like he's saying, count 1, 2, and then hit, and then it's working for him.
That's clever bowling. This one actually goes away from the bat. Looks like an off spinner. It doesn't really ever spin. Yeah, the thing with Conrad here, he got away with one, didn't he, as well, that I don't think he timed that well. That went over mid-off. Ended up just going for 6, but I think if there was an outfielder there, he might have been caught. Since then, he's been hitting him sweetly. Gets another one that he respects. So he's being pretty selective, but he can afford to do that. I mean, he's 25 off 10, so he's not going slowly. But Portugal trying to get a score on the board. You see in the background, got some of the players signing autographs, which I think is really nice with the kids, part of the cricket school project. Little deflection, smart batting this time. He uses the pace. He doesn't try and fight it. He says, okay, you put it out there. I'm just going to nurdle you behind point, and that's exactly what he does. End of the over. Greenshields moves to 29, 4 overs down. It is 46 for 2. Good batting.
Yeah, intelligent shot. That was exquisite, really. It's not all about power and blasting the ball. It's about timing and placement as well. That was top draw, 4 runs.
Once again, you see that one trickle across the line. Very, very good morning to you, or good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're watching from around the world. Well, I'm saying good morning because normally this time, second game, it is morning. But actually, we're already kind of past lunchtime in this Dream 11 European Cricket Championships. Opening day, really exciting. Look, as someone that's been involved in European cricket for quite a while, of course, you lived in Spain for 22 years. I mean, this must mean a lot to you to see this and growing all the time as well.
Massive. You know, the other thing that I like about it, and it goes back to some of the travels that we've had around Europe and the European Cricket Series. A lot of players that we saw playing club cricket, domestic level, they've made their way through to the national team. Yeah. And that's all about this European cricket coming together, seeing players playing on the big screen, acknowledging their talents, and then seeing coaches picking them up and taking them all the way through to this level.
I think
that's amazing.
That's a really good point you make. And the fact that so much domestic club cricket now on ECN is being shown, you're seeing who's performing under pressure. Yeah. I think that's something that's really hard to gauge normally. This is pushed. Sorry, comes in, but safely home for a single. Yeah, that's something that's really hard to gauge because someone can look like a millionaire when they're batting, but at the higher levels, you really do get tested, and you have to deal with hardships. You have to deal with losses of form. You have to deal with the spotlight as well. So I think the fact that ECN is showing so much cricket around Europe has unearthed a lot of new talent on the scene. Of course, just the demographics as well in Europe over the last few years. We've seen a lot more people in the countries that we're talking about that are interested in cricket as well. A lot from the subcontinent as well, but some other places in addition to that. Anyway, this will be a good battle because this is Sazi Bhuyan bowling to Conrad Greenshields. Seems into him. Might have caught a little bit of the pad. It's going to be called a leg by in the end. But I mean, Sazi Bhuyan, he's another guy that I really love to watch play. He is a guy that can nip it around. He's a bit of a character as well, Sazib. Can whack the ball when he bats as well. So another one of these kind of three-dimensional players, pretty solid in the field. Yeah, this one just gets past him before he knew too much about it. So it'll be a single.
Sawa just seems to be quite content to play just a bit of a sporting role at the moment, just try and get himself in some bit of form and leave Conrad Greenshield to do most of the attacking.
Second ago, that ball was hit to Ritik Tomar. Probably missing. Leg side, could be another leg by. So it's a couple in a row that Conrad hasn't been able to get any bat on. So I guess you've got to give credit to the bowler there.
Yeah, Bhuyan, slightly quicker delivery. I think that's what does Greenshields here. Fires this in a bit quicker. And, never out, missing the leg stick by some way.
Yeah, so Ritik Tomar, known as the Tank. He's down at long off at the moment. Doesn't have a 3-3-3 shirt, I noticed, for the national team, which is his favourite, but still, I know that he's pretty excited to be out there for the Czech Republic. 50's up now in the 5th over. Again, this innings, twos and throws. We're going to see this, aren't we? We're going to see these matches rock one way then the other. That's one thing about T10 cricket that surprised me probably the most since I started doing it. Let's this one go. Well, I suppose the umpire thinks he might take it. This is definitely over the tram line. Let's have a look if there's a pre-movement. I suppose a little one.
Yeah.
Don't know though. Thoughts?
I think the initial movement was down the wicket, not outside the off stump. And I think that movement came after the ball had been released. So, yeah, I think,
it's
the bowler's got away with that.
They will move the line if the batter moves, so maybe fair enough. 51 for 2 after 5 overs. You see, that's a skill we've seen coming in to the game as well. We've seen all these aspects of the game magnified, such as running between the wickets, even sacrificing people later in the innings to keep a particular batter on strike. The other one is spotting a wide and leaving it, which is what I thought that was from Conrad. But you're right, it does kind of that second step maybe it's before the ball's bowled. That's why Andrew Elliott moves the line and says it's fine. Here's the tack. Speak of the devil. And it's a no ball. First up is going to go for 4. So not a good start for Tomar. And he's going to go for 5 and a free hit coming up.
Yeah, it's not good. Gets to the boundary 4. They just started tidying things up a little bit after a few big shots from Conrad Greenshields. But this one, well, this will get Portugal up and running once more.
Yeah. So, yeah, free hit coming up. And you can see Portugal happy with that. So, strap yourself in. It's free hit time. Short, crunch, 6. Maximal. And that one might have gone into the player tents. And they're more than happy to receive it, Portugal, who catch a break. 11 come off the first ball of the over.
Well, it was a half cracker, wasn't it? It was there to be hit. And he said, thank you very much. Take that. Bang. That's gone a long way. And, struck that well.
Notice right now in the chat that they're doing a lurker call out, which now the chat's calling the lurker call out. So if you are watching, jump into the viewer chat and say hello to us. Let us know where you're watching from. Of course, our YouTube channel now has over 300,000 subscribers. Turn around the corner. This will just be a single this time. But yeah, Tomar, it's got a lot of damage to repair, doesn't it?
Yeah, both these batters, just looking at Sarwar and Greenshields the over before, tend to be walking into the ball. So I'm just wondering whether the bowlers here need to just get the length a bit fuller. Seem to maybe just bowling a tad shorter than where they want to be. Get the Yorker length deliveries in.
Hits this one through the line, but there's a man out there. It'll just be a single. It's Naveed Ahmed doing the fielding that time. That's yeah, that free hit. I think it was an attempted slower ball. He just drags down. Phil G saying that's not how to bowl a free hit ball. Hello to CJ Sharp watching from Manchester, who's supporting Portugal, hoping for a big score here. Hello to Meyer as well. Hit straight back at the bowler, does well to field it. Yeah, good work. Prevent any run. Yeah, but I also want to say hello to Mike Buckland and Ian Johns out there, to Rohit Singh Rathore, who is watching from India. Osama Mahmood watching from Switzerland. Well, hopefully we'll see you soon, Osama. And yeah, we're really touched by all the support we've had from all around the world. Hello to Terry, of course, as well, who's watching from the Czech Republic. Well, this is in the air, and it's hanging. There's no outfielder, though, so it should be fine. Can you stop it? And that's a really good piece of fielding. And then the fence stops him. Well, hopefully he's all right there. Who was that? That looked like Sengupta, who went all the way back. And this is the play. You just got to swipe at it, because once it gets past you, you normally can't catch up with it. Very good fielding.
Yeah, this is very good reactions. I mean, he only gets the one chance, and it's here. And he gets it, and then he hits the old boundary fence there pretty hard. I think he's took a bit of a knock there, the first few initial steps.
Taking the wind out of him a little bit. I think he's just kind of got what we used to call a corky in Australia, which is just a bruised thigh. I think just the way he hit the fence. He knew it was coming.
Yeah.
So he was able to brace for impact.
If it was one of them, you go into it, you go over it. He didn't fancy going over it, didn't fancy doing the hurdles. So he takes that one on the shin.
Sengupta, though, he's bowled his 2 overs, so I'd just have him off now. I mean, you don't need him to bowl again. He won't be batting above 7, I wouldn't imagine. So, to me, you've got Smit Patel as the 12th man, and he's actually a really good fielder as well. So I wouldn't hesitate to take him off here. I know that Satya wouldn't want to go off.
Yeah, but we got to see Magic Spray Mary.
Oh, well, here's Magic Spray Mary.
We got to see.
Well, Magic Spray Mary, I think, has her own camera now. Normally she comes on, and here's a true story about Magic Spray Mary, who you're seeing do her best work there, even though we're not going to show you her face. It's a bit like a dentist. You can't show her face on television. But Magic Spray Mary is now involved in cricket. There she is. She's involved in cricket here on the Costa del Sol.
She plays here. Carlton plays for the ladies at Carlton, which is fantastic.
She came in as a medic, and loved cricket so much that she wanted to start playing. Isn't that awesome?
I think that's great. I mean, cricket in Cardamom is just it's just booming. Not just the men's game, but juniors as well. And now we've got the women's cricket as well. It's fantastic.
Yeah,
That's just the growth of cricket in Europe.
The Spanish national team there,
yep.
Enjoying a spot of lunch. We'll see them later in the day against Portugal. So I'm sure that that's around their lunch. They're watching this game pretty closely. A lot of people looking forward to watching Dylan Stainbat as well. He's leading the Czech Republic in this tournament. Goes after this. It was pretty wide, hanging in the air. Should be out, and it is. Nicely caught by Kranthi Venkateswamy down at third man. And so the break maybe just impacts the concentration of Sarwat, but I've got to say it was pretty well bowled. It was quite wide, but not quite a wide. And more towards the bottom of the bat than anything. Flew down to Venkateswamy. Takes a pretty good catch. And it's the third wicket down. Portugal now 66 for 3.
Yeah, doesn't get this out the middle of the bat. Hits low down. You heard the sound from it straight away. And a comfortable catch taken. No mistakes. And just like that, get another breakthrough. A little bit disappointed, Sarwat there. But well, it gives an opportunity for the next batter to come out. This looks like it's Francis Stoneman.
Yeah, Faf they call him. And yeah, another good young player. He's been making a lot of runs domestically. I think he's stopping for a quick prayer, but it better be a quick one because he's got 90 seconds to get out there. So I probably wouldn't be doing the whole Lord's Prayer. I'd probably just stick to a couple of lines and an amen, and let's get out there. I've got to say hello to all the lurkers as well. We've got Boone, who's watching from, or Boo NZ, I think it is, watching from New Zealand. Loving the coverage. Nice to have you with us. And also Aaron Ashokan, who I'm sure would love to be out there for the Czech Republic, but unavailable, unfortunately, due to other commitments. And that's the thing. I mean, it's not a professional pursuit in continental Europe cricket. So a lot of these guys, they're juggling work and their cricket careers. They have to have time off for things like T20 international tournaments. So some of them will struggle to get off for every tournament, and a lot of them may not be available. Some of them may not be available for this. I know that Aaron Ashokan's in that boat. So's the beast, Sudesh Wickramasinghe up the Czech Republic. I know they'll miss them. Full toss, and it will be a single. That was the end of the over as well from Tomar. So it was 66 for 3 after 6. So that's why Conrad Greenshields is facing, of course. When you get caught, you have to go back to your original end. So you can't cross anymore. And that will be actually a law which actually starts in all cricket during this tournament, because it's the 1st of October that it becomes worldwide. But that is something that we pioneered in last year's cricket, and obviously I think it's a very good rule change, because who's on strike is actually super important in T10 cricket more than any kind of cricket, really.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense indeed.
This is whipped away. Faf's off the mark. He'll run really hard. I think at 2. It's not quite there. I've got to say quickly, I'll correct myself, Terry, who was heavily involved in Czech cricket for a lot of years. So I said he's watching from Czech Republic. But of course, he's reminded me in the chat, he's actually watching from Estonia now. And he's doing great things with Estonian cricket. So apologies, Terry. Hope you're enjoying the new job. This is in the air, and it's going to carry. And Greenshields is looking more and more powerful the longer he stays there. Maximal, that one over mid-off, pretty well struck. And that takes the score up into the swinging 70s.
Yeah, he's just been off the strike a little bit, hasn't he, Conrad Greenshields? So just got a little frustrated, but you see there, that one, that's just power. Gets enough on it. Doesn't go too aerial, but, well, distance is fine. 6 more to him.
Goes up this, hits this hard into the gap. This will be 4 as well by the giant Ice Cube. And Cuatro Carreras Mas. Conrad Greenshields moves into the 40s. He's been a real force at number 3 in this innings for Portugal.
Yeah, it's a tremendous shot, this. I mean, it's all about the positioning, all about, we quite often say, you've got to go to the ball. And that's exactly what he does here. Just look at this. He goes, puts his full weight into the shot, gets into the ball. And, well, despite the diving effort of the fielder, it's 4 more runs.
Brilliant. Come back ball, and now he's going to be gone. And this is one he just doesn't get out of the middle. He just tries to hit through the line. Doesn't really try to keep it down. Well, luck's a fortune for Czech Republic, who was starting to get blown away off the bat of Greenshields. But it's Bouillant that has the last laugh. It's his first wicket in this ECC, 78 for 4.
Yeah, and I think he may have just kept this one back slightly, and that's what caused the error there from Conrad Greenshields. The catch safely taken, so they get another wicket. That's an important wicket. That could have a big impact on this match and this innings, because while Conrad Greenshields was out there, I mean, it looked like you're going to get a good big score. Dylan Stern, the captain, this man taking the catch.
Yeah, And he's got a very good pair of hands. He's an excellent fielder, Dylan Stain. So just watch out for him. I mean, he's been travelled as well. He has had experience in South Africa and New Zealand. Now he has a home in the Czech Republic. And of course, I mean, to qualify for a national team, you need to either qualify on citizenship or there's a residency requirement. And Conrad Greenshields has just fulfilled the residency requirement. And looks a little bit upset to go for just 41 because he was hitting them well. There's still 3 overs remaining. Someone else is going to have to pick up the slack. And it will be Mohamed Siraj Nippo to come out at number 6. He will be facing first up. Left-hander, also a very good left-arm spinner. We'll see him in the second half of this game. And he's had a lot of experience on ECN as well, hasn't he? But look, credit to Buyan, because he does get Greenshields to play that one false shot. And the chance was gobbled up by Stain at cover.
Yeah, he didn't deter from what he was trying to do, and that's what I liked about Buyan's bowling. He always sensed that he was going to get that opportunity, and he did get it. So this is Buyan, as you see there on the screen, picks up the wicket of Conrad Greenshields, 41-19, highest score so far in this championship, 41 individual score, that is.
And goes for it.
Going to be hurrying. Well, they're asking a question here. The umpire on field has given it the shake of the head, saying no. Just wondering if the keeper has full control of the ball here.
I think it's no on a couple of counts here, because I think he's in anyway. And the other thing is, I don't think Devender gets this very cleanly at all. Might have a look at it on the replay. First one maybe won't be able to see too much about the ball, but we'll see that he's home. So whatever happens next, maybe the ball hits the stumps, but maybe I think the ball's going to hit the stumps, and then Devender has hit the stumps out of the way. So I don't think the ball actually ever touches the stump.
Yeah, I think Devender's hands were quicker than the ball there for a moment.
Well, that's the end of the 7th over here, and it's 79 for 4 after 7. Now, we do have these 5 weeks in Cartama, which is just outside Malaga in Spain, and it's actually going to be 7 days a week. We'll also have cricket on Saturdays and Sundays. That will be probably mostly telecast on Fancode in India and our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. So there is cricket 7 days a week, Monday to Friday. We have the ECC, which is international cricket. We'll have domestic cricket on Saturday and Sunday. So it's going to be a big adventure, 160 matches in total. ECN will broadcast from Cartama. But then the Fancode European Cricket Series, still some life in that series. 8 weeks left in the season. It will commence, or recommence, I should say, on the 17th of October in Croatia. 1 week there before a couple of weeks in Malta. And we'll finish with 5 weeks right back here in España. We'll be in Barcelona. So here we go. Final fling, 3 overs to go. Naveed Ahmed's going to come back, and this one will just be a one-hopper out to cover, 1 run. So yeah, the real question here will be, can they get this final push without Greenshields, who fell at a time where you felt he was going to swing them to something well over 100, probably over 110. But now, it's 2 fresh batters at the crease.
Getting the field changed around here.
Quick hello to Sebastian Bratt, who will be leading the Netherlands next week, I believe. Netherlands 11. Hello, Seb. Hope you're well. Really looking forward to seeing you. Goes after this. That made a good sound, and that is gone. Maximo! Faf Stoneman has just pumped this one over the giant ice cube, and that was always going for 6.
Well, I think, what has this hit? Has this hit the old floodlights here? This is hit long, strong, and hard. Wow. It goes aerial, and this, I reckon this hits the old floodlights here.
Well,
Have a look at this.
I've heard the term shoot the lights out, and he's almost done it literally there. Well, I hope not. This is the first time we're going to turn them on, and we might be 1 short already. Similar kind of shot, but this time drags it off the under edge for 1. Yeah, well, we do have the floodlights here for the first time, because we are going into the night. That's going to be super exciting. I still can't quite get used to it. I mean, we've done, between us, we've done something like probably 3,000 games. We have had some dedicated night series, but to have a full day's play that finishes under lights is something we've never done before.
It's going to be wicked.
It's going to be really exciting. Nippo goes after this. Got the field set for that. Just be 1 again. These 2 looking to push for every run. These guys will be innovative as well, pushing for extra runs at this stage of the innings. Yeah, so I didn't actually think too much about the fact that the lights might have to be Kookaburra proof because that did hit it. That's a bit concerning. Goes after this straight, smashes it. Maximo! That one bounces off the sight screen. And Stoneman, well, he's picked up the pace now. No Conrad, no worries, as Portugal swing their way towards 100.
Lovely shot, this. I mean, they don't come any better than this. Straight down the ground. That's as straight as they come. Love the way he gets down onto 1 knee. It's a beautiful hit. Manos arriba there from the umpire.
He's been making piles of runs in Portugal, and he's got such good technique. That's the thing. He's got a very good technique. You could see it there. Last ball of the over. Clever bowling from Naveed, but it might cost him 4. It's a long chase. The fielder does well to get there. And we'll get 2. They might think of a 3rd, but I don't think it's quite on. So it will be a couple to Stoneman, end of the 8th over. It's 96 for 4. Just quickly, I want to say hello to a few of the other lurkers. I know that Jacob Clements-Hunt is watching from England, supporting the Czech Republic. Hazin Nadeem Ahmed watching from Bangladesh. Kawaja Shant from Pakistan. Jeff Berg from Australia. Let us know where you're from in Australia. And this interactive chat is one of the really cool things about the European Cricket Network, that people can interact with us live on the air. So we'd love for you to get involved. And I mean, I've even got a chat wife. And I see that she said hello in the chat as well. So
She's back, huh?
she's back. Anyway, if you'd like to drop us a line in there, we'd love to
thank
hear
you
from you.
to everybody for all your lovely comments as well. And we are a big family. And we are, as the banners say around this ground, stronger together and becoming stronger together and bigger together as well. So thank you for everybody's support. So 12 balls to go in the innings. What do you reckon? 110, 115?
Yeah, they're on track for 120. The way Stoneman's going, they might want more than 120. Dot ball, Nippo.
No, wide
It
ball.
won't be a dot because it'll be wide.
A bit too wild. That one should just be really, the Vizzy just needs to get the ball right up there. Doesn't want to buckle here now. A good tight over here. Could see the score under 110. That would be ideal.
I also noticed in the chat that Kaku Kumar is in there from HCL Software. Of course, they're powering this Crickathon, which is based about, if you like the idea of being a sports scientist or even armchair sports scientist, go to crickathon.com. There's a question of the day and a question of the week. Now, the best question of the week winner will get an internship with HCL Software, who actually employ over 280,000 people around the world. And that's a pretty big operation, put it that way. Short, down leg side, this will be a wide. So, yeah, I know the questions of the day, they change every day. The question today was who will score the most runs? Which team will score the most runs on day one? At the moment, got no idea. I think they've all been pretty even, if you ask me. But then the question of the week is a bit more detailed. How would you use data to choose a bowler to bowl the death over? So go to crickathon.com, check it out, and get involved. Too high. They will scramble through for a leg bite. So Kaku Kumar, nice to have you in the chat as well. Michael Andrews watching from a not so sunny Preston, but really enjoying watching. That's really nice to hear. And Tyrone, he is watching, confirmed it was the real Tyrone in the chat. He's watching from Bondi. So hello, that's a nice part of the world as well. We'll be warming up in Australia soon.
Hello, Tyrone, the Iceman. And looking forward to seeing you here soon.
Goes leg side and gets it over the fielder. This is going to be 4, and you can see Samuel Davitsi, who's a bit of a death specialist here. He's only going to get the one over, but he just gets a bit too straight to Nippo. And Davitsi's a left-hander himself. It's the kind of ball he'd enjoy receiving. And Nippo just clunks it over the short, fine leg and gets a boundary.
Yeah, nice clean hit. Just the bowler just straying a little bit there. Gets too close to the pads of Nippo, who rather than trying to hit down the ground, just lets this come to him. And last moment just whips it away. Nice, intelligent shot. 100 up.
And climbing. And he misses out. The thing is, Stoneman's got a bit cold at the other end. It's over. He's got the leg by early in the over when he faced, but he really looked good. He looked pretty comfortable against the spin, I suppose. Maybe Davitsi a different proposition. But I know that we've also got Yasmin watching from Toronto in Canada, the CN Tower. Well, I'm a big Blue Jays fan, actually, so any viewers from Toronto or even Canada might appreciate that. Short, placed in the rib cage.
Ouch, that one would hurt a little, I'm sure. I mean, he's not a lot of Nippo.
That's true.
It's a few ribs there. You might need a spare one because that one hit him pretty hard on the side. He's giving it a rub.
Yeah, that was a nasty one. We actually heard that one from up here. Hello to Naveen Padmaraju. Oh, he's certainly a regular with the Prague Cricket Club in Czech Republic. Naveen, great to see you in the chat as well. And hello Raja, who's watching from Vancouver. So we've got a big Canadian audience as well. Viewers all around the world. All happening in the ninth, and this is pretty innovative stuff as well. This will fly into that HCL Software tent, I think. and Maximo Stoneman. He goes backwards for the first time and he gets 6.
This is what I'm talking about. Carter Mania. Well, we are on the Costa del Sol, and this is all about sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket.
Sexy shot, isn't it? But he did give him the kind of length to play with there and play that shot. If that's fuller, that's a lot more difficult. It's kind of premeditated from Faf Stoneman, but he does get 6. And Portugal still cruising along, 111 after 4. 111, 4-4, I should say, after 9 overs. I'll say to everyone, thanks for your engagement. If I miss you, then don't be afraid to say hello again. Hello to Kirsty Redhead, who's saying whoop whoop Faf. And of course, Faf grew up, learned his cricket at Coimbra Knights, where Kirsty Redhead, of course, a big part of that club. She was one of our guest commentators earlier in the year when we were in Portugal for the ECS.
Hello, Kirsty, and a marvellous cook, can I just say.
And of course, Chris, better not leave Chris out. Chris is still plying his trade.
Yep.
For Coimbra Knights there in Portugal. Anyway, last overtime. Seatbelts on, everybody. Here's Farhead. And he gets French cut away. I suppose I might call that a leg glance. But what Nippo does do, he gives the strike back to Stoneman. And he's been quite artistic, actually, in his stroke play. He's moved to 22 off just 7. He's got 5 balls to play with here.
Yeah, so line up the 120.
Also want to say hello to Amy, who's watching with Tyrone in Bondi. Look forward to seeing you soon as well.
Hello, Amy. Yes, indeed. Amy's become a bit of a cricket expert herself now.
Goes after this. It was a slower ball. It's hanging. Should be caught by somebody. And it's been dropped. And it was an absolute sitter for Sharon Ramakrishnan. I suppose. I'd rather do this in the 10th over than the first, but still costs you a run. And costs you the chance to get rid of Stoneman, who's been really good at the death.
Yeah, Ramakrishnan here. I think he's too relaxed trying to take this one. Should have taken it easily, really. Many would say there's no such thing as an easy catch. Does everything right to the last moment.
You don't think so? Watch that one again. Anyway, this will be an off-cutter. I suppose no catches are easy when you've got millions of people watching all around the world, but still, like I say, not too long to go, so probably won't affect the bottom line too much unless Stoneman goes on and pumps another 6, which could happen. Nippo got done by the slower ball there. Shahaz Farhad, I think he's a really good pickup for the national team now that he's qualified in Czech Republic. Yeah, this one's hanging as well. This won't carry to the fielder, just the 1. So we're getting that kind of more or less pass score. 115 last year was an average score per 10 overs. So I want to say hello to AC, who's watching in the chat as well. I know we've got James watching from Perth in Australia. It's my old hometown. And yeah, to everyone else, hope you're enjoying it. Danny's got a question. Come to that in a second. This is short and it's hit well. It's hooked nicely. I think that might have gone all the way, you know. It has. Maximo. Manasa Ribampa. That is a 6. And they try the short ball and Stoneman does hurt them. Makes them pay for that drop catch. Moves to 29.
Yeah, this is such a good shot. He's onto this so quickly. And he just basically said, don't bowl there to me. You can see he's deep inside his crease. You don't want to be bowling short to a batter that sliced about deep inside his crease.
Exactly. A couple of times they've given him length to play with and he's punished them. Danny says, do I think that the Czech team will miss Aaron Ashokan and the Beast, Sudesh Vikramasegara? Short answer, yes. But at least it gives opportunities, right? And here's a guy who's just qualified in residency, Farhad getting an opportunity, and a lot of other players get an opportunity. So they'll know what to do. This one would have been a wide. Instead, it's going to be 6, and it's a big finish. Maximo Stoneman, what an innings he's played, 35 off 10. And we asked the question, didn't we, after 7 overs, who's going to pick up the pace now that Greenshields is gone? And it's Francois Stoneman, who bangs 35 off 10. And Portugal, they get to an above par total in the end, 126 for 4. And let's see how the Czech batting respond. Of course, no Ashokan, no Vikramasegara for them. And they have their hands full with his target of 127.
Yeah, we always say you're going to chase a wide ball and make sure you send it to the boundary. And that's exactly what Francis Stoneman does there. What an innings that has been from him. It's been outstanding, really. 35 with just 10 deliveries. And he was well supported there by Mohamed Siraj Nipu as well, who just played a good supporting role and just kept giving him the strike as much as possible. So we've seen a good score. That's a very competitive score. You mentioned 115 was about the average score last time. Well, 126 is going to take some getting. Well, he had issues trying to catch the first one, did sing, but he made no issues taking the second. Needed a bit of attention, but it was a bit of a roller coaster sort of innings to start off with, particularly the first 5 overs. Conrad Greenshields was doing all the damage, at one end. He got a bit of support early on for Imran, but really once he went, the question was who was going to keep things going. Well, this was a good catch once again from Singh behind the stumps. Got a little bit lucky with his body with the ball popping up in the air, but he made sure he clung onto it when it mattered to get the wicket off Imran. So then it was all a little bit about Conrad Greenshields. Every time he hit the ball, he seemed to be sailing over the boundary fence for 6 runs. But that was a huge shot there as well from Sawa. But there was a catch nicely taken. Sawa had to go. That was after a little bit of a break. But Greenshields, he played some lovely shots as well. But then he was the fall. Good catch taken there by Stern. And then after that, somebody had to keep the innings going. Somebody had to make sure not only they got the 100 on the board, but they went bigger than that. And that was down to Francis Stoneman. What a very, very good innings it was from him. There was a little bit of that, as you saw, from the umpire there, Sulman Saeed, putting his hands up in the air. There was a lot of put your hands up in the air, and this one went a long way up in the air. Well, that was a little bit of sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket, as we saw the big 6. And that was, well, not so sexy as the catch was put down, which gave the opportunity for Stoneman to come back on strike to face those last 2 deliveries, which were pumped all the way over the boundary for 2 big 6s. So a big finish from Portugal, 126 they posted on the board. This is match 2 of the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship between Portugal and the Czech Republic. Portugal having a bat, and thanks to 2 good contributions from Conrad Greenshields, the captain, 41 of 19, and then that 35 not out of just 10 balls from Francis Stoneman. They've got a good score on the board, and they'll be hoping that they can follow that up with some nice tidy bowling. Speaking of bowling, well, this was the bowling from the Czech Republic. I think it was pretty tidy there from Sengupta. He probably was the pick of the bowlers. I was quite pleased to see the spinner of Naveed Ahmed bowling well. Just took 1 for 28. Maybe he was just a tad unlucky there as well, but they just a little bit short at times for me with their length, which the Portugal batters, particularly Conrad Greenshields and Francis Stoneman, were able to capitalise on. 126 on the board, so 127 required for victory for the Czech Republic. They've certainly got the firepower to do it, but well, this is the big stage, this is the big one, this is when it matters, and runs on the board mean that the pressure is always on the team that's going out to do the chasing. Join me, Rico Fuller, Mr. Maximo, as we return for the conclusion of match 2. 127 required for the Czech Republic if they're to win their first match.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and the yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and the yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and the air will say, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and the air will say, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and the air will say, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and the air will say, let's live our dream. Summertime.
Hello, welcome back to the Santarém Cricket Ground. There's live shots of what's happening right now. The rain has stopped, that's good news, but there is significant kind of build-up around the pitch, and so, yeah, I know a lot of people are working on that. There's Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee, checking out the centre area. Of course, safety is a concern, given that there are 3 days of T20s that are planned from tomorrow. So, look, I can give you the latest update, which is that the match that was meant to be the third match of the day has been abandoned. That's the men's match 4. It's abandoned without a ball being bowled, and so the cut-off time was still at about 10 minutes, but the determination was that there's no way that the field would be ready by that cut-off time, so that just goes down as no result. They'll split the points, and the series does remain 3 games to Norway, no games won by Portugal. So the next possible play is in about an hour's time, and at the moment that is on schedule, but again, there'll be constant kind of assessments of that central area. The actual outfield's okay, but we know with the pitch, we had this incident a couple of days ago where the water does get underneath. What I will say, it's a great atmosphere at the ground. I mean, there's a lot of kind of training. What can be done is being done. I was down in the nets actually, just, I suppose mixing it with the players, and they're really enjoying the opportunity to be here, obviously, but they would like to be on the field. So what we'll do, we're going to go back to that classic match we were showing just a moment ago from the ECC, the Euros of Cricket in 2022. Portugal batting first against Czech Republic, put 126 for 4 on the board, so Czech Republic about to chase 127. After this match ends, we'll put the clock up and we'll obviously count down to the next game that starts in an hour's time, but keep an eye on the bottom of your screen because that time might be pushed. We'll always try and give you the no play before time just to keep you up to date. So again, apologies for the interruption, but not much can be done. Let's take you back to that match in 2022. Enjoy the second half of this ECN Classic.
Hello cricket lovers, and welcome back to the magnificent, the splendid Cardamom Oval Cricket Ground here in Malaga in the province of Andalusia. You're watching the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. It's the start of the Euros of cricket here in Spain. 5 weeks of cricket coming your way. The first 4 weeks will be group stages. From each group, 1 team will qualify to make it through to week 5, Championship week, where England will come into the frame, the reigning champions, and the 5 teams will play off to see who will be crowned the kings of Europe for 2022. This is the start of Group A. We've already seen Spain victorious against Austria, and now this is match 2, Czech Republic against Portugal. Portugal had a good knock, 126 on the board for them, 127 required for the Czech Republic if they are to register their first win. Only 1 team qualifies from the group, and the other key thing is to make it through to what we call sort of finals day of the group. You've got to finish in the top 4, so team finishing 5th in the group will be eliminated as well. So everything to play for in these early matches. Portugal, you would think, have the upper hand in this. The Vizzy just placed this one straight down from Conrad Greenshields. Well, he did a good job with the bat, did Greenshields, 41 of 19. And with the ball, it's a very experienced cricketer, gets that ball to swing around quite viciously, and he has got the ability to move it both ways as well. Greenshields gets this one to go right across the batter. And that's the variations that we're talking about. Big plus. Having Conrad Greenshields now eligible to play for the Portugal national team. He's played a lot of cricket in Portugal and now meets the criteria. And what a debut he's made. Short in the air, and this will go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna sona. Shaka lagya. Well, this was a bit of a challenge, wasn't it? Greenshield says, okay, I'm going to bang it in short. Let's see what you got. Well, that's what I got, he says. I got 6. Big shot. And doesn't shy away from the challenge. So, Davisi giving Greenshield something to think about. Well, Greenshields goes short again, and Davisi, he rocks back and he pulls this all the way over to the boundary again. Boom! Shaka lagya, manos arriba, Vidro, porque eso es 6 carreras más, así me gusta. Boom, 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 shaka lagya. Well, he's up for it, and just like that, after a good start, Greenshields is surrounded by a couple of players saying, hey buddy, come on, you know what you're good at, pitch it up, get that swing into place, stop banging it in short. Oh, this is not good. It's a great bit of work from the keeper to stop that. And Path Junjat sliding, making a stop. Otherwise, that could have been a fifer. Losing his shape slightly, maybe a little rattled here, Greenshields. After those 2 big 6s. The VC just asking Conrad to wait. Better, nicely played down the ground, and he wants it. Calling it through all the time, all the way through, getting Dylan Stern to get to the other end, gets a single. So Dylan Stern now has the opportunity to face just the 1 delivery off the bowling off this first over from Greenshields. 14 without loss. As we welcome back Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu into the Dream Box.
Yeah, thanks Rico, it's good to be back. Yeah, Conrad, a bit of his own medicine a couple of times, wasn't he? From Sabu and Davisi, the man they call the water boy. But you can see he's really strong in that fine leg region and the square leg region as well. But here's a guy, Dylan Stain. It's a lot of responsibility for him as a young man to take over the reins from Aaron Ashokan in this tournament. But he's had a lot of success on the international stage in T20 cricket. Let's see if he can do it in the T10. Starts with a big friendly wide from Conrad Greenshields. And that's the thing about Greenshields. He can genuinely swing the ball both ways. He's one of those guys that on his day, you can have the ball on the string. But I guess it's a bit of a double-edged sword as well, because unless you control it, especially in this form of the game, it can also be expensive.
Yeah, I think also he's one that would be prefers to bowl to the right-handers. 2 left-handers here, Vinny, and you can see he's struggling.
Nice ball the over. It's a better ball, but guess what? It's a pretty good shot as well. It's hit straight, and that's out of here. Maximo! A pretty good way to get off the mark in T10 international cricket. It's the first legal delivery that Stain faces, and he smacks it over mid-off for 6. Also, the end of the over, it goes magical. 21 for no loss after 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's a perfect start, isn't it? When you're chasing 127 for victory, you get 21 off the first one. What a beautiful shot that was.
Such a good shot. Well, if you're new to the ECN, you might be wondering what we're talking about when we talk about a golden ball. If there is a tie, it will be decided by golden ball. So we've now gone 31 matches on ECN without a golden ball. We actually had a record 405 games in a row that weren't ties. It was broken in late July. Since then, we've had a few more. All time, there have been 34 golden balls. In fact, 35 now after the one we had in Belgium. So we'll see if we get one at some point. We've just had the 1 golden ball here at Cartama. It was in the ECL. It involved Luxembourg beating the Finnish team. But if it is a golden ball, it's going to be pretty tense, put it that way. On the Irish team, we'll get to see them for the first time in the 3rd match of the day, and I'm really looking forward to that. But right now, let's concentrate on the task at hand. It's going to be Junaid Khan, another guy that can swing the ball prodigiously. He's going to bowl over number 2. He's going to be bowling to Sabu and Davisi. Edged and fine and well stopped. Well, he doesn't use the hand method here, to be honest. That's Mohammad Fakhrul Hussain. He's got the body behind it, and that shows the commitment. He saves the boundary there.
Yeah, there's no excuses. They've been used there not to be diving and sliding around on this outfield. I mean, like I said before, it's like a carpet. And, well, that's a good indication there what you've got to do. You've got to throw yourself at these. You've got to get something behind it. Good stop.
Again, it's the kind of field that you won't mind diving on because it is like playing on a cloud here, really, in Khartoum at the moment. Goes straight again, but doesn't quite get it. Fielder's underneath it and gone. So 6 and out for Stain. The catch is taken by Imran Khan at mid-on. And so Junaid, I think, just wobbling it a bit, and it forces a false shot from Dylan Stain, who has to go. He's the first wicket to fall, 22 for 1.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed with that, wouldn't he? And after hitting a lovely straight drive 6 the over before to get himself off the mark. This one where he just doesn't get it right, does he? He almost tries to sort of clip this as rather than stroke it. You see there, he's just trying a little dink shot. I think if he has that ball again, if he has that opportunity again, he's probably saying to himself, well, why didn't I just go through with the shot? Just doesn't get into the right position. Gives his wicket away.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I was wondering how Dylan would approach this format because he's made hundreds even in T20 international cricket, but does generally like to play himself in a little bit. So I think he could probably, he's one of those guys that could afford to have a few balls and doesn't have to go crazy because you've got someone like Sabun Davitsi at the other end who is so dynamic. And I think especially with no Ashoka, no Wickramasinghe in the lineup for Czech Republic this time around, those other top order wickets probably have a bit more of a premium on them. But anyway, he decides to go downtown a couple of times. Goes downtown once, goes uptown once.
They had such a good start. I mean, 21 of the first, didn't really have to play that shot maybe, but it's one of those, we saw that with the first match with Spain played. You know, you had 5 batters getting out on 1, but they all went out there with the same philosophy, go out there, play our shots. If it don't work, somebody else will come in and do the job.
Yeah, especially since you're seeing a bowler for the first time and you go up that very first ball, I think you're just more likely to make an error. Sazib Bhuyan comes out at number 3. He tries to smack this one out of the ground. This has traditionally been the home of the beast in the Czech Republic's lineup at number 3. Sazib has been playing some pretty good cricket back in the Czech Republic. Of course, we have seen a fair bit of cricket from the Czech Republic on the European Cricket Network. I know I've spent a lot of time there. And it's been improving all the time, more teams. I think that it's just been growing in quality over the last couple of years. A lot of new registrations as well. Bhuyan goes after this leg side, gets a bit of it. Fielder might have a chance to cut this off. Does. Good team fielding there. They will get back for 2, but again, good hustle from Portugal.
Yeah, liking that. That's what it's all about. Nice little flick back, straight into the hands of the fielder, and gets a good throw in. Good cricket all round. Running from the batters as well.
So mind you can join us in our viewer chat as well. I know that a lot of people are discussing what they're watching on there. I'm enjoying keeping an eye on it as well. There's Junaid. Good in swinger. And he sends him back at the last moment. This would have been out if he hit. Had to hit from side on though.
Would have been gone. Junaid Khan, what a campaigner he's been. I mean, he's always been there, hasn't he? Every time we've been to Portugal, we've seen Portugal play well. He's always been a key figure. Once again, he's turning it on here with the ball. 1 for 3 with the ball to go in his spell. Great over there, especially with the first one of Greenshields going for 21.
Last ball, the over. Goes leg side, goes over the top. Again, this will plug. It'll still run away though. Oh, and he's made a meal of that one. Went with the foot. This is one time he can probably go with the hand. So Bhuyan gets his first boundary. It's the end of 2 overs now, 28 for 1.
Yeah, this one on. He'll be looking back at this and saying, yeah, I should have done better. He knows it as well. He's done very well out there so far, but this one he gets wrong. I mean, just at this point, look, he tries to get a foot onto it, but I think he knows himself, really, that he should have been diving at that and flicking it back with his hand and then tidying the job up afterwards. So a little bit of a let off there. 28 for 1 at the end of 2. So Junaid Khan, he'll be disappointed that he's allowed that last ball going to the boundary, but I think that's more down to an error from the fielder than he's bowling. As we have a quick look at the tables, the standing so far. Spain victorious against Austria, sitting pretty at the top. Which one of these two teams will join them on 2 points? Short. Well, just electing to play this back down. It's almost like this surprises the batter slightly there. Davitsi just playing this one back down from Greenshields. Greenshields preferring to bowl himself out. I mean, after getting 21 off the first, he's not shied away from the battle against Davitsi, but probably doesn't want to be banging it in short to him. He's hit pretty well. This man out there does really well.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision from the captain to bowl himself out here, isn't it? I mean, he's probably thinking he's a swing bowler. He wants to bowl when the ball's at its newest. It kind of backfired in the first over. But, I mean, that, again, shows he's not making decisions just solely based on the small sample size of the first over. A couple got away. He obviously feels that he can get the better of Davizzi perhaps in this over and remove him.
I'm interested to see how he'll bowl against a right-hander.
Yeah.
The first ball he's bowling to a right-hander.
Yeah, that's a good point you make. We saw now the lefties kind of take a bit of a toll on him in the first over. Anyway, outswing it, Bouillon, wild swing. Doesn't make any contact.
Yeah, this is where I think he's more at home to the right-hander. Gets that one. You see, that was the one that he was bowling a fair number of times to the left hand, being pinned or being called wides. Right-hander, it's a different ball game.
I know that in Perth, when he was playing there, Conrad played for Melville Storm, which is a club which has been home to cricket like Dimitri Mascarenhas and Adam Voges as well from Australia. Full toss. Oh, they go on the hit, and if that was picked up cleanly, it would have been a real chance to run out, but Rao Imran fumbled it at the critical moment. So Bouillon getting a bit lucky. But the other thing is he hasn't really clicked yet, Sazib. And just keep an eye on that run rate required. I mean, they basically need 13 and over from the get-go. They want to be 39 or so after the third day. They look to be a few behind at the moment. There you go. Hey, Conrad. Really, I think he wants Sabah. That's what he wants here. But these power plays today, it's amazing how similar they've been. In the first game, after 3 overs, Austria were 31 for 1. Spain were 34 for 1 in their innings. And in the first over of this, it was 35 for 1 for Portugal. So, and now 30 for 1 with a ball to go. Very, very similar power plays. Hit and run. Sabah, like all opening batters, he's a master of counting balls, and he knew that was the last ball of the over. He'll retain the strike, moves to 16, 31 for 1 after 3 overs. Yes, so I suppose what that's telling us, Rico, is that these games have been won or lost in the overs after the power play, because the power play has been pretty even. So I guess whoever plays better from this point forward wins the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's about, this is where the captain, and he's thinking about which bowlers he's using there at the death becomes key. And, because we know, especially in these sort of close contests, you get a couple of good overs in where the bowlers are on top. A couple of wickets, keeping that score down, maybe just going for about 6 or 7 in the over. All of a sudden, the game changes so quickly. But you've got to always maintain that rate, and that's what the worry will be here now. We've had a number of deliveries now without any boundaries. A much better over there. Conor Greenshields, I mean, only going for just the 3 in that one compared to the 21 in the first. So the captain, well, backed himself, and he came up top trumps. Now what's the plan here now?
I think it was a gamble, wasn't it? We would have been quick to jump on Greenshields if he'd gone the journey again. But yeah, it does come up with a good one. This isn't a good one for Portugal because it's the first ball from Mubin Tariq, the off spinner, and Sabah was pretty keen for the strike, and now an 0 white. Davizzi goes Maximo. And Tariq's got some things to think about.
Yeah, he goes down at one knee and he smashes this away over what would have been deep square leg. This is a lovely shot, and it's all timed as well. There's no slog here, just a time to perfection.
Yeah, so Tariq's a guy I've seen playing previously for the Coimbra Knights and Ourash in Portugal. Next one, turn around the corner. It also shows me Davizzi's thinking. He's not just thinking boundaries, he's also trying to think intelligently. He's happy just to take the one there and retain the strike. I think we're going to see Sazib Bouillon just going for broke now against Tariq. He's had 6 balls, he's on 7. He's been pretty aggressive on the way to that 7, just has missed a few deliveries, particularly outside the off stump. So if you're Tariq here, you can't get too close to Sazib Bouillon because he'll take your leg side. He'll be hoping to just kind of sneak a few inside that blue tram line, I think, on the offside.
Few changes in the field being made by the combination of the bowler and the captain.
It does get straight, but it's actually a good ball because it's full. Once again, Imran, make it look like it's a long way down, and can't come up with the clean take. What I will say as well, if you weren't aware, that these games are really strictly timed. So you have 40 minutes. There are a couple of allowances for things like taking extra wickets, but essentially you have 40 minutes to start your 10th over. So you got to be careful that you don't run behind time. The captain's always advised that whether they're on target or not. Mubin's come back well here. Now we've got to mix up. They've got to go to the bowler's end, and he's going to be gone here. So it will be Bullion who's run out. I think that he wanted it, Bullion, and technically it was his call, but I think Davizzi knew that he hit it straight to the fielder and he didn't feel there was a run there. So Bullion is going to become collateral damage. Pretty good fielding as well to sum that up, to get a good throw to the bowler who was back at the stumps where he should have been. So good basics really from Portugal. And Czech Republic lose the second wicket 39 for 2.
Yeah, that was good awareness. I mean, the fielder, as soon as he feels it, he looks up, he assesses the situation quickly and gets a good, clean throw back in. Look at that, straight away, right over the stumps, and there was no way back there. But I think Davizzi's quite right. Definitely not a single there. And, I mean, if he was to run himself out there, particularly since he's the set batter, that would have been a disaster.
But I suppose the counter-argument there is, once Davizzi, even if it's a bad call from the non-striker, he's the one at jeopardy, right? Because I think if they run that run, it'll be Bullion, they'll go after it at the keeper's end. So it's a funny one. I think ultimately the run just wasn't there. Here's Venkataswamy, the new batter, and he's a guy who's been playing for the Prague Spartans in the Czech Republic. He's a very good player when he gets going as well, but it'll be at non-striker's end to start his innings.
Venkataswamy. New batter comes out to support Davizzi. Punches this one back to the bowler. Let's have a look round. This field, 2 men on the leg side, 2 men straight. He's been hit pretty well, and it will go all the way. Well, watch out, watch out. There's a cookabout. Well, there's Fletch. Well, Paul Fletch, he's always in the action. And we know that one of his highlights was here earlier in the year, the ECL, and Fletch has already taken an outstanding crowd catch. You saw him take that in Germany. So now, anything that comes his way, he says, I'm just letting it go. I've had my moment of magic. I'm not going to let myself down. That's a good shot. It's a powerful shot. Hitting that one flat all the way for 6 on the offside. Big hit.
Yeah, end of the over as well. 45 for 2. Good finish to the over. So kind of bookended with 6s in that 4th over. Any sounder here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And joining me is Rico for. Certainly hope that you're enjoying your action so far. And we're enjoying bringing it to you, of course, European Cricket Network. It's the biggest cricket project in the world. There are so many matches. In fact, last year we had 1,222 matches. I know that I did over 1,000 of them personally. You've done over 1,000 in your career as well, and we're really enjoying the adventure. So strap on and enjoy it. It's going to be 5 weeks of madness.
It's going to be amazing. I mean, just this non-stop action all the way through. I can't believe I was looking at it the other day. 124 matches is what it will be once that final's played. That's extraordinary. And on top of that, we've got those 5 matches every weekend.
We do. We've got Saturday and Sunday cricket as well. Right now, let's watch the start of a new over. Again, it's going to be a tight one, but it's one they'll take. First up, I think Davizzi was pretty keen to get the strike. This is Fakrul Hussain, who will be bowling. And so, Czech Republic, again, they'd want to be around about the 52 after 4 overs. Okay, they're a handful behind. They can make that up in pretty quick time, especially with someone like Davizzi there. If he hits his traps, he can hit 6s and hit a lot of them. We'll see how he deals. Left hand on left hand action here from Fakrul Hussain. No ball called. Well, I heard a call. But, yeah, there it was from Andrew Elliott. And it must have been for overstepping. And so, yeah, we can't really afford too many of these. We'll get a look at it here. Yeah, a long way. Over by a long way. That's early in his spell, but that's going to be costly potentially, because it is a free hit coming up now. First of all, Mohammed Fakrul Hussain playing for a team called Friendship CC in Portugal. Another no ball. Heard the call there, and this is going to go for 4. And this is a disaster, really. Can't get that foot behind the line. And if that continues, there's going to be even more trouble. We still haven't had a legal delivery in this over. You see exactly how far he's over that time. It's just we're talking about, the line belongs to the umpire as well. So we're probably talking about 5-6 centimetres.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little less than the one before, but that's not good from the bowler. I mean, once you've done it once, you need to make that adjustment and get it right.
Yeah, Conrad Greenshill's quick to have a chat to him as well here. So it's going to be no ball plus 4 and a free hit. So let me get my calculator out. Okay, so he's basically 8 off 1 ball so far. That's not ideal. And they've got another free hit coming up as well. And Venkataswamy will face once again. He's got the immunity cloak on. Gets it good enough. I think this is out of here. Maximo! Well, potentially game-changing minute here, isn't it? Because Czech Republic, they're a little bit behind, but after this start to the over, they are ahead of the run rate.
Absolutely. Look, that's 14 already off this one. That was a big hit. Look, he's deep inside his crease. He's waiting for it to be there, isn't he? And it smashed away. 6 more. So once again, the balance starting to shift slightly. They're a lot happier now after those 2 deliveries anyway. 2 legal ones.
Yeah, he's got some
things come from it.
Got some things to think about, doesn't he? Fakrul Hussain. At least he could take a wicket off this ball. No ball called. 3rd one of the over. Oh, this is so frustrating for a captain. I mean, Conrad, he's got a good head of hair, but he might not for much longer. He'll be tearing it out. Let's have a look at this one. Well, I mean, to be honest, that one's not no ball. That's all you can say about it. Oh, I know the umpire only gets 1 look at it, right? And they're not in such a good position as that camera.
Yeah, I mean,
as an umpire, I know you've done a lot of umpiring, Rico. I'd want to be absolutely sure that it's a no ball before I call it.
The only thing, I mean, 2 ways. Look, I mean, yeah, when we see that, I mean, that's of course the umpire don't get the opportunity to see that.
Yeah.
When you see that, you think, okay, that's a tough call. But really, as a bowler, if you've been called twice and you know you've been way over, you've got to make a better adjustment than that. So it's 2 ways to look at it. Tough call, though.
Let's see if there's some natural justice here on the free hit. He misses it, so that's the dot ball. So that one doesn't go, well, it's just called a wide this time. It's interesting because the time before, there wasn't a wide called where the umpires moved line. This time, I mean, he takes a big step before the ball is bowled. What do you think with that one? Still pretty wide.
It's
I've got to say, I wouldn't have called that one.
Yeah. I think that one, for me, I'm going to say, right, the batters has moved, the line moves with it. Depends how the umpire standing sees it.
Now he gets a big filthy full toss. He's going to put it out of the ground. Maximo! A water boy filling up here in the 5th. This over goes magical. And we're only halfway through it. 23 off the first 3 balls.
Well, this is a big shot. Look, you've got to tell us all, what's the water boy about?
So everyone had a nickname except Saba. And they had the Beast. They had the Tank, of course, Ritik Tomar, who's in the team. And he's the water boy because he's always apparently just asking everyone if they want water. And that's just something that they came up with in the Czech Republic. So then he actually, when I went and had a chat to some of the players in the break there, he was asking me if I wanted water. So obviously he was reminding me. Better ball. Again, this is a test for Fakrul Hussain, isn't it, to see if he can come back from adversity. We've seen some kind of half overs go big, but then the other half of the over, things just get back under control. That's what he'll be hoping for here because he really needs to limit the damage. And just have a look at that required run rate. It was up over 13 a moment ago. Now it's under 11, so things can change so quickly in this form of the game.
24, just the 4 legal deliveries that have been bowled in this one. 2 to go. This one could go supersonic.
Could do. 30 plus for supersonic here on ECN. And Gould. Well, this time it's the opposite of what happened to Buyan, isn't it? Because Venkateswamy, he hits it and thinks there's a run there, but really that is the call of Tavitsi, who's at the non-strikers end. He didn't want to go.
Yeah, he's been a bit tentative. And for me, this is a run. I mean, if you're backing up, you're there.
Yeah. Didn't hit it too hard either. It's not like he got there that quickly. Junaid Khan, pretty solid piece of work from him in the circle. So it becomes a huge ball now. Just pulled things back here in the last couple of deliveries, but can Hussain get out of the furnace here? Well, maybe, maybe not. This is clunked away to the leg side. It is fielded there by Stoneman, who is a pretty good fielder. Not so good at staying on his feet, but he manages eventually, and it's the end of the 5th over. So in the end, it goes for 25. From where he was, though, it actually could have been a lot worse. Fakrul Hussain, 5 overs down, 70 for 2.
Yeah, but what you have to think about is, you've had 46 runs scored of 2 overs.
Yeah, game changing.
When you think the first over went for 21 from Greenshields, that one's just gone for 25.
The other thing is, when Buyan got run out for 8, might have been a blessing in disguise. Just didn't seem to have it. And he's such a dynamic player on his day. But that's kind of what we saw with the Spain innings earlier today. You know, I think that you've got to accept that some of the batters out there, they're not going to all come and have the best game of their lives in the top 6 or 7.
Yeah.
So if it's not yours, sometimes it's better if you get out the way, and there might be a match winner down the order, like we saw from Daniel Dor-Kayet for Spain in match 1.
You talk about match winners. This man coming on the bowl now, we've seen him being a match winner many a times. Nipu.
Leans on the first one. In Nippo, we've seen a lot of him, haven't we? He was Golden Ball hero, one of our first back in 2020.
Yeah.
And he's He's a guy I always love to watch. He's kind of a wiry kind of a left spinner, almost a, I won't say slingy, but yeah, it does get high, gets a lot of bounce as well. He'll change his pace as well. Doesn't get a lot of turn. Generally, will just slide on. Most of the time, though, left-handed batters do like facing these left-arm spinners. They see Nippo, that was a slightly quick one, but you couldn't really tell the way he released it. Just hurried on, kind of surprised a bit too, has to pat it back.
Good start from Siraj Nippo.
Game right in the balance at the moment. Oh, this one almost bowls him, sneaks it under the bat. Again, Nippo, that's a couple in a row. He's just been on Davitsi before he's realised it. Just have a look at how late the bat comes down here. He thinks, what he's thinking, he wants the one that he can get under and drag to the leg side, but just doesn't allow it. Like this, he tries, and he doesn't get too much of it at all. Two fielders are guarding that boundary. Stoneman, who hits the stumps here.
Not alert. I mean, that's a direct hit from the deep, but the ball goes into territory where there's no fielders, and if the batters were alert to this, that's the second run there.
Yeah, I mean, you both had to be aware, I suppose. You see the keeper. Normally, as here as a keeper, you try and protect the stumps, but the throw was too good. Lucky the batter was paying attention there and kept his bat firmly on the ground. Didn't look to take another one. Siraj Nippo. Oh, just waiting here, maybe to get the stumps fixed up.
Get those stumps adjusted. Nice to see the teams in the background there warming up for the next match.
Well, I can't wait for the next match.
Austria
Ireland 11.
Yeah.
They're going to be bowling first. Austria winning the toss and batting in that one. You'll see the teams in a minute, but that should be, for me, the most fascinating contest of the day on paper. His hands here. Well, could be trouble, and he's gone here. They'll probably have a look at this. In fact, well, no decision's been made just yet, but I got a feeling he's going to be out. Just eyeballing it.
I think the bat may have been in the air here for me, Vinny. I mean, I'll be very surprised if he's made this hit. But again, the running's not been good. He has hit the cording. Once again, it's the VC who's involved. He's not interested, is he?
Yeah, we'll see it here. On camera 7, we'll see this one first. And yeah, I mean, I can even tell there he's gone. And this will confirm it. Yeah, just short. So smart work, and probably not so smart work from the Czech Republic. They haven't really been on the same page. He loses his bat. Probably almost gets a mouthful of grass for his trouble as well there.
I like this. It doesn't quite work this way. He decides, well, I'm not going to make it in. I'll just put the extension cue on the bat and see if it makes it. But he still was a bit late. He sort of shoves the bat sliding along there. Have a look at this. He sends back here. Look, he's way short. Watch the bat here. Let's see. Here we go. Here goes the bat.
I suppose the field's in much better condition than we saw it earlier in the year for the ECL. But this has also been an issue for batters trying to slide their bat on the surrounds of the pitch where the bat will plug. We haven't seen a bat plug victim yet, but I don't think I'd count that one because he was always short there. And it's unfortunate for Kranthi that he has to go that way, but he will for 14. Ends that partnership now. It's 72 for 3. A lot of people mentioning that Mohammad Siraj Nippo has a Bangladeshi background. He does. Played with Shakib Al-Hassan in BKSP. I think also a bit of a Nepal connection with Siraj as well. Lovely guy as well off the field. Of course, we know a lot of these players very well from our tours around Europe in the domestic European Cricket Series. Here's the tank. Riddick Tomar gets wide first up. They'll run on it as well. So Riddick Tomar is called the tank. I don't know where that originated, but normally in domestic cricket he does have the tank on his shirt, and normally wears number 333. It's a bit of a Chris Gale reference to, not always, but quite a lot of the time. But he does love to whack the ball. Also a pretty handy bowler. I don't think we saw him in the first innings today. Davitsi, no, he's the key in this chase, isn't he? He's still there. He's on 38. He's got one ball to face from Nippo. And he just flicks this away, and this could go for 4 at will. That was just pure timing, wasn't it, from Sabu and Davitsi? And it will take us to the end of the 6th over. Czech Republic, 78 for 3.
Yeah, it's not a good finish to the over from Nippo. He bowled really well right until the last couple of deliveries. He just strays on the leg side. Doesn't do too much damage when he does it to Tomar, but to Davitsi, who's seen the ball so well, if you bowl a bad ball to him, he's going to put it away, and he does. He executes that beautifully. 4 more runs. Just keeps them just above where they need to be.
Yeah, it's a fascinating game, this one. They're pretty much at 13 and over right now. That's what they need to be, essentially. It started at 12.7. So again, that's how I'd be doing this as a batting team. 13 and over from here, just to stay on track. So you want to be 91. You've got to set yourself little targets within the bigger target just to keep yourself on track. But we're going to get to see the tank here, Ritik Tomar, facing up for the first time. Tries to moose one down the ground, but just gets a one. That's okay. Let's see Saba Windavitsi coming on strike now. He'll resume his battle with the spinners. This time it's going to be Mabeen Tariq, who he's facing. Could we have a golden ball on the first day?
We could indeed. That'd be something special.
Never had one in ECC cricket in 96 matches last year. It's full, but I think it's going down the leg side. So no run there. Valuable dot ball. Davitsi's the kind of guy, he gets frustrated easily. So my wicket keeper fingers, sometimes it's about as frustrating as me trying to pick up a watermelon seed off the floor. Gets annoyed pretty quickly. This is into the ground. It's another dot ball. So that's, look, this is going to be Davitsi's classic 2 dot balls in a row. He's not happy. He wants to go this one.
It's a much better line. I mean, if you were to look at the sort of where he scored all his runs at the moment, they're all on the leg side. So they're trying to get the ball outside the off, and you can see that's where they're starving him of runs. He's not able to play those shots as well. The wagon wheel was the word I was looking for. So the wagon wheel, look, all his runs leg side. Look at those 6s he hit from green shields, but there's very few out on the off. He's not cutting to get the ball outside the off stump to him.
Tossed up a bit. This is going nowhere. So 4 dot balls in a row. I mean, they haven't gotten rid of Davitsi here, but it's the next best thing. I've got to say, Mabeen Tariq's been excellent. He did kind of bookend his first over with 6s. In between, he just went for a couple of singles and had a couple of dots. This over he's gone 1 dot, 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 dot. I would have thought there's no chance of Davitsi facing 4 dot balls in a row. This rate has climbed now to over 15 and over require. That's a good over. Just goes for one last ball. So Saba will keep the strike. Potentially a game-changing over. So Tariq goes wicketless, but I think does a very good job for Portugal. He only conceded 16 off his spell and 7 overs down. The score is 80 for 3. Well, coming up, there's plenty more cricket here as we will be going all the way into the night here for the first time in Khartoum, and match 3 is on the way. It is Austria versus Ireland 11. The first time we've seen Ireland 11 in this Fan Code European Cricket Series. And I can tell you the news from the toss there was that Austria, they won the toss, selected to bowl. And yeah, so Ireland 11, of course, we haven't really seen them on ECN, but there's a lot of good players in there. I know that Mikey O'Reilly's got international experience in the junior setup. He's not the only one as well. There's plenty of them. And I know that Jared Wilson is leading that team, and he's really excited about the opportunity. So stay tuned for that game. It's not too far away. And I think Saba's going to get the boundary he wants here, and he does. It's just pushed in a little bit too much from Nippo. He's just trying to get his angles right now. He's trying to reset his field, but that was a badly needed boundary from the Czech Republic.
Yeah, Nippo bowls a similar delivery, similar line to what he did the last ball of the last over, which was put in the same area before 4 runs. He's got to go and get this ball outside the off stump to Davitsi's. Otherwise, he's going to find that it's going to go there a few more times. Better.
Pitches up, and this is hit square, and it's going to be 4. Well, that's Miguel Stoneman who's out there, and he's normally a pretty good fielder. Tries to do everything right and gets in a muddle in the end, doesn't he? Gets the body behind it, but it just clunks off the long barrier. Number 4 on his back, and that shouldn't have been 4, but it was.
Yeah, this is, well, you've got to say it's a bit unfortunate. He does the most things right. He gets to slide it, but you see there right at the last moment, he allows the ball to hit the top of the palms of his hands, and that allows it to ricochet over his body and go for 4 runs. So a bit of luck that the Czech Republic need here.
Also brought up the 50 for Davitsi with that shot. An innings that came off 29 balls and is still going. Well, Conrad doesn't know where this one is. They're going to go for it. Bit of a dodgy 2. And, well, it might be 6 now because that's going to go, well, it won't go all the way, actually. They'll get a 3rd run, and that's all they'll get. Well, this had everything. I mean, first it hit Conrad, and it came off his back. He didn't know where it was, but the other fielder fielded it, threw it to the keeper. It actually took a funny bounce. The keeper knocked it over the guy backing up. And in the end, it's pretty lucky it wasn't 6. This is the start of it. And, yeah, I thought when this gets past the keeper, look at this at the other end. It ended up, luckily, the keeper took enough off it that didn't go to the boundary. That could have been a disaster. But in the end, Conrad saves 1 run because it would have been 4. Instead, it's a 3. Changes the strike, though. So it's Tomar who gets a little edge, and this will run away pretty quickly as well. The chase is on, but the ball wins it, as we see so often here at Khartoum. And well fielded by Andres, our cameraman in the background. He loves his cricket as well. So Tomar gets a break, and he wouldn't have been on strike if they hadn't got that overthrow. But he gets another 4 handy runs, and Czech Republic just hanging in there.
Just, yeah, I mean, after a couple of tied overs, well, I was almost giving the camera a kiss there. After a couple of tied overs, this one has worked out in their favour so far.
Well, this is going to be swung away on the leg side. It's hanging high in the air. It should be caught, and it is. And that was well taken down there, and that's Faf Stoneman that takes the catch. Well, Nippo, he had the look in his eye of, what do I have to do to get a wicket here? He had a lot of bad luck in this over and kind of in this spell, but that was a miss hit, wasn't it, from Tomar, who gets the boundary, but he gets out next ball. Nicely held out there in the deep, and it's the end of Tomar 4-5. It's 95 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is here, I mean, this is not a bad thing. I think all the other batters here from the Czech Republic side, they have to go out there and they've got to play these shots. They can't be chewing up too many deliveries. And it's okay, 5 of 2. So he'll go back, another batter will come in, but the key man out there is, of course, the man that's gone past his half-century. So Sababun Davisi, congratulations to him. Board Badaya, Bela Batara Jera, European Cricket Champion in the bit, up to 50 Benali. So he needs to go strong, he needs to go big. And, well, if they are to win this match, he's got to finish with a score, well, close to the 70-80s.
Yeah, you feel like he's got to be the man that get him home or get him really close. Yeah, he's scored 54 off 30 at the moment with 5 maximos and 3 fours. He's been joined out there in the middle by Devendra Singh. Now, here's another guy. He is full of talent with the bat. We saw him in the ECS recently. He plays for Prague Barbarians. Didn't have the best ECS this year by his standards, but he's a guy that when he gets going, he's an artist with the bat. He's got all the shots. And now Nippo's fought back to 1 for 23. And I think he's bowled better than that. He's got Devendra at the other end for just this ball. Goes after it straight away. Well, they like it. Well, this might be caught behind first up. There's definitely a big shout there. In the end, it's a pretty good piece of wicket keeping. It's past Janjat behind the stumps. Well, how'd you read this one, Rico?
I think he's gone. I think he's already walking. He's not waiting around. I mean, I think he could have been. I'm not sure if there's an edge here at all, but I think the stumping, he's off balance. I don't think he gets the foot down quick enough. Let's have a look here. Yeah, it's gone. See,
he's gone. So he's either caught or stumped. I don't know what the official result is there. It's just there seemed to be a bit of a shout as it went past the bat, but Path makes sure of it. That's a really good bit of keeping, actually, because that was climbing on him from Nippo. So he does grab a second wicket in the end, and it will be the end of the 8th over. It's 95 for 5, and it was given stumped. So Devendra, keeper himself, gets stumped first ball. That wasn't in the plans, but it will be Sabu and Davitsi who's facing up, and now it's 95 for 5. Look, that probably looks a bit ugly, but maybe they were also thinking, look, I don't really want a 1 here because Sabawan will be facing at the start of the new over. So I'm just going to go for this.
Exactly.
And with only 2 overs remaining, they've got 5 wickets to play with. Maybe don't have the depth of the batting order some teams do, but still a very decent batter to come in. Akash Palmer, he's a recognised batter. So he's certainly a guy that you can rely on in this situation. But now they've made things tough for themselves, haven't they? 32 required off the last 2 overs. And it's going to be Faf Stoneman who's going to grab the ball in the 9th.
Yeah, Stoneman coming to the ball here now. So they're keeping pace on here. Not sure if that's the call I would have made. The Vitsi on strike. But the key thing is the line. Stay away from his body. Stay away from the leg side. Get him trying to cut the ball. Play out in the covers.
I think this is a risky tactic to go around the wicket to him as well. Because you know how much he likes to go leg side. And you're kind of playing into that. So I think Stoneman will probably try and hit a spot just inside the tram line on the offside. The other thing they've got to watch here is the time factor as well, because I mean right now getting up to around about the 40-minute mark, you do get some allowances for things like reviews. I know we had a slight delay before as well, but remember we had those no balls that went to the boundary. That all cost them time. Anyway, here we go. All happens in the 9th. It starts with a wide. That's not going to help either. So again, we are very strict on ECN with the over rates. And it's a bit more strict than you'll see in most cricket. But the part of the reason is we just can't afford to fall behind time with so many matches in the day. We've got 5 matches a day here. Because there will be a 5-run penalty if they don't start the 10th in time. This won't help either. So it's going to be another wide. And you know, a 5-run penalty at this stage could be huge. They will get an extra minute because they have taken a 5th wicket. So every wicket after 4, you get an extra 1-minute allowance. But you can see the way that Faf's running back to his mark.
Yeah.
I think he has to hustle here.
Yeah. Oh dear, this has come out wrong as well. This ball seems to be coming, it's almost like it's slipping out of his hand.
Yeah, he's doubled down on the tactic though, hasn't he, of going wide, but he's just got it wrong.
Just look at the hand here where the ball comes out. It just doesn't seem to be coming out right at all. So 3 wides to start off with. This is not good.
Goes straight up, worked away, needs to be stopped and is. Hussain keeps it to 1.
Yeah, that's a result. Keep it to 1. Basically means that Palmer, the new batter, will be on strike here. Daviti will be desperate to try and get back to the other end. Stoneman quickly getting his field to move. That's the other thing that's happened. You see, all the time that Daviti's been out there, they've had to keep moving the field every time there's a single. And that also eats into your time. It also plays in the bowler's mind. So now Stoneman has to get this ball right to the right-hander.
Palmer yet to face a legal delivery. Get a 1 here. Again, he's a talented batter. I'd like to watch him apply his trade. Plays for Prague Cricket Club in the Czech Republic. Bit of a boil over actually in their domestic final there. PCC Kings have had a mortgage on that competition lately, but it was Burno, the men from out of town, who knocked them off, and we'll see them at the ECL. Oh, this is pretty full. It's going to fly away to the boundary.
How high was this, Vin?
And wow, it's highish, isn't it, as well? Have a look on the replay.
It was definitely probably would have been a wide. I would like to see the height on it. It goes for 4. I think the batter's probably a bit disappointed it's not been called, actually. You can see the frustration on his face.
I mean, it all happens very quickly, but, well, I'm going to say, oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's high.
I think that's too high. If it's waist or height, higher, it should be called. And now he's going to be out. So what would have been a free hit? Well, there's no decision as yet. But maybe it wasn't off the bat after all. I've got to say, it looked incriminating.
Batter straight away. That's a lot of batters do, I suppose. Is indicating straight away. No, I didn't touch anything on this. But it certainly looked like it caught something on the way. A pad, was that?
It must have been pad. I was totally done by this angle.
Yeah.
It looks like it comes straight off the bat. But yeah, maybe off the pad, so that's fine. Now, well, we're going to have a run out here for sure. And you can see it's another victim. And Davitsi's racking them up. Not just the runs, but the partners at the moment, as he's going to lose Palmer for 1. And things just getting away from Czech Republic here. Again, that non-call of the no ball, which it would have been an extra delivery because that's what they're running out of at the moment, the Czech Republic. See, Palmer just thinks it's a hit, but Davitsi's down, and he just doesn't think he's going to get there. So he instructs Palmer to do a U-turn, and Stoneman, this long over, does bring a wicket in the end. So yeah, the score now 104 for 6.
Important wicket that as well, because it just means that it will help them maybe on the time element of things, because that certainly is still going to be a concern here. But yeah, that's 3 runouts. I was talking about when you get a wicket off a free hit or a wicket off a no ball, that's the big fine. I mean, somebody else who's paying some fines here is Daviti. That's 3 men he's run out, you know. Yeah,
I know that. Anyway, it doesn't matter if he wins the game for them. Oh, this one is an interesting one. It's definitely wide enough.
It's a no ball. It's called
because it's off the pitch. But if it bounces after the stumps, then it should be just a wide. But this isn't helping them over rate either.
So no ball.
See, this is definitely wide. But where does it bounce? Does it bounce after the line of the stumps? Yeah, I think it should have been just a wide. So it makes it it's a tough call. I mean, that's the square leg umpire's got to help you out there. So it'll be a free hit. Saba's just going to get 1. So I'm going to keep my eyes on the umpire here.
He'll want to. He's running to the safe end. He'll want to.
But I don't think that's smart because it's the end of the over. So I think you'd want to have. Well, there's a no ball called now.
Called here. So this is another no ball. So it looks like we're going to get another free hit here. This over, well, I don't know how many balls are being bowled in this over, but this over is going to hurt them with time. Hasn't hurt them so much the runs that's come on of it, but the time element could be critical here.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'll have my eyes on the umpire because if there are time penalties, they'll be administered at the start of the 10th over. So a free hit to finish this over. It's had about everything. And so this will be the actual last ball of the over. And this time, Saba does get the single. So maybe he heard the call on that previous one. That's why he was keen to push for 2, because I knew he wanted to face. It's the end of the 9th over. The score is 109 for 6. So at the moment, they need 18 off this over. I just got a feeling, though, that we could have some trouble.
The umpires have had a chat. Now let's see what's coming here, because that 18 could soon change.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
Let's see here. This is Suleiman Saeed. He's the one that'll tell us. And
there we go. Look.
There we go. He's going to get 5 runs. They're going to get 5 runs here, Czech Republic. And see, when he's tapping his chest, that means it's 5 runs to the batting team. And that's for the time. I predicted it, and that's a game changer, really. So 18 off 6 becomes 13 off 6. You kind of saw it coming, though, didn't you?
Yeah.
You got Sharan Ramakrishnan at the other end now with Davitsi, and he, again, he's a specialist batter, Sharan. He's made some really good contributions, even in ECC cricket, up the order. So here we go. It's going to be Junaid Khan to bowl the last over. 13 to win for the Czech Republic, and it starts with a dot. And Davitsi's had it all through there. Well, a bit like the quarterback at the box social. He's gone through a few partners, but he's still there in the last dance, and let's see if he can get them across the line.
Yeah, this is such an experienced campaign. Junaid Khan bowled so well.
Got to say they're well over as well. I mean, they're 6 minutes over. And so, I mean,
yeah, they would have got a minute for that wicket. That's why I said it was such an important wicket.
That's true.
That helped them, I think.
You've got to be strict on it, and they are, and they track everything. This one goes straight through his leg, so 2 dot balls. Now, when I think about a bye, I don't think it was an actual genuine run-out attempt from the keeper. Just throwing the ball back to the bowler. I think the ball's dead there. But, yeah, I mean, all these things we're talking about, they're taking into account. So, the first time penalty. Davitsi on strike 2. Sharan, who's a new batter, just having a quick word to him. I don't know whether it was don't run me out, but
he's probably saying, you know, I got
just
bat in my
relax,
hand as well.
do your thing. I mean, he's 2 blows away from tying this game. Well bowled though, and it's cut off. So they make sure it's just 1. They may think it's 2 here, a creative 2 to try and get Davitsi back on strike, but they don't. So, well, Ramakrishnan, the left-hander, will basically get a chance to win the game for the Czech Republic. And the way that Davitsi's gone off the ball, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to get the new guy out there. You see that Junaid Khan, just an accidental collision there as he was trying to get in the line of the ball.
Got to go to the boundary, isn't it?
Not easy, though. You're coming out there facing your first ball in the tournament. It's a pressure situation. 12 runs off 3 required. They basically need 2 boundaries in the next 3 balls. Can't do it. And now they're going to run, and it's going to be clever by Davitsi. In fact, wow, this is interesting.
It's another run out.
I think he drops the ball into the stumps here.
He drops it, fumbles it onto his knee, onto the stumps. It's the 4th run out that we've had here. Davitsi being involved in all of them. That's got to be a record, really. Well, that's a record.
This one I can understand, because it's actually a creative, well, it's a deliberate sacrifice, really, of one batter. But you see how the batter there waits, Ramakrishnan, and that ball, yeah, the ball ends up knocking into the stumps. It knocks the opposite bail off, so there's no problem there. So now we've got 2 balls left. And what a last over this is from Junaid. I mean, he likes to bowl top and tails. He bowled the second over. He only conceded 7 then. And I've got to say that even for everything we've seen, if he can hold out Czech Republic here, I mean, Junaid's almost my player of the match. I think he's bowled that well under pressure.
He's been sensational.
Unselfish from Ramakrishnan, who sacrifices himself to get Davitsi back on strike. Well, if there's one guy in the Czech Republic team that need to hit 2 sixes to win the game, it'd be Saba, and that's what he has to do. He gets this one. It's going, and it is. I think it's saved.
He saved this.
Well, this is potentially a match-saving save. They're going to get 2. They need to have a look at this.
Let's see where his feet are here. I mean, if he saved it, this is an amazing stop. That's calling a green shield. This is all about, well, that's what captains do, and that's saving the match.
This is cricket on steroids, really. Now, where does he take off from here? We may never see. Oh, he's fine there. He takes off inside, and yeah, he's done incredibly well.
Amazing.
All right. Sorry, Junaid. I've just given away your player of the match.
That is amazing. Well, there you go. That Superman in the house just there. That is amazing. How does he get up there?
Had no regard for his physical safety there, Conrad Greenshields. So now that's pretty much the game winner, because Saba needs to hit a 10. And even he won't be able to do that. He'll hit a 6, but it's going to be game over. That one flies away. Maximo to finish, but the win goes to Portugal. Really close game in the end. It's Portugal 126, Czech Republic 123. High drama here, and there's plenty more to come on opening day of this ECC. But Junaid Khan, I've got to say, he was Iceman there, wasn't he? And Conrad Greenshields, I mean, he brings a lot to the table. And the way that he saved that 6, pulling it back from the beyond, was just something else.
Listen, I'm telling you, that ball goes for 6 where, I think, 9 out of 10 fielders would not have stopped that. He saves the 6, and then the last ball is hit for 6. If he hadn't done that, who knows? That could have been, we could have seen different scenes there. It would have been, the Czech Republic would have been going wild there for a moment. But what a great game of cricket. It just went, it was a bit like a yo-yo, wasn't it? From one side to another. You didn't know which way it was going to finish. A couple of expensive overs in there from Portugal, which kept the Czech Republic in it. Greenshield's first one game for 21. And then we saw an expensive over from Hussain that went for 25. So Czech Republic were always in it there, but in the end, it comes back to those little things, dot balls. And when you think of those dot balls that were played out, especially even the beginner of that last over.
The 4 in a row for me is the one that did it.
Yeah.
When Tariq dotted up Davitsi in, what over was it? Probably the 8th over. It was the 7th over, in fact, where there were only 2 singles in that over. So they were all important. Look, Portugal, in the end, it wasn't a perfect game from either team, no doubt. You wouldn't expect it at this stage, but we knew it was going to be close. And the water boy, well, he was out there making waves early on. But Sabah, it'd be really a bit of a long innings from him. And it had twists and turns, didn't it, early on? You see Dylan Stain, he started with a 6, but he was a 6-and-out victim as he went the very next ball that he faced, well caught by Imran Khan. And Booyah never really got going. We saw Portugal make a meal of things a couple of times. We saw a bit of panic from both teams. I think that's just good television. But we saw plenty of run-outs as well. Davitsi went through a few partners and ultimately got them so close, but not close enough to get their first points in this ECC.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be feeling that, isn't he? I mean, he's batted so well, 71 of 42, so the highest individual score of this championship by far already. But to score that and do that, back all the way through the inning and fall, well, 4 runs, well, just short, 3 runs short of winning the match for your team. It's going to hurt you a little bit, and you can see that he was totally frustrated, a bit exhausted there as well towards the end when he goes down. They had a few moments. I mean, this was one, wasn't it? Went for 4, and then you had Francis Stoneman who came on to bowl, and he was just bowling too many extras, the wides, the no balls as well.
Yeah,
so
they were happier times for Faf.
Happier times
before one of the world's longest overs. I got to say, one keeper stumps another. It's always pretty satisfying. Devendra Singh went first ball. This is towards the end, and yeah, we just saw more miscommunication there. That was Palmer that had to go. 5 penalty runs was crucial, and it meant that they needed 13 instead of 18 off the last over. This is kind of a tactical run out to get Sabah back on strike. If anyone in the Czech Republic team had hit 2 6s to win, he'd be the guy you'd choose. This one would have been 6, but it was pulled back from across the border. Conrad Greenshield, one of the plays of the day here on opening day.
Oh yeah, easy. That was class, top class. And then you go and see, in the end, he does hit the 6. But, well, because of that stop, the ball before by Conrad Greenshield, it was not enough. What a massive play that was. And, here we are at the Carnival Oval. There you see it there. It's a wonderful location. Come on down if you're in the area. Come on down and join us in the fan zone. And, this is what we've got coming up.
sing, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello, welcome back to the Saturday Cricket Round with some good news that we're going to have some cricket very, very shortly with match 5, the final match of the ECI-W about to be played. A slight delay, 10-minute delay, but we will still have a 10-over match. The rain has held off for a while. We've actually had a bit of sunshine on the pitch. Yeah, those pictures you see there are pretty indicative of what we're experiencing on the ground right now. So, look, it's one of those things where we have two teams that are very keen to play. They've been practicing a lot. We can have a look at the two teams. Griselda Brits, very, very experienced and dominated with the bat yesterday. Serafuru Ryland leads Portugal. Again, both those players have played Test cricket. It's quite amazing. But some real stars yesterday. I thought Jade De Figueiredo was very, very good. I think that Gabriela Sequeira, she really impressed me. Probably the player of the day for Norway. I actually really liked the way they went about their business. Just couldn't seem to pick up the win. And you can see they're 0-3, so they would love to at least take a win out of the series. Watch out for the captain, Mira Braswan. I thought when she got it right, she was quite a difficult proposition for the opposition batters. And I suppose one of the issues is just finding the runs. I liked Ramya Amadi as well with the bat and the ball. Norway winning the toss and electing to bowl, so Portugal will be setting the score here in match number 5. And players are out there, which is brilliant. I also think another reason I really like this is because the series is decided, it might be an opportunity to expose some more players to some key positions, especially with the T20s starting tomorrow, where these teams will play 3 T20s. They play the morning T20s on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing how this one goes down. And yeah, great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. And yeah, great to have a lot of people that have been very patient today as well. And I want to thank you for that. We've seen a few classics as well. I think that was That's a really good game we just watched between Portugal and Czechia back in 2022. A real last over thriller. And obviously, a fair few of those players we saw in that game we'll see this season as well. Quite a few still playing for Portugal right here. So, yeah, I'm glad that we do have some live cricket back on now. And I suppose it's a chance for Portugal to sweep the series. They could take it 4-0, or could see Norway getting a win, bring it back to 3-1. We'll say that probably would be a bit more of an indication of how competitive the series has been. Sometimes we see teams sweeping the series and kind of dominating. I don't think that's been the case. Having said that, someone that was really dominant, Griselda Brits, yesterday with the bat. She's going to open up for Portugal. She's out there with Tara Raghunandan. Imadi with the ball. Let's play some cricket. Match 5 on the way. First one's pitched up, and Brits will just trot through for a single. So, yeah, so interesting. We saw Griselda Brits kind of batting a bit down the order the last game. We did see with the women. They played 3 times yesterday. It was a really long day for them. Say hello to everyone in the chat as well. Spread the word. We are back. Currently pretty pleasant conditions actually. 17 degrees, expecting 18 today. So it's not especially cold. Actually, when the sun came out, it actually seemed quite warm. Not very windy either. Sometimes the wind's a factor. I'm not quite sure what's the hold up here. But yeah. Tara Raghunandan. Just working out what this issue is right now. Maybe obviously it's been a bit of a confusing day. We had a lineup earlier that was given, and I think they're just double checking that's going to stay the same way. So, I mean, we obviously saw the lineups just a moment ago. So obviously they were in order then. But there might be a slight delay. Just 1 run so far on the board. And probably not a bad time to bring back Tina Goff. Tina, I bet you're as excited as me that we're going to get some cricket. In fact, we are getting some cricket. 1 ball already down.
Absolutely. We teased you with 1 delivery, and now we're just going to make you wait for the second. We just clear up whatever this delay is. But, yeah, there you can see the sky in the distance looking a lot more promising than what it did just a few hours ago. There was periods of quite heavy rainfall. It dried up. We tried to take a look at the pitch. The pitch took a bit of a punishing. But now we're out there. The sun has helped dry it out a little bit. And hopefully that's the end of the rain for today as well.
Yeah, let's hope so. Yeah, we can't really continue until this issue has been resolved. Pretty frustrating, actually. So, I have heard that Kiana Sakira is playing, and so we're just working out that Afshin Ahmed maybe isn't in the 11, but maybe just a bit of an administrative error. So, obviously something that they're going to have to work out here, or if they stick with the original lineup, then Afshin Ahmed will be in the 11. So that's just being sorted out right now. Actually reminds me of when I was playing indoor cricket for Western Australia, and our team manager accidentally submitted the wrong player, and we had a JP and a JD. So he was just, here's the lineup, okay, just nicknames or whatever, JD and JP. And actually it forced us to play 1 player short because essentially, I don't remember how it worked exactly, but they worked out, actually, you're not playing. And very official saying, no, you're not in the lineup, you need to leave the field, and then the other player had to come on. So I suppose it can happen anytime.
Well, my best lineup story is I played a men's cricket game at college, and there was 2 girls playing in the team. And rather than just asking us for our names, they put us down in the scorebook as girl 1, girl 2.
Really? I like that.
I'm not even sure if I was girl 1 or girl 2.
You don't even know.
Yeah.
There's actually another one. I was doing a T20 in Spain, as a T20 international, and the umpire, who should remain nameless, held up the game after 5 balls and realised the opening batter wasn't in the lineup and pulled out the lineup card. There's a lot of pointing and this and that. Not my lineup card. He seemed like he was playing, and then the umpire realised because there were 2 matches in the day, he had the first match lineup card in his pocket and the second match lineup card in his right pocket, and he pulled out the wrong one. I suppose could
2 lineup trick.
Could happen to anybody. Again, just waiting to get some sort of clarification on this.
I suppose this lets the pitch dry out even more, so not all bad.
Let's have a little bit of a sneaky peek here. But yeah, Raghunandan, probably a bit of a nervous wait. Could be on the longest golden duck. That's possible. So, yeah, apologies for this. Marty, again, can't be easy for her either. So I'll tell you what we'll do. We are going to show you some of the beautiful surrounds of the Santharam Cricket Ground. We will bring you back as soon as we have resolution to this issue. So we are ready to go to show you a little bit of the surrounds of the beautiful Santharam region. Good news, we are back, has been resolved. And Imadi is going to bowl. Finally, Tara gets to face the first ball. Tina, she'll be relieved. She gets off the mark straight away.
It's a nervous wait, isn't it? It's like a penalty taker waiting to take the penalty. But she did well, just knocked it in to the offside and got herself back off strike. So hopefully normality has resumed now.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm glad that's all been sorted out now. Griselda Brits gets the strike back. Pretty well bowled. One thing that stood out for me with Griselda Brits is her decision making. You know, just knows which ones to go after, which ones to leave alone. Kiona Skira, there's the late lineup change, which is reflected now. So that's all been cleared, and they're the 2 teams that are selected for match 5. Back to live action then. I like the natural shape that Imadi gets. She gets that little bit of outspin. Nice shot though. In fact, that's going to go all the way, and that's a class of Brits. It could be one place you might look at actually having an outfielder, but you only get 2 of them in the 3-over power play. That one crunch along the ground for 4.
Yeah, nice shot, and even with a bit of moisture out there, that one just rolls down the hill, despite the chase by the Norwegian captain there, Mirab Razwan. I've got an innovation I've thought of, and I'll tell you at the end of the over, because I'm excited
love your
by
ideas. Well, I'm not doing match 5 because I've got to go to the airport. So
okay, I can keep it.
But no,
keep it.
The reason is random question time's now, baby.
Random question time is now, and I can start it off with a.
So this is basically the last game I'm doing.
I've been inspired by that long wait that Tara just had to endure.
Okay. Knocked down. 4. Should be a single. It's not going to be. It's going to be 4 again. You know, they worked so hard on their fielding. This is one of those moments. I know the outfield is faster than you expect, but at any level, you know, at least just love to see a try to get down, and Hassan then quickly made it someone else's responsibility, but the result's going to be 4. That is the danger zone on this field.
Yep.
We found some pretty strange things happening in the mid-on region.
She's got a mini Tortuga there, but could have all been avoided if she went down. I mean, it's nice and soft out there. Put out the big old slide.
Yeah.
Get those.
Get a bit dirty.
Get those whites dirty,
Yeah,
or
why not?
the blues dirty.
One has gone a little bit shorter. Brits to the races. She's 10 already, and that's the end of the first over. It's 11 without loss. And I'm handing over to Tina Goff now, who has a brilliant idea, which we're all about to hear for the first time.
So I've seen this innovation in football recently, or I suppose it's more of a tactic, that when a side is given a penalty,
Yeah.
it's not the penalty taker that goes and gets the ball, it's another player. And he kind of waits with the ball on the penalty spot to keep the pressure off the penalty taker. And then the last minute, the penalty
Is that a
taker
thing?
takes the ball. Also keeps the goalkeeper guessing about who's going to take the penalty.
Oh,
So what
really?
I think, at the start of the batting innings, all 11 batters pad up.
Pad up. Get out there in the middle.
Or
Could be a
ju-
problem when we don't have 11 sets of pads, but yeah.
Line up on the sidelines, and then with like 10 seconds to go, like, oh, who's going to go out?
Yeah.
And 2 of them step forward. Because then you keep guessing. I mean, the scorers will hate it.
I love that.
But usually in cricket, then you know about probably half an hour before the game
Yeah.
who's going to be batting,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
you can see who's padded up, who's warming up. Just keep them guessing.
Very good. I like that.
You can always like have like fake, you like step forward if you're opening the batting, and they're like, oh, is it going to be batter number 1? Is it going to be batter number 2? Keep them guessing, you know.
I like the way you think. You are an odd one. But
Thank
I do like what you're thinking. Well, there's a few innovations similar that I would like. And perhaps I like the idea of, I'm going to call it like cricket roulette, or basically imagine that your whole batting and bowling lineup is essentially picked out of a hat, or there's a giant wheel or something. It's well bowled. Aslam coming on for the second over, thick inside edge, and we'll get through for 1. So imagine that there's just a random, let's say it's a random generator. Actually, like, just the first 2 batters get chosen, junk, junk,
Yeah.
and then when there's a wicket, there's like another drawing. You're in next.
Yeah.
So you don't know, you're all padded up. You got to go.
Keep it spicy.
And why not just do it for the bowlers as well?
Yeah.
So everyone, maybe you can nominate 5 or 6 or 7 bowlers. I don't know.
I think same for the field
So it's like-
placements. Today, you are in silly point.
Well, even,
Good luck.
Even where the fielders stand, so you could have, say, 20 standard positions, and
A 9-1,
maybe-
9-0 field.
yeah, you maybe have, let's say, 27 different positions. So that, you've got 9 fielders to allocate. Always a third of them. That's where you got to stand. Then you can have ankle bracelets that shock you if you move out of your position, just to try and keep players in line.
Just suddenly turn.
Because those are some good ideas. I'm not saying these aren't great ideas.
They're
but
ideas.
Rico's zinger rope is brilliant. That the rope lines up when you touch it. Because sometimes like, did that ball touch the rope? Is the foot touching the rope? Something to think about anyway.
I feel like
Aslam.
the energy bills for that rope alone will be astronomical.
Nice little tuck away by Raghunandan. She'll retain the strike, but a pretty tight over from Aslam. Like what she's bringing to the table. It's the end of the second over. It's 15 without loss.
Yeah, just a handful of singles in that second over. So it's been a solid start from Norway. And I'll tell you what, not a single extra bowled so far. Already see that they've been itching to get out there, and well, that one abandoned game earlier in the day. But Norway, they've still got the final chance to get a win on the board.
That's right. Of course, they'll get more chances in the T20s tomorrow. 3-match series coming up. Classic jinx, Tina, saying no extras so far in the innings. That's a lot of pressure for the next bowler. But it was one thing that stood out yesterday in the very first innings of this series, where Norway were very disciplined with the ball. And their fielding, I think, probably peaked in the first game as well, as we saw a kind of a step over for 4, but maybe that's a fatigue thing. The end of a long weekend. No, we haven't had much cricket on the field, and there's been a lot of training that's been going on, a lot of kind of team activities, just trying to keep everyone in the zone. And that's the thing with European cricket as well. You don't necessarily get to spend so much time together, especially in some of these bigger countries where the players probably don't all live in the one region.
I know in the rain delay, both sides, but especially Norway, they were out all the time just throwing the ball around, keeping warm, keeping spirits up. And I mean, we've spoken a lot about Portugal and the fact that it's their first internationals, but we have to remember that it's Norway's first T10s as well. And I was speaking to Ramya earlier, and she was saying it's just they feel more suited to T20. They're not kind of the natural power hitters, and in fact that 6 that happened yesterday, that was the first ever 6 that Norway has hit.
Love to hear that.
Yeah.
Love to hear that. In fact, I think there are only 6 in the series so far.
Yep.
But yeah, that's what it's about. Feel the rush. Edged into the ground this time. Well knocked down by Vijayata Kumari, who's behind the stumps. Is that Gorad actually behind the stumps? Just having a look.
Good stop nonetheless. I'd like to see both keepers standing up a bit closer. Some big appeal there, but nothing doing. Both of the keepers, they're standing on the AstroTurf. They're not wearing helmets, and maybe that's why they kind of take that half step back, because that
I know if you are up to the stumps, you need to be wearing a helmet. I think kind of settle on a distance around 2 or 3 meters. It looks like it has been given out here. Let's work out. It didn't seem like it was given straight away. We'll check it out in the replay. Maybe she's walked. Looked like it slid off the pad. Just, yeah, she must have walked. So that's very, very sporting of Dara Raghunandan. So check this one out in the replay. Maybe this shows something, maybe it won't. The camera's probably. So all I can think is that she's walked, because I didn't see an out decision given.
Well, it looks like umpire Andy clicks over to the next ball on that. It's hard to tell. I'm not sure this angle will help us either, because it'll be hidden behind Mirab Razwan. Looks like it hits pad on the way through. That's my instinct.
I don't know whether she convinced herself it was maybe off the gloves or the bat, but
well, it's been given out, caught behind.
Yeah, she took a couple of steps, but yeah, I'm very surprised. That's being sporting a little bit too far in my opinion. But anyway, yeah, looked like she walked. Just walked off the field without being given out. Sahu, she'll take it, and inside edge. It's just Sakira, who was the late in for Portugal. It's a very tight over once again. Or maybe this side are unjinxable, because another very, very accurate over, and still no extras at the end of the 3-over power play. Portugal 17 for 1. Yeah, we'll try and get to the bottom of that dismissal. Yeah, no, she walked. Honestly, I mean, maybe, okay, we're guessing. And one thing we often say is that the camera can only pick up so much. It definitely hits the pad. Maybe she felt that there was a little touch before it was onto her pad, but yeah, I like the sentiment. Whether she was right or whether she was wrong, she thought, look, I'm out, and I'm gonna sleep with a clear conscience. As get change bowling, Mirab Razwan is going to lift it up, and it's a Maximo. Sees Carreras, Brits. Goes large. It's a bit of a gift first up. Just over pitched, opens up that front side nicely and puts it over the rope.
Yeah, a bit of a freebie, especially for a batter of the quality of Brits. She won't miss out on that one. And still, I'd say a decent power play for Norway, especially with that wicket coming, and they've done well to actually keep Brits off strike, although Brits is happy to take the single as well.
Yeah, I know we had some discussion about the batting order. Don't know if our Wheel of Fortune batting order will catch on, but yeah, a lot of people saying that maybe batting orders could be a bit more flexible. I knew that when I didn't play a lot of T20 cricket, came in right at the end of when I was playing, but you know, they would bat me in at a certain over. So the first week, normally it was in the second half of the innings, because that's kind of when I like to bat. So I could be batting anywhere from kind of 3 to 8. It's depending. All right, that's in the air. It is not going to be taken. It wasn't an easy one at all. They're actually going to get back for 2, or are they? They do And yeah, it's a tough one again. Yeah, diving's a funny thing. You do have to kind of plan a dive 3 or 4 steps out. It's a bit more of a forward lurch than anything. Kiona gets off the mark with a couple.
Up in the air for a long time, but it's tough when you're fielding there deep square because it feels like you're running uphill for about 10 miles before you get to that crest of the hill.
Yeah.
By which time the ball's kind of flying towards you.
That's a good ball. That's her length right there. It's not obvious whether to go forward or back to that one. She does a lot of overspinners, does Mira Braswan. She's captained the side, and thought she's captained the side very well this weekend as well. Lifted up in the air. Yeah, one hopper. Isha Sun hurls it back in. Makes Griselda Brits work for that single. Welcome back to all the chatters though. Good to have you with us. We are live. Some questions, is this live? Yes, and yes, that is the sun. We have shadows, everyone. Oh, this one has gone wrong. It could be a no ball, you know. It's going to be hit away for 4. Kiona gets in on the action. Check this one. I mean, is it dipping enough? Maybe. You can see how quickly it's coming down. So potentially that's going to be okay, I think. If you track how far it dropped in that last couple of metres. Still a good shot by Kiona Sakira. That will be the end of the over. It is 32 for 1 after 4. And certainly a pretty interesting game so far.
It'll be interesting to see Kiona Sakira with the bat. We've seen her bowling, but it's mostly been Gabby Sakira doing the business with bat in hand, scoring 45 in that second game, 28 in the third. Haven't seen a 50 out there for either side from an individual. Griselda actually got the closest. She got 47 in the first game. It's good we haven't had an overs reduction, so they've got the full 10, both sides.
That's a good move. It's a beautiful shot from Brits, but also well fielded at point. They get through for 1. Yeah, so one thing actually, just to keep everyone up to date, there is a patch of the field that is quite difficult. It's where the keeper would stand back, probably in the men's cricket. So that's not so much an issue for this game because you can see that the keeper stands a fair bit forward. But I know that's something that they will do an assessment on that at the end of this game about whether the men's can proceed as planned. Ooh, well, you can see there, Griselda Brits took off. Maybe overcommitted a little bit with the ball, couldn't hold on.
Yeah, hopefully the time that we spend on this game, which will be what, about an hour and a half, gives that little patch a bit more time to dry. But we could have a strange circumstance where you have a whole game going on and then the next game is impacted, although we did have that in the ECL, didn't we?
Wow, she's going to throw this. This might have been tight, you know. Check it out on the replay. So Sahu getting his second over. Gets over there, quickly turns, throws. Probably would have just been home, but tight one.
Still no extras. Just keeping an eye on that. Well, there we go. Thank you very much.
Well, Tina,
she
that's
heard me.
The fastest acting jinx. But this is something that's just going to happen. You know, you just got to be able to shake it off. And Sahu has bowled very, very tight spell so far. That one was an outlier.
Not sure if she was telling herself to calm down or her teammates, but she'll have another go at that one. Halfway through the 5th.
Right, it's up in the air, but it gets away from the fielder. And Brits was caught in this area yesterday. Just looking to chip. Gets a bit lucky there.
It's a patience game for Brits. I'm sure she's faced her fair share of quick bowling on hard South African pitches in the past. A slightly different proposition here. Pace taken off the ball. Just needs to wait for it.
Nice shot by Sakira. Oh, we had some indecision there, but once again, Norway not able to find the handle. Sahu doing a good job. I suppose you wonder what can be chased down by this Norway batting lineup. Probably they'd be comfortable chasing something in the 70s, maybe slightly less comfortable in the 80s, 90s, possible, but they're going to have to bat very well. I suppose also we don't know exactly which which bowlers we'll see for Portugal as well. Got one eye on tomorrow, I'm sure. Last ball, the 5th. That one is hit very well, and for once they do field. That was probably the toughest one. That's Rachana Vishwakarma that holds on to that, and it'll take us to the end of the over. So the score is 37 for 1 after 5. Hey, let's welcome you into the commentary box. Great to have you with us wherever you're watching from around the world. And yeah, the way things are looking with the timings, this will be my last game before I will head to the airport, because I'm starting in Madrid tomorrow. But before that, of course, we have this game and hopefully the men's game as well. I know they're going to have to keep an eye, but with the sun out, I'm fairly optimistic that that game will get on as well.
Yeah, me too. I think the conditions are good out there now. Hopefully with the sun shining for another hour or two, they will only continue to get better. And I think it's sunny in Madrid as well.
Oh, sounds good to me. My first time there, so I'm very, very excited. Come along for the ride. Best thing for our viewers, they don't have to leave their living room. They have to leave whatever they're doing. You can tune into ECN anytime as Mirab Razwan comes back. It's another ball that's hit towards Vishwakarma. This time they will get through for a single. Yeah, confirmation with the wicket that we saw earlier. It was caught behind, batted, chose to walk. Fraction short. Britt's is going to find the gap. She's going to find the boundary here. Razwan just getting a little bit short. She uses her weight there, gets back in the crease. It makes it even shorter than it was. Britt's will be hunting that first ever half century for a Portuguese player.
Absolutely.
Pretty well bowled. Had to reach for that. Still able to get solid bat on it. That'll be just a single. Loving the support for both these sides and within these sides. An exciting adventure.
Yeah, it was lovely to see a lot of fans, probably friends, family, in the clubhouse, in front of the clubhouse yesterday and today, supporting both sides.
Good example of how she bowls. There's a lot of overspin. You see the ball going over and just kind of hurrying on. Again, it's a little bit skiddy on this pitch. That's very well bowled as well. Very well bowled. But Kiona good enough to get some bat on it. And I think that's something I've been impressed with as well with Portugal. They're running between the wickets, and their kind of attitude to running between the wickets. And they are willing to take some calculated risks. I often say, not often you lose all 10 wickets in the 10 overs, so need to be trying things. Once again, they will get a single here. It's defended on the edge of the circle by Alina Aslam. That'll be the end of 6, and Portugal are 45 for 1.
It was in that first game in particular where pretty much every time bat was on ball, they were running, and I think that's the right way to go, especially with the fielders having to defend in some instances kind of the boundary and the ring at the same time. Does mean there's always a single there, especially if you've had that conversation between the two batters from the start, and as soon as that ball is hit, they go. And if it's a direct hit, then you say fair play. But most of the time, it's the odds game, isn't it? And they've been doing it well so far.
Hesitation kills, doesn't it? And just the one extra in the first 6 overs. You can see it's had an impact on the score, hasn't it? In Portugal 45. That's even with the key batter at the crease, Griselda Brits. She's faced exactly half the balls. 18 balls for 29. The other 18 balls have gone for 15. And the other 2 batters. Brits hits this one into that key short mid wicket position. Is knocked down there by Bijayata Kumari. But at the moment, I think with Brits, if you're not going to get her out, the next best thing is to have her at the other end and maybe work on the other batter. I wonder who they will go for next, whether they do go for Zerafu Ryland or maybe they give an opportunity to someone else. Agrawal with the ball. Excellent bowling. And this is what Norway did so well yesterday. I will say that their fielding probably hasn't matched their bowling in this game, but you can certainly see the potential they've got with the ball. In a lot of ways, the bowler's the most important person on the field. Everything else is a reaction to what the bowler delivers. Griselda Brits on 30. Uses her feet this time, and it's going to get away from the fielder. Isha Hassan, she's had a few issues out there. That's the danger zone. Makes this drivable with that proactive footwork, does Brits. And in the end, luck's on her side. She'll collect 4 runs.
I think that first Tortuga just kind of wrong-footed Aisha Hassan. By the time she realised the ball was taking a different line, her feet and arms and legs weren't quite in the right position to stop that, but a good solid hit from Brits.
She got stumped yesterday. Way to go this time is Kiona. We'll get through for a single. But, 50's come up for Portugal as well with that boundary. Still, even though they don't have the 1 wicket here, Norway, I still think they're in reasonable shape in the game. 86 expected score, but if you could get Griselda out, that probably takes a bit of a dive, probably down into the 70s somewhere.
I think that's probably in Griselda's mind, that she wants to tick it over, but she also doesn't want to go too big in case she misses out, in case she gets stumped like she did yesterday, and suddenly then the expected score with her there might drop if she loses her wicket. But at some point she has to go as well.
Yeah.
She's well set here.
Yeah, and it's not like they're out of batting.
No.
Completely if
by no
she's
means.
out anyway.
You've still got Gabby there. You've still got Captain Sarah. And a few others who would be great to have them have a chance as well to just swing their arms. No fear of losing their wicket.
This time Sakira is going to run at it. She'll get 1. She'll retain the strike. Moves to 13. She's batting pretty well. Agrawal bowls a good over. Just 8 off that. And Portugal are at 53 for 1. Let's have a little bit of a peek at what's coming up. And yeah, tomorrow I'll be in Madrid for our first ever European Cricket Series there. Having said that, some of these Madrid teams have played when we had an ECS in where was it? Sometimes in Alicante. I think we even had one at the Cartmore Oval once. So, for example, Madrid United versus Madrid UC, at Madrid CC, that Madrid derby, actually there's been a golden ball in between those two before. And Madrid United, a team we haven't seen very often, but I think they've played 3 golden balls, and I would love to know their ratio, because they haven't played that many games. They've probably played maybe, oh geez, that's close. If it's not hit, and it is gone. Well, when Gorad gets back, she'll get some good news, because it won't be 4. That's going to be LBW.
Good chase, though, nonetheless.
Just looked out. There's no bat in this. Straightens down the line. There you go. If it comes off the pad there, flicks the flap, and it's going to be a wicket first up for Alina Aslam as she comes back to bowl out. Not a good first over, Alina. Only conceded 4, but Kiona bats pretty well for the dreaded 13. And still, it's a good piece of bowling that gets her, and it's 53 for 2.
Norway have done very well to just bowl stump to stump. That's how they got the first wicket, with it was an LBW appeal and a little nick behind, and this time there's no doubt about that LBW. And well, only 1 extra on the board as well, so Norway, even from yesterday, a massive improvement. And that's exactly what we see with a lot of, especially women's sides. Every time they come out and play a T10, it gets better and better.
I'd say it was a lung busting appeal from the keeper, but anyway, the right decision's made.
She was keeping her lungs for running to the boundary.
That's true. Well, I saved her 4 runs as well. If it wasn't given out, it would have been 4, because it went all the way to the boundary. It's another nice late bit of movement, just a subtle bit of movement away. It's Ishrit Chima, the new batter.
I do have some immediate feedback for the Madrid sides, and that's that they need to workshop their names. United, CC and Stars is not the level of imagination that I need. I mean, we've got werewolves, we've got brothers, we've got friends here. So
I will say Madrid United and Madrid CC have been around a long time, so there is some tradition. But there is Madrid Stars, they're fairly new. Okay. You'll like the other teams. We've got Getafe, which is a region.
Yep.
Getafe will be in the ECS tomorrow. That one looks a bit high, you know. And once again, we'll have to have a look at this one. Chima gets off the mark. Probably will be called. Plays it at the crease. So, yeah, I think it will be a no ball. Free hit is signalled. But then, one of my favourite names this year, the Sonse Consultants.
Yeah, I like the alliteration of that. They win immediately for tomorrow's games just based on their name.
Well, that one's got Gorad. I hope she's all right there. She isn't wearing the helmet, but this took a second bounce. She does really well to get everything behind her, but watch it jump up. Got to be tough to be a keeper. Look at this. No one knows what this bounce gets in the collarbone. Could have been worse, I will say that. And it was such a big blow, it's bust her shoelace.
Wow, it shuddered through her, that one.
It's the ripple effect. No, I'm happy she's okay. Love the way she covered that ball. But that's also maybe a case for wearing the helmet all the time. on a pitch like this. It's one pitch I think probably even if I was keeping back, I would. Little dab cut here from Brits. It's going to set a task with the fielder, and she's not going to be able to get there. So they'll take it to 39. Aslam just gets a little bit short, and Brits, again, it's a kind of low-risk, high-return kind of shot, isn't it? Uses the pace. Shows you this outfield's still very fast as it goes for 4.
Yeah, nice little guide there down to that boundary. And Brits here, well, she's threatening. She certainly has the half century in her sights, but I'd like to see 1 or 2 more bigger shots from her as we get to the death overs.
Well, there it is, and it's going to go over cover, and it's going to go to the boundary. So she's into the 40s again, Griselda Brits. It wasn't a bad ball from Aslam, just a little bit of width this time off the front foot. It's put away for a boundary.
Just freed her arms there, bit of width on offer. Didn't have to move her feet too much. She knows if she clears the cover fielders, it's going to be 4 all day long. Another chance here, final ball of the 8th. Just chips that away. It should be cut off on the boundary, but they're going to try and push for 2.
Oh, this one, was it on? Oh, well, bowler couldn't gather it. A bit of a crazy one because Griselda Brits could have had the strike. Instead, she wanted the extra run. You can see, probably bowler there had no reason to stay that far back. Could have intercepted it closer to the stumps and probably would have been an easier play. But anyway, you got to hand it to Brits. Very unselfish batting. Give Cheema another opportunity. That will be the end of the 8th over. It's 66 for 2. This game very much in the balance right now.
Absolutely, and the women have certainly delivered when it comes to tight games. Obviously, the golden ball, and then rain affected second game, third game as well. Swung this way and that, and this one looks like it will be, well, it won't be a total out of Norway's reach, that's for sure. And it'll be something that they can certainly attack. They've got nothing to lose. The series is over, and this is more or less a free hit for them to try and bat themselves into form for tomorrow.
Agrawal going to start with a ball. That's going to take the stumps. It's a very good piece of bowling. Just uses the flight there. It was right above the eye line, then just kind of dropped, didn't it? And that will be the end of Cheema. It's right above the eye line and then just drops out of nowhere. I mean, lucky it dropped when it did. Otherwise, you're probably looking at a no ball for height. But I think when it goes past here, it's about knee high and it just crashes into the stump. So accuracy is everything. Cheema has to walk off for 1, and it's 66 for 3, the wicket to Paridi Agrawal.
Yeah, great flight on that ball, and instead of threatening to be a no ball, it actually pitched before it hit the stump, so not even a full toss. Lovely piece of fielding, well deserved.
Bounces before the stumps, right.
Looks like it is the captain, Sarah Fu Ryland, who's come out, so the 2 test players reunited in the middle.
Did they bat together yesterday?
Oh, no, maybe they didn't.
We were talking about it.
Yeah,
it'll be the first time we've had 2 Test cricketers batting together.
There we go.
On ECN. It's a good leave, actually. I know that Sarah was being watched. David was in the chat yesterday. He's enjoying the coverage. Hopefully you're back. I bet you are. I wonder if he's done any housework yet.
Well, he's probably been basking in the glorious sunshine.
He's had the time to do the housework during the rain delays here. But right now, as you can see, the weather's magnificent.
I'm not sure rain delays can be used as an excuse to stop housework, isn't it? But maybe if it's sunny where he is.
He was using the cricket as an excuse, which is it's a good excuse, actually.
But if it's sunny where he is, then that's an equally good excuse. So there's always an excuse not to do housework.
Well, that is cracked. It's up. It's over the top. It's going to be 4 runs. I'm pretty sure she lands before batting it back in. It'll take Griselda Brits to 49. Has been signalled 4 now. This ball never bounces over the boundary, but I think that when it's hit, the fielder had already landed over the boundary. We'll just check it here. This step there. So
good effort there from
thinking. Just need to kind of basketball it. Maybe take off from inside. But anyway, Brits now to a high score in the series, and the highest score for any Portuguese batter. This could be a little bit of history. Could be the first 50. And she will run, although it could be trouble. Oh, she'll get there. It'll be 50 to Griselda Brits. We had to work hard for the 50th run. But another little piece of history here as Griselda Brits scores the first half century for Portugal in international women's cricket.
Oh, could have gone either way. She gives the old fist pump bit of relief there, I think, as well, because she was seconds away from actually running herself out. Maybe we can have a replay of that after this ball, because the throw came in and it seemed like she probably knew she was close. She was just going to set off whatever happens.
Yeah, look, she scored both sides of the wicket as well. Really good innings. 50 off 26 balls, 7 fours and a 6. And now she really can put the foot down. I think go for everything. So 7 balls remaining. This is one you might not want. There won't be one there anyway. So that'll be the end of the 9th over. Pretty tidy spell by Agrawal, all things considered. This is the 50th run. Throw came in, had to hit one stump basically. But yeah, Griselda Brits, congratulations. The first 50 of this series actually. For either team, 73 for 3 after 9. And let's see how high Portugal can climb here in the 10th.
Well, Griselda Brits is on strike as we take a look at who will bowl it. I'm assuming it's going to be Ramya, whose first over went for 11, but she's a bowler you can turn to at any moment. But Sahu there, look at that. 7 runs conceded in her 2 overs, and it's certainly been a much tighter, much improved bowling performance for the Norwegians. Sahu picked up that wicket as well. Gave away just 7 runs in the process.
I still think they bowled pretty tight. When you consider the quality of the players they've had to bowl at here, Norway, they haven't been dominated, have they? The fact that okay, 83 is expected, I think, yeah, who knows? Could we have a double golden ball series here? It's that kind of zone, I think. So 10th overtime, everyone batten down the hatches. Marty to close for Norway. Short and cut into the gaps. Excellent placement. Brits threads the needle there. Cuatro carreras más.
Lovely hit. Just a slight bit of width on offer. Actually not too much, but she just rocks back on it. Hits that one to the boundary. In the first game, Norway bowled 12 wides. Now they're already at, well, just the 3.
That's a very good performance. It's actually probably kept this chase to something achievable. If you bowl 20 more wides, you're looking at chasing 3 figures, which isn't going to be easy. The batting has sometimes struggled. This time knocked down. They will try. Enough, no reason not to at this stage. Get a look at Sarah Fu-Ryland, and David has confirmed that he's back watching, saying a glorious day in Cheshire. All jobs done.
Best of both worlds then.
I'm more of a delegator when it comes to housework.
That doesn't surprise me in the slightest. What would be your...
Should robots be doing it all now?
What is your worst?
I'll tell you.
Or least favourite?
Oh, bowled. Very good bowling from Imadi. Top of off. Just had Fu-Ryland kind of searching for that. Tried the cut. Came back off the wicket. Imadi will get in the wicket takers column as the Portuguese skipper goes for just the single. It's 78 for 4, 3 balls remaining.
She was trying to guide that ball, I think, down to that point region where Brits guided for a 4 at the start of this over, but probably should have just played that one a bit straighter. There's runs to be had down the pitch, as Brits demonstrated as well. On this occasion, she does have to depart.
Just a little bit of in cut there. You see that? Flicks top of off. At this stage, I'd love for maybe to kind of get across, actually have a full swing on this. An inch hits that's probably, we deflected away for only a single. At this stage, I think you can go for broke. Here's Sana, who's going to get potentially 3 balls to face. Probably running on a contact here. There's the contact, and there's the run.
Might go for 2 here, actually. Brits wants 2, but Sana is like, no, you can take this.
Brits is too unselfish, I think, in this situation. I think part of that is that she wants the other players to be able to face the balls, I just think, for longer term. My least favourite chore is washing the dishes, because I don't trust myself. Drying, no problem. I'm a class dryer. But washing, I just feel like I'm not going to get it all, and then say I've had spaghetti, and then I have something next day. In my mind, I'm like, is there still spaghetti on this plate?
Well, there is famously a robot that does that, and it is called a dishwasher.
Make any appropriate jokes with that, but there are a few I've heard. That was my mother, actually. She shunned the dishwasher. Maybe that's where the fear comes from, because it was always piling up in the sink. But I have learnt, just do them straight away. I think, yeah.
I think that's the
my
best with
thing
all
isn't
chores.
actually washing the dishes, but it's the intimidation of an overflowing pile. 2 or 3 dishes, sure. I can do a good job on it. It's going to be called. I'm not sold on this one, actually. I thought maybe it's over the line. Yeah, I think it is.
I don't think Ramya was sold on it either. She gave
Yeah.
gave umpire a bit of a double look
gave
there.
it- And a stern look was definitely warranted.
Withering,
It's
I
a
call
level
it.
0.1. But fair enough. Come on, Crute.
Do you think you could get a level 1 just on a withering look?
In baseball, they throw people out for the most ridiculous reasons. You just look at them sideways. Glad we don't have that in cricket. 2 to come. Loses this. Well handled down the leg side once again by Gorad. It gets across, makes the stop, stops it going for extras. How about you? Do you have a household chore that you detest?
I'm not a fan of the vacuum cleaning. I do like laundry. For some reason, it's the...
Oh, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of laundry.
I like the
Things
the
come
smell.
out and then you have to fold them. Oh, I can't fold. I can't iron.
I only learnt to iron about 6 months ago.
I'm going to start a fire.
I did have to iron when I got here
She
and had to...
might actually be going off here, Imadi. I don't think she can completely over. Maybe, well, obviously she's injured herself somehow.
She's holding her
Something
back.
didn't feel right. She might just be seizing up. Yeah, I hope it's nothing too serious. Got the release wrong, went down the leg side, so she's going to come off. And you'd hate for that to affect her batting as well.
It's that kind of low arm is always going to be a bit of load on your back.
All right, so we have a replacement bowler. It's going to be Nayab Razwan. There's only 2 balls left. Did come off the back of 3 wides. Maybe she'd injured her eyeballs from shooting the evil look to Crute. That's going to be a no ball, so we've got a free hit coming up now. So you just got to try and get out of this and avoid getting hurt here. Maximo might see a 90s chase. I think the mid-80s is going to be line ball kind of game. Better ball. That's going to be called though. Again, this is too far away. I suppose you can say at least he's consistent. You've got to try and pick when does it pass the popping crease. Maybe that one out there's just missing. Probably a good call, to be fair. It's very hard to tell from this angle exactly when it passes. If you're not sure, you meant to call it wide. Runs at this down the ground. Probably wants to get back for 2. Won't need to bother because that's going to go all the way for 4. Once again, it's kind of jammed off the bottom of the bat. And the Brits, I suppose she gives the ball a chance and then it's all downhill to the boundary. 4 more. Takes Portugal up. And now they are knocking on the door of the 90s.
It's been a costly few balls for Norway. They were basically 2 balls away from getting to the end of the innings. And it's just been stuttering a bit here. And that one will have to be re-bowled as well.
I will say that we have seen Norway post some competitive scores in the first 3 games. They scored 77, they scored 86 in match 2, they scored 89 in match 3. So they've gone up every game. That's very close to knocking the stumps out. That's probably out actually. In fact, knocked the bail off. So I think Brits is going to be stumped for 59 if I'm not mistaken. Let's just check this on the replay. Probably no reason to throw except everyone loves the stumping. Oh no, she had the bat down at the moment, then she lifted it up perhaps. So that'll just be a dot ball to finish, and Portugal will finish on 89 for 4. The target will be 90 for Norway, so a simple equation, 9 and over, gets them the win here in the final match of this ECI-W.
Yeah, Norway will be ruining their chances a bit there as they were bowling really tight. Not many extras, and yes, they gave away a few runs in the field. They were keeping it tight, and they were keeping Brits off strike for large portions of that. And you thought maybe more like 70, 80 that they were chasing, but it just got away from them a bit. There was a couple of sloppy pieces of fielding here, and they just kept chipping away. This was the one.
This is the
sporting walk.
They're controversial being too fair. We think it came off the pad. The umpire thought so too. Maybe there was a bit of glove on the way past. We're not sure, but it's very sporting from Raghunandan to basically say, no, I believe that I've hit that, so I'm gonna walk. And then we said a nice little cameo from Kiona. She was out there as well. I mean, towards the end, we'll see. I think when the bowling started to lose control, that's when the score opened, didn't it? Because they were 53 off 7, going less than 8 and over, and 13-7 and 16 off that last over. So it looked like they were chasing, they maybe could be chasing something in the 80s, like low 80s. In the end, they're chasing 90. That was a good decision from Krut Patel as that straightened down the line. That was the back pad of Kiona Skira, who was LBW for 13. Ishrik Chima came, and that was when Griselda Brits really started heating up. And then the old moonball special, wasn't it, as it was called in the chat. It bounces, knocks into off stump. Again, get full. I think try and get some of these players on the front foot. Won't be easy. That was a nice attempt from Vijayanta Kumari, but she wasn't able to pull it back in time. That was the 50 for Griselda Brits. It's got to be a proud moment for her as well, considering that she's a key component of the first ever Portuguese women's national team. This is a nice bit of bowling, I think, as well in the last over before late injury forced Imadi out of the attack. Saw that final boundary, and then a wide took them up to 89 at dot ball to finish. But yeah, for Norway, tasks there, isn't it? Certainly not batted out of it, probably because that they did maintain their control for the majority of that innings, and we only saw one single wide in the first 7.5 overs, but then they did bowl a few more towards the end, probably made that an 80-something score instead of a 70-something score. But Griselda Brits the start with 59 not out.
Yeah, and she'll be happy to notch her first century for Portugal to go with her half century she scored for South Africa as well. So not too many people in world cricket can say they've scored 2 half centuries for 2 nations. But as for Norway women, I wouldn't say they threw it away, but they started off so strongly, and we thought maybe this would be the innings where they would put all the component parts together. And then just it tailed away in the last 3 or 4 overs, but that was as well thanks to some strong Portuguese batting. But it's certainly not out of sight for them if they can stick around. Maybe it depends on Portugal's bowling as well. Portugal might want to try out a few bowlers.
Yeah, we'll have to see, but we do know that Portugal probably have struggled for bowling at times. The golden ball score was 77. I think Norway have improved a lot with the bat since then. They've found a couple of players that have been able to score a few runs for them and make them a bit more competitive. We're just happy to be having some cricket here. We will take a break. We'll be back in just a few minutes. 90 for Norway to pick up their first win in T10 international cricket, or can Portugal make it 4-zip? Vinny Sander here, Mr. Max Moat with Tina Goff. We'll take a break and see you shortly for the exciting conclusion of this ECI-W Portugal-Norway.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello, welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the exciting conclusion of this ECI-W between Portugal and Norway. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Tina Goff back very, very shortly. And the news so far here in match 5. First time we've seen these two teams today after match 4 was a complete washout. News is that Portugal have scored 89 off their 10 overs, and so 90 is the victory target for Norway. Now this won't come into it at all, but it's obviously something, a bit of pride I suppose, in making sure that you don't have your point taken away from you. But yeah, 63 for a point required by Norway. Bright sunshine, which I'm certainly enjoying. It's been a bit of a miserable day for a lot of it, but yeah, things opening up, so feeling pretty glass half full, and someone pretty optimistic next to me is Tina Goff. Looking forward to the chase.
Absolutely, and I have a bit of a feeling this might be a close one as well. Norway, they've improved day by day, or from yesterday to, it felt like a lot of days. From day to day.
Other day. No, but I get what you're saying.
The rain delay just makes time go in slow motion.
Honestly, it was weird. It was great to see how the players used that time, though. I know that a lot of them tried to hit the nets. Remember, a lot of these cricketers are not that experienced. Some are, some aren't. There's a huge difference within the teams and between the two teams as well. So, yeah, Portugal, they've been really good at having bowlers to shut down the the early scoring. Good to see Griselda Brits as well. She's right up to the stumps now, which I think is exactly where she should be, as it looks like this is Jade De Figueiredo who's going to get us going.
Yeah, Mardi and Agrawal, they'll lead the charge for Norway. And it'll be a bit of a waiting game, I think, for Norway. They know that Portugal have one or two strong bowlers, Jade being one of them, as she opens up. But they also know that Portugal have a handful of inexperienced bowlers who they might turn to actually a bit more today, with one eye on the T20s tomorrow, where we might see a few changes to the Portugal side. So if they can just stick out the strong bowlers up top, maybe they can cash in later in the innings. It's a nice drive though. It beats the tumbling Tara there in covers, and they get through for their first run.
Yeah, well, it's 1 of 90. Been really impressed with Jade. It's interesting that that's who they went to when they needed someone to bowl the golden ball. And someone that would be able to handle the pressure, someone able to deliver in that moment. She certainly did. Bowled a good ball. Isha Hassan faces up. Wow, it's going to be a first ball, and once again Jade delivers as this one crashes into off stump. Over goes the castle in Norway, 1 for 1.
It's just a dead eye from Jade. That's exactly why they took her to the golden ball, and she's just going to keep plugging away at that line. That time it goes through the defences of Agarwal, but, well, it was more of an attack than a defence.
Through the defences and the attacks. But, you know, I don't mind Hassan looking to get on with it. Probably tried to go a little bit too far across that. Wasn't an easy ball to counter because it was drifting in pretty viciously. But I suppose what you would say is you'd rather make a golden duck than make a kind of 2 off 8, 2 off 10, something like that in a game like this. So, yeah, at least she went at least trying to advance the score. But she is the first to fall, 1 for 1. I know you got called Golden Girl Goff in the chat by Paul Kempen, but I was wondering, do you have any nicknames? I don't think I've ever asked you.
I don't know. No, I don't really.
I suppose Tina's kind of a nickname, but it's more of a shortening of your name.
Yeah, there's this running joke in German cricket that they call me tall and elegant because, yes, I'm tall. No one can ever be accused of calling me elegant, especially on the cricket field.
An ironic name.
Yeah, that's an ironic one. I think
tall and elegant is hardly an easy nickname to roll off the tongue either.
You kind of go the whole Australian route of just shortening your name until it's a single letter.
Teeny.
Yeah,
T.
T goes to T. I'll have that a lot.
Iced tea.
Iced tea. I do like an iced tea as well.
Yeah, ice cold.
Yeah.
On the field.
Frigid.
You're a warrior. Yeah. Your words, not mine. Figueiredo really not giving too much away. Norway had that rate start at 9 and over already. It's crept up closer to 10. And well, looks like that will be the end of the over, even though we've got 1 ball left. And, well, we'll just wait and see. Nope, they're going to come back. It's not the end of the over yet. So 2 for 1 with a ball to go. Yeah, no, I never really had nicknames stick to me, really, because certain ones like Sandy, like for my last name, but it just didn't. Nah.
It's not very macho, is it?
Sandshoe, they try that one, but again, it's not an easy.
You went by Vin, didn't you, for a while?
Yeah, at school I was more Vin. I actually thought Vinny was a bit too Americanized.
Okay.
At the time. Eventually it stuck when I started working in entertainment a lot. Well, makes the most of the last ball, but score won't change. It'll be 2 for 1 after 1. Probably the nickname that stuck, except for Mr. Maximo, of course, which just doesn't feel like a nickname now because get called so much. 7 matches since the golden ball, by the way. Let's see if we can maybe finish this series the way it started with the GB. If you would do 4 in a series, that'd be pretty amazing. There was one tour, although it wasn't. The commentators kind of were in and out, so no one did all of them. But Malta 2023, 5 golden balls in one series. That was insane.
Maybe I can just follow it up with a super over.
Yeah, we had a super over last year on the network, first ever time. Yeah. France versus Belgium in the T20 Medina Cup, which actually we're hoping to show. That's a tournament that typically is. Medina's actually a part of Malta. It's an area of Malta, Medina Cup, but it was held in France last year, and then this year it's going to be held in Belgium. It'll be a tri-series. So that's pretty cool that they're moving that around, and it's just funny. It retains the name Medina Cup, a bit like the America's Cup maybe in boating, of course.
Yeah.
The one nickname that probably stuck, apart from Mr. Maximo, Speak of the Devil. Here's Bianca Maximo. Who's this one down the leg side? I had an Italian coach for a while. I was actually a really, really good coach. But he would just call me Vincenzo. So people started calling me Vincenzo.
Yeah,
that
I've
got
heard
shortened to Chens.
Yeah.
Actually, still a few of the crew will call me that. My family call me that sometimes. Hey, Chens. And they see me, you're Italian. I'm like, well, no.
This is the original and best Maximo, though, isn't it? So
Yeah,
there's
well,
nothing
I
nicknaming about
actually,
this.
in the long break when there wasn't too much going on, but it stopped raining, I went down to the nets and I got to face Bianca Maximo, and I didn't have a bat. That was the only problem. I used a stump and pretty much left everything, but at least I got the Maximo experience. And I will say there's the odd one that gets away, but you know, when she gets it right, the ball kind of skids on off the pitch. She has a little bit of the away movement, a bit of straightening down the line. But again, like most of the bowlers that are kind of still breaking into competitive cricket that we're seeing, it's just a consistency thing. And there's probably nothing except time. I don't think it's something you don't want to keep changing your mechanics of what you're doing very often. So that's a good ball. That's her ideal kind of delivery. Pitches on the stumps, it's hitting the stumps, and it's asking the right kind of questions. Always just struggling to get away in this power play.
Well, she will always have the title of having the first ever wicket for Portugal in an international game. No one can take that away from her.
Yeah, true. She'd like another one here, Corad. Good job behind the stumps, I thought, for Norway. Won't have to hit this. That's an important skill as well, I think, is knowing what to leave alone if you spot a wide, particularly here where the wide rules are pretty strict. So you see that going. That's a good outswing that she does get. And then that's a run for your team. It's a no-risk run. You get the ball again. Same with anything down the leg side. You don't want to be spawning those ones unless you really think you hit it for 4 or 6. And again, so just losing it. The issue with then just correcting by aiming with your arm down the leg side or closer is that then you might lose your natural swing, and then you do really lose it down the leg side for a wide. So that what I would do here is probably start the run up a little bit wider. So you just approach slightly wider. You're facing a bit more towards the stumps and that leg stump. So, but you don't lose your natural swing. That's another one. It's quite front on there, and it's going to be another wide. So it's still helping Norway. Probably need all the help they can get at the moment. And we have seen this with Bianca, haven't we? There's been patches where she's got it right, and some patches as well where there's been a few extras in a row. And Portugal, will say it, bowled 30-something extras in that golden ball game, one in spite of it.
And that's what I was just thinking for the Norway batters as well. They just have to wait out a few of the experienced bowlers and try and cash in while they can here, because that will be a no ball as well. So they'll have a chance of a free hit here.
Hey, listen to this. It's hot off the presses. This is Amanda Fu-Ryland who is popped in. And she said that Sarah Fu-Ryland's twin boys, Noah and Jasper, are watching right now. They're only 5 years old, and they're choosing cricket over Paw Patrol.
Wow.
Who's your favourite? I'm Chase all the way.
Oh, I thought you meant between Noah and Jasper.
Oh, sorry. No, I love all children equally. They're the future. But anyway, saying mummy's having to do a lot of explaining. I love that. So, yeah, hi, Amanda. Thanks so much for tuning in. And to Noah and Jasper, hello to you. This is Uncle Vinny here. We've got Auntie Tina here.
Hi, Noah and Jasper.
We'll be looking after you for a little while, at least for the next 30 minutes or so. That's great. And maybe let us know where you're watching from as well. Right now we've got blue skies, and let's hope we get plenty more of it this week. We'll say that the kind of Lisbon and Madrid weather should be similar, kind of Iberian, kind of peninsula and adjacent. She's going to go around the wicket now, try and get it right. She does. Gets that one inside. And I don't think Crick got a great look at the ball as she followed through in front of him, but yeah, I suppose that's another option. If it's just not working, change something, even if this wouldn't be your primary angle of attack.
I was going to suggest this. I think this is a good option for her because, yes, it kind of goes diagonally across, and if it's wide, it will go wider. But if you get that pitch right,
I actually think for her now, she could just aim at the body of the batter, and then if it's straight, it'll be probably on the stumps. If not, it'll move, but it'll move outside the off stump. Hopefully, not too much. That one again, just too much. So look, you can see the frustration. Actually, probably bowled a fair bit today in the nets. So it's just one of those patches. But I do like her attitude. Just when I met her and things, she's kind of rolls with it. She says, "Yeah, look, I'm still inexperienced. Sometimes it's going well, sometimes it's not. Just can deal with it." That's the kind of ball I'm talking about. When she kind of aims it at the body, and there's a little nod there from Maximo saying, yeah, that's the one I'm hoping for. See if she can deliver it again. At least if you're aiming at the batter, it's, you know, at least it's some sort of target for you. Your double pirouette, probably not great for getting your bearings, but we know Bianca sometimes does things a little bit differently. Here she comes, hatless, and it's up, it's in the air, and it's going to run away. Fielder won't be able to chase it down. So Gorab with her first boundary. Turns out to be a pretty productive over for Norway. Beck Borrower Steele, they want these 90 runs right now. They're 17 for 1 after 2.
That's a nice shot there as well. Just lifted it over at point, a bit of width on offer. That's obviously the disadvantage if you bowl across the right-hander, that it's always going to keep tailing away and they can just throw their hands out at it. And that was the case there.
Going to go out on a limb, as we can see. 3-0 in this series. Obviously, Norway trying to bring it back to 3-1. Paw Patrol has one of the best theme songs for modern kids shows. I don't know if you've ever heard it.
No, Paw Patrol passed me by because I think slightly beyond my time.
Sorry, I'm probably going to make them change the channel now if I start singing it. Yeah. No job too big, no dog too small. Paw Patrol, we're on a roll. So here we go, Paw Patrol.
Yeah, I'm hooked.
This is classic Game 5 chat that we're currently in. All right, meanwhile, game on here. I suppose it's 17 for 1 after 2, so you're looking to get 10 off this over and you're back on the pace. You can't really afford to let that rate creep out of control. A very good weekend for Gabriela Sekira. First one, lose it down the leg side. Yeah, just again, I had a good look at her up close in the nets. Just get a lot of overspin and a lot of skid, especially if there's a bit of moisture on the surface.
Oh, that one jagged away.
Yeah, that's one thing that maybe it's the nets that in the practice they were a bit wetter, but she wasn't getting a lot of sideways turn. But that was one that did break appreciably.
I didn't know Paw Patrol was Canadian.
Yeah. I think they just slapped some tariffs on it during the week, so it might not be able to afford to keep all the dogs. Certainly hope so. This might get away. They're getting an overthrow here. Let's not get too morbid.
The good news is there's a new Paw Patrol movie coming out next year.
Oh, well.
The Dino movie.
Everyone's calling for it. The Dino movie.
Well, they've had Paw Patrol the movie, and they've had Paw Patrol the Mighty movie. And of course, the next logical step is the Dino movie.
Just can't believe they're living in the... Oh, geez, that might have been close, you know. Who's going to back that up? She's backed up very well. I didn't think that they would exist in the same universe as dinosaurs, but I suppose it is cartoon and anything's possible.
Well, there was a meteor in the previous movie, so that's getting a bit heavy.
Push and run. Again, good understanding. They decide to go straight away. It's a tight one, but they will get there. So, yeah, 90 seems like a lot of runs to get, but if you break it down into 10-9s, suddenly it seems quite achievable. That would have been tight. Well blocked by Griselda Brits. Amanda's saying, watching from Nanas in Spain. Oh, hello. Buenas tardes.
Anywhere near Madrid, then you can swing on by.
Well, let us know we're in Spain now. Don't want to get too specific. You don't need to put your whole address. Asking how Uncle Vinny knows them. Well, I know you through the magic of TV. So, welcome. And we hope you enjoy it, Noah and Jasper.
And I'm sure they're looking forward to Paw Patrol next year, the Dino movie.
You only have to wait till mid-2026. We just looked that up.
The countdown is on.
That's great, isn't it? To have fans young and old. We've got all ages tuning in. And that will be the end of the third over. So, oh look, you probably take that off Gabby. She's had a good weekend. They get 8 off her over. It's 25 for 1 after 3. Into the power play.
Yeah, it's a nice little partnership building here for Norway. After the first wicket went down in that first over, so they've put on 24 together. You can see there that productive second over bowled by Maximo. And well, if they get 1 or 2 more overs like that one, just as Portugal did, they can bump up that score fairly quickly. I'd say they're still pretty much on the run rate. It's stayed below 10. That's exactly where they'll want it to stay as we go into the fourth, and it will be bowled by Kiona. Tops off with a wide. I'll have to reset that one. You can see the shadows are falling on the pitch as well. So happy to report that now it's turned into a glorious spring day. That one actually has been called as a no ball, so it'll be a free hit. Looking to cash it in here is Gorad.
And he almost gets them up the rate required already. It's a pretty good ball, solid contact, picked up, but not really in an easy throwing position there. Sarah Furalan, or Mummy, as Noel and Jasper will probably be saying. Did very well. Primary obligation there is to make sure it doesn't get past you and go to the boundary. Kiona, late inclusion. And that's one Kamari just feels she has to keep out. It's a simple kind of a tactic. I suppose on the stumps you keep it out. If it's off the stumps, you go for it. I think Kamari can afford to probably be a bit more attacking here. 4 off 9. Still 9 wickets in hand. Well, this one's actually going to get through. We called a wide. I suppose it gets Kumari out of the hot seat as well. So 2 free runs there. Oh, you can see the 37%. So given a chance. Tight call, but probably the right call there from Krup Patel.
Yeah, they just need to take it deep here to Norway. Get to the 7th, 8th, 9th over, and then anything is possible.
That was hit pretty well, but once again, that's that very important position, isn't it? It's Gabby Skera there. That stops any run. I wonder and I hope that Ramya Imadi is available to bat.
Yep.
She looks like she tweaked her bat. Not sure exactly what happened in that last over, but she's been very, very good, I think.
I think we might have seen her already if she was maybe fully fit, but possibly seeing how the run chase goes, seeing if she's needed. She is a strong batter.
This one is kind of hit in a strange way, but I think it's dropping below the waist, or it does drop below the waist. It gets very low here. Check it out in the replay. Yes, I don't think there's any issues there with the height. Almost popped to a fielder. I suppose with Norway, it's been more of a community effort, isn't it? Trying to put posters, score on the board. So that means you can be unselfish. You should be unselfish. This one is going to be called a wide. Kamara at least has kind of stood there and absorbed a few extras. Probably gives you a little bit of a false sense of what she's contributed so far. If you just look at her numbers, 4 off 9.
I think the fact that Norway have used bowlers and batters throughout their lineup will put them in good stead for the T20s as well. That's their favoured format.
And the ability that maybe they can bat time a little bit better. Yeah. We saw Portugal collapsing first game. Again, that's smart batting from Kumari. Just lets it go down the leg side. And, it frustrates the bowler, doesn't it? But we'd see other batters maybe kind of step towards that and take it in the pad and stop ball. Now you make the bowler bowl it again. Yeah, so obviously the qualification rules are slightly different for T20 internationals as well, because you can't play pathway players as you can in ECIs. I like the early call of yes there and the early response from Gorad. Could have easily just been a dot that you absorb, but instead they do get a run. Remember, they need to be 36 to be on the rate after this over. Right now, they're 33 with a ball to go.
Just need to pick up 1 or 2 boundaries here just to relieve the pressure off every over. Even if they're just 1 or 2 behind the rate, that will still start accumulating. Of course, extras will help.
That's the way to play that one. Get your pads inside the line of the ball so you don't get them in the way. Have a swing at it if you want. Fine, because if you do hit it, there's a fairly good chance it might go to the boundary or over. But if you miss it, you will get the wide. Kiona trying to get out of this over. There's been 9 off it so far. Powerful pull shot this time. Is handled out there. They've got a good defensive fielding unit, don't they? That's Bianca Maximo with the hat on this time. End of the over. It will be 35 for 1 after 4.
They're sticking on in there, our Norway women. They've got wickets in hand, and we know that they can chip in with runs here and there. It'll be interesting to see if Ramya Imadi appears. If there is another wicket, I'm sure she would normally be probably batting 3 or 4. We can see, we promised tight games between these two sides, and this looks like could be heading in a similar direction as well. You can see there that Portugal, they just put on a little rush towards the end of their innings with 30-odd runs coming in the final 3 overs.
Here's Tara Raghunandan, who's going to bowl. First one will be a wide, so And this was a bit of an issue for Portugal earlier. So now they are on the rate. They're 36 after 4 overs. Break it down into chunks and just achieve those chunks if you're Norway. Short pulled, plays that shot well. Again, work for the outfield this time. That's Gabriela Sequeira who's out there. And they've been reasonably good at keeping the dot ball percentage down, the Norwegian batters. And that's a wide and will have to be re-bowled. Certainly a key difference, I think, between these two bowling attacks, particularly in this game, but I think across the weekend, the amount of extras conceded. Steps across again, determined to keep that score moving. Kumari get another single.
Yeah, the difference between the two sides really seems to be just one or two Portuguese batters who can find the boundary with their power, and that's maybe what Norway are lacking. Their running is just as good, if not better, and their fielding was maybe let them down a bit today, but their bowling in particular has generally been tighter. It's just a case of being a few runs short by not being able to hit the boundary with enough regularity.
Kumari does try to attack this, but it's got to be frustrating. Got a good swing on that. It's right on middle stump. Practices the cover drive, but I actually don't mind the shot. Happened to find the field, and yeah, Portugal got their field placings pretty much spot on, I think, at the moment. In the air and gone. And it's going to be a full toss that does it. Gorad just knocks this back to the bowler. Raghunandan has shown she's an all-round threat this weekend. This time she does all the work herself with the caught and bowled, and Norway are 40 for 2.
Nicely held, caught and bowled. It was just chipped up. It was a low full toss, which is a ball that can be so productive, especially for spinners who take any kind of speed off. She grabbed it nicely and gave a big fist pump afterwards. As she knew that broke a partnership that was ticking along nicely. And it's never easy taking those caught and bowled. Anushka has to depart 13 off 19.
Yeah, she took it well. But yeah, a handy 13. Also absorbed a few extras while she was out there. But yeah, interesting to see who they send out next. Looks like it might be Ananya Rautela. I suppose they've got a few options here. Like I said, I'd say there's quite a similar standard to a lot of the Norwegian batters. Well, this is up in the air. It's just going to pitch before the fielder. They get through for one. And I think in a way that can be a strength, because once you start, especially in the T10 format, once you start thinking of batting as a team rather than having to bat as an individual, you know, you realise, okay, you know, it's not a terrible thing if I'm out. It's just kind of the price of doing business. So, you know, for example, you know, Hassan getting out first ball, okay, that's fine. That's actually better than if she chewed up a lot of deliveries. That one I think they do think, because it's coming from such a big height, it's going to be below the waist at the crease. So it will be just a single, and it'll be the end of the over. So it's 42 for 2 after 5. So yeah, now they're 3 runs behind where they'd want to be. Let's have a look what's coming up tomorrow, because we do switch to T20s here. I know I will be in Madrid by tomorrow, but I know you'll be right here, and we're really looking forward to seeing these two teams go head-to-head in the morning in the first T20, and then, of course, the men in the afternoon.
I know probably both the sides who will be on the wrong end of this T10 series, both the Norway women and Portugal men, will be looking forward to getting into the T20Is. I think in both cases, the longer format suits those sides. And well, the weather looks good. I'm here. You're in Madrid. It's all going on tomorrow morning.
I'll still try and pop in, because I know that we might have little breaks there, but then also you probably will finish a bit after me tomorrow. So it starts a little bit earlier than the other games have started. That one doesn't come down. That will be a no ball, and that edge it could fly away for 4. So that's a bit of luck for Kumari. Could kind of use it. Yeah, no ball plus 4 signalled. And she gets enough bat on this. It's probably better coming off the edge than if it came off the middle, where it might get fielded, but there's no one back there. And as we said before, all roads lead to, all slopes lead to the rope here.
I've got a random question for you, slightly Paw Patrol related. What was your favourite movie as a kid? I mean, TV's a bit regional related.
So when I was 9, my favourite movie is Home Alone.
Okay.
I went and saw it in movies.
All year round? Because it's quite Christmassy, isn't it?
Okay, no, yeah. I mean, as in the first movie, I went to the movies and I thought that was awesome.
Yeah,
like seeing it I saw at the movies. And I was
okay.
the same age as the main character. had my grandparents going, why aren't you doing that?
Well, we heard about your adventures running away yesterday.
That's true. Well, they want to go here. Have to change their mind. They will just in time. But favourite movie for kind of all time?
What was the one? Because, I mean, kids kind of zone in on things, don't they?
Yeah.
There must be one that you just watched on repeat and your parents were sick of the sight of it.
Yeah, it was probably more shows than movies.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, Home Alone's a bit of tradition. I still watch it. Christmas.
Good film.
Very good film.
I guess TV shows it's going to be a bit more country-based,
Yeah,
isn't it?
they're going to take on the arm here. And they're going to get there. Well, maybe know your fielders out there. It's, Maximo out there that couldn't quite get it back in time. So Kamari, again, unselfish because, you know, the throw is a bit more accurate. Probably is the end of her, but yeah, it wasn't actually Maximo out there now. That's Sana. He actually fielded pretty well, but just, the throw, quite a long one. Next one almost takes out the off stump. Do you have a favourite from when you were young?
I think the one that was on repeat at home was Mrs. Doubtfire.
Oh, yeah. Good one. Good one. Hey, I'll give you one, because you are a bit younger than me, but I'll give you a funny one from the mid-80s or mid to late 80s. Oh, it's a good pickup this time from...
Oh, hello.
Oh, jeez.
Might be out
Look
here.
at this.
She was sleeping at
I have
the
a
striker's
feeling she
end.
does get the bat down. Can't really see the line that well, but it's more about is the bat down or not.
No.
Oh, no, it's not.
That was some great awareness. I think it was Jade who threw it in. She saw that Kamari was just taking a little wander.
It's the other thing is you can't really see the line, but I think the issue is that there the stumps are broken. It's still short of the line. It's been an interesting call.
It's tough because you got to go. You can see the movement of the stumps there, can't you?
Yeah, you can definitely. It's good
There.
replay.
Yeah.
So I wonder which way they'll go. By the way, in the T20s, you won't have the third umpire. So, and yeah, it's been given out. So how about that? I don't think anyone expected it, but that's the way it's going to end for Pichiata Kamari. He took a risky one for a second, but this time she is just kind of a centimetre or so out of her ground as the stumps are broken. So I think you've got to give credit to Gabby Sekera, who actually picked it up cleanly in the first place. Thought it was worth throwing back, and it was, as Norway will lose Kamari for 13. It's 50 for 3.
Bit of a lapse of concentration there by Kamari. I don't think she thought she was out. She was busy adjusting her helmet at the striker's end, waiting for the next ball to come. She'll have to watch the next one from the dugout. As we see there, it was a great throw in, and Brits was also aware to the situation and just about whipped the bails off before Kamari got her bat down. A great throw in as well by Gabby Sekera. New batter Nayab Razwan.
For bowled. Right up in the block hole. So I suppose we see someone else. We see Nayab Razwan, see if she can move the score along. That'll be the end of a pretty decent couple of overs from Gabby Sekera. And that will be the end of 6, and the score is 50 for 3.
They're still in this. The run rate is exactly 10. The last 2 overs went for 8 and 7. But they just need one big over, like the second one that went for 15. And eaten to the run rate. Ramya Ahmadi, I'm sure we would have seen her by now if she was 100% fit. So clearly still struggling with the back injury that took her out of the bowling lineup. Mira Razwan, though, the captain, we know she can swing the bat.
Well, pretty well bowled. First up, Srit Chima coming on. So I was going to give you a movie story.
Yeah.
So I was actually frightened to go watch the movie called The Never-Ending Story at the movies. Do you know why?
It's a bit. It's a bit creepy, isn't it? And the song.
Not
The
just
song
that.
is a bit
though.
creepy.
Well bowled by Chima. Getting that one to go across Ratella. I took it literally, and I thought the movie would never end. And once I was in there, that I'd be there forever. I think I was about 5 or 6 at the time.
It's only an hour and a half.
But I thought it never ends. And let's say it never ended. Because it didn't occur to me, I could just walk out of the cinema at any time of my own accord.
At 5 years old, you probably don't have
Just took it literally.
the concept of free will.
Yeah, just okay. I don't want to go to this because there's other things I want to do with my life, basically. Ratella needs to get out of the way. She can't at the moment because Chima getting that angle across. It's just been a good over, good consistent over, kind of what Portugal have been lacking, I suppose. There has been some control issues from time to time.
That's the kind of ball that Norway were running on
Yeah,
a
they
couple
don't
of
get a
overs
run
ago.
here, so
Yeah.
suddenly you can see the difference as well between chasing 90 or 80 now. It's just that extra step. Again, they weren't really on the same page. I think the bowler might have just come in front as well. The other thing, we're looking at the clock. I mean, they've got basically 2 overs from here, 2 overs and 2 balls to bowl in 9 minutes, which should be okay. But we always know, if the overs do go a bit long with extra deliveries, potentially that can be a difference. And there's an extra. The first one kind of goes well across. Extra run scored.
Ishri, she's another one, only 15 years old. Pretty new to the game of cricket, especially in this format, on this stage. And I quite like her action. She's just cutting across the right-hander.
Could be the time to go back over the wicket, though.
Yeah.
I think, I think just put a few across. I like the movement she's getting, but it's probably more dangerous, that swing from over the wicket. Maybe just swing it stump to stump instead of accentuating the across. That's a better one anyway. Now this could actually run away. It will run away, and it will get there. Now Teller, letting the field do most of the work. It's a full toss, I think, which meant that it flew off a little bit quicker as well. Cuatro carreras.
That's a nice hit there. She knew if she just swung her bat and it broke the infield, it would in all likelihood run away, despite the best efforts of Wasim Ankar chasing there. But yeah, keep a slight eye on the clock. I think Portugal have been given the heads up as well, because they're trying to rush through their overs. But they need to make sure that they still keep their composure.
Normally kind of 4 minutes and over. That's what we start with, 4 minutes and over. It should be okay, especially if you're rushing. You should be able to get that down a bit. But that one is very well fielded. It's not going to be out. I think it's going to be straight into the ground.
Yeah, I think that was a bump ball, but...
Well, I don't think. I know. But now everyone's confused. I think umpires have said it straight into the ground. Bounce.
Yeah.
Well, have a look at this one. No issue with the catch. Jeez, if it is catch, it's a good one. Have a look at this. Bounce, hit, bounce again. Yeah. I mean, sometimes your eyes tell you lies, but that's not one of those times. So it won't be out, but it will be a dot ball. Very well fielded. And the follow through from Chima. And that will be the end of the over. So it's 58 for 3 after 7. Looking forward to match number 5. Come on, Mushtaq back in the lineup for Norway. Portugal just trying to get a win. They've listed Jalpesh Vijay and Amandeep Singh at the top. Green Shields at 3. I would like to see him have a go up there. I know they're still weighing up, whether he's someone that should be in the plans going forward. I know Conrad actually kind of stepped away from international cricket for a while, but they've kind of encouraged him to make himself available.
Dragged him back in.
Yeah. Room for Whispering Red. That game's coming up. It's meant to start in 15 minutes, and we'll let you know the start time. Might be a fraction later because this one started a little bit later. Yeah, they're going to come back for 2. Wasn't the best turn. Wasn't the best throw either, though. So, yeah, Ratella, he's fighting for every run here. Certainly still in touch. About a 1 in 4 chance. This is going to be played away, and it's going to get there, is it not? I think it might have just been stopped.
I think that's a brilliant piece of fielding by Bianca Maximo. They're going to try and go through for the next run, and this should be out.
It will be. So, well. So, it's a bit of a mess in the end. I think they're going to get the 1 and out. Again, just that lack of communication. First, we'll just check this stop. It seemed clean here, but you never know. Does it hit the rope first? I mean, the thing is, it seems clean to me because you can see when she actually takes off of that toe, it's still inside.
There's no movement on the rope.
And the other thing is the benefit of that goes to fielders then. And from there, it's you can see just a late decision. Batters got caught ball watching, and well finished at the end by Tara Raghunandan. So yeah, we'll be 1 and out. So it'll be 62 for 4. Yeah, see, the next foot comes down off the field, but by then the ball is clear. So well done by the third umpires.
I think keeping the cap on is the way to go as well for Bianca Maxwell.
Cap on, let the shoe do the work.
Yeah, love that.
This one's almost like a Yorker, but on the second bounce. And double check this doesn't bounce twice. I think it hit before it bounces. So it's actually quite an effective delivery if you can do it. All right, 27 off 14. Watching the clock as well, right? Although 6 minutes for 8 balls should be fine.
There's been no extras in this over so far. I think that's probably why they turned to Tara, just to race through.
Well bowled. Well bowled. Good channel there. That's Mira Braswan, the captain, coming out now. That's the zone. You can make goalposts. You'd make, the stumps as one goalpost, but the tram line is another. That one's hit pretty firmly though. It's going to test the fielders, but they've been so solid out there, haven't they? And they seem to have been so good at putting their fielders in the key positions. This would have been out. Watch this. Bat comes down on the line, and then she doesn't throw, and then she looks, and then she says, "Oh, hold on, you're still out," and then she realizes. Beautiful shots there where she realizes, oh no.
Double face palm, one from either side.
No batters were hurt in that exchange.
It was like a Mexican standoff, that was, with both just there staring at one another. Disaster averted though. Norway at the end of the 8th.
Would cost them a run as well.
Yeah.
They never got in the first place.
The umpire was just there with his finger twitching, waiting to give it.
A little pop up here, doesn't carry to the fielders. It's one of those ones, it's not going to bounce too high. It's one you want to get a good swing on, at least be able to hit it so it is going to pass the boundary and at least ask a question of an outfielder. That's Kira, at least gets it in the right zone. Kiona bowling this 9th over. They need to make something happen here at Norway. Can't wait too much longer. That's a good example of one that was going down the leg side. Now we've got a race on. And I have a feeling this could be gone. Well, if not, we might have extra run.
I'm not sure Brits is actually convinced she's got it here because she throws the ball away, possibly realising
I think she's just out live. Let's have a look on the replay again. We don't get a good look at the line at this time.
Yeah, you can see the line just to the left of umpire Crute's foot. I think she's
there. I think there's no way she's in there.
Yeah.
You can't see. So I think it has been given out. So it's a bit of an inexperience, I suppose, in the first place. That's one thing some of the batters did well early, is making sure they just absorb those wides. That time gets in the way first up, and then Brits senses, just kind of triangulates her distance and the batter's distance, and in the end, it's the Norwegian skipper that's got to go. Russ one run out for 2, but I do like to see her at least, trying to be aggressive. Obviously, that one didn't get past the keeper, and in the end, it's an easy run out for Griselda Brits, and that'll make it 65 for 5. 25 off 10 required.
I think it's looking tough now for Norway, but they just need to keep plugging away, making sure they're there to cash in on anything. If it's a wide delivery, a no ball, whatever it might be, that one's going to be a wide.
And so part of it is just trying not to back away outside the leg stump and not having that tendency is to absorb those leg side wides. Because what happens often, especially if you're fairly new to cricket, you'll move towards the line of the ball, whereas when it's down the leg side, you're actually better off doing the opposite.
Yep. Stepping inside it.
Yeah, you're stepping inside it. You only just end up making an awkward angle for yourself. Well, this time they're going to go on contact. Good throw might be trouble here as well. It's good backing up, actually. I think of 2, but this... Oh, well, maybe they will go for it. Well, and this time they're going to get there. And it's a nice little body check as well to finish things off. Bit of a lighter moment. Well, this is an interesting one. Let's have a look at it. And first, you can see that the backing up Rautel is doing to get there.
Yeah, it's good
and it gets
backing up.
past. Then she says no. And then she said, do you want to come? And then she says no. And she said, well, you've convinced me now because it got missed by the backup.
She goes in like a charging bull.
Yeah, basically puts a good tackle on to make sure that it's not going to get past her. And I like that from Griselda Brits. You never would have thought, for example, those two would have shared the same field. But it's great that they do, and great to see the spirit between the teams. Well, that's going to be a no ball for height. So creeping up here. That'll be a no ball +1 and free hit to come. Remember, that last over in the first innings went for 16. So Portugal were 73 in that, after 9 overs in that first innings. They ended up making 89. You can see Norway not so far behind on the comparative, up to 70 now. You have to play well from here. 20 off 9 required, free hit. They do hit it, goes around that fielder in a short mid wicket. They'll get one. The question is how they're going to reduce that gap. It's 11 plus 11 between runs required and balls remaining at the moment. The only way you can do is to get more than a single, or I suppose wides or no balls will close that gap. You don't have too long to do it now.
I imagine they'll probably turn to Jade to bowl the final over as well, so that's not going to be too many extras, you would think, on offer, so they just need to cash in as much as they can.
I love the way she backs up, bat in the inside hand. She's looking to run. Okay, if it's not there, it's not there. But that's how she was safe earlier.
Yeah.
It's a very good example of how to do it. Another one that would have been down the leg side, but Agrawal, again, she'll learn a lot from watching this innings back. She could just get across, let that ball go behind her. That would have been a wide, it would have been another run. Instead, it's getting tough for Norway. 18 off 7 required.
You also put yourself in an easier position to swing the bat at it. Either you let it go or you swing, and there's no one really in that fine leg region to cut it off. It's the shortest boundary down there as well.
On the charge this time. We'll get a single. It means that Agrawal will retain the strikes. 9 overs down, and they're deadlocked at 73 after 9. But can Norway pull out the big last over and get a win in this final T10? Norway 73 for 5.
Well, it is Jade that's been throwing the ball. We know she's got ice in her veins after she bowled successfully the golden ball in that first game. But look at that, 30 extras. So if you compare the two bowling sides, you'd say Norway are unlucky to not come away with potentially a win from these games.
I think as if Norway probably have had batters kind of look comfortable batting for longer. So going to the T20, and if they're given to double this, imagine if you bowled 6, you get 60 in extras. Then it's going to be really tough to win that kind of game. And I know, for example, not everyone's available for Portugal for T20s because of the qualification criteria compared to who's available here. Some real key players.
And you know that Norway have come with a set amount of players, so they'll be playing throughout. So they'll have played themselves into a bit of form, and certainly that bowling performance is something they can take into tomorrow.
To Jade, I think you need to get across and try to hit with the movement. It's not going to be very easy to hit inside out. 17 required, and once again they turn to Jade de Figueiredo to close it out. Portugal. Wow, that's a top head. Now how far is that flying? Not going to go all the way. They get 1. It's fumbled out there. Probably worth going for 2 now. And they will. So kind of a 2 from nothing there. That is the part of the ground that is certainly was one of the damper parts. But the ball doesn't go there very often. 15 off 5.
Another few slices of luck like that, and Norway take it into the second half of this over. The luck really hasn't been on their side yesterday and today with the weather and the golden ball. And they need something to happen here.
Gets a good piece of this. Does go with the movement. Again, it's hard to see them getting more than 1. They've just got such a strong leg side fielding unit, don't they? They're like a wall. They're pretty hard to hit through. A lot of good fielders over that side. That time it was Sana Gerardalaki. It's not going too far at all, and it's going to be out. And, tell you what, there's little, I'm going to get real technical here, but you've got to be careful taking one glove off and holding it while she's fielding the ball. If she was to touch that glove, then actually it would be out. It would be 5 runs. And you can see she's just lifted that foot. She was trying to get back in her crease, wasn't she? Yeah, so I think in the end, it's the ball in one hand, the glove in the other. But Ratella is run out for 10. But I liked her effort there. I liked her hustle. And, looking forward to seeing all these players get in the T20s. You see that one there? I don't know. Just maybe a lesson learned there for such an experienced player. Back to live action though. And 14 required off 3. Well, we know the Norway team got excited about the Maximo. It's going to be another run out. Should be, it will be. So Agrawal is going to have to go now. And Sahu gets off the mark. They're trying for every run. You can understand that. I was going to say, you know that they loved when they hit the 6.
Yeah.
They hit 2 6s now. I think they had one today as well. But no, maybe just the 1 6 so far for Norway. If they can hit 2 6s in 2 balls, then we got ourselves a golden ball.
The hustle that Norway are showing now with the running in between the wickets is something that kind of dipped away in those middle overs, and that's really why they're a few runs short here. They just got into a bit of a hole in those middle overs.
Slot machine 77 for 7. Couple of balls to go in this one. Yeah, but wishing all these players the best. Obviously that best of 3 T20 starting tomorrow. But this game is almost done. Sahu will face the last ball now. I think the players have learnt so much from each other, both within their team and across the 2 teams as well. I know that they'll build friendships, they'll build relationships out of this. Last ball coming up of the ECI-W T10. It's a cracking shot actually, but doesn't beat the field. Deserved more for Sahu, but an outstanding bit of fielding. Keeps it to the single, and Norway 78 for 7. Well, it's not too far off that 77-77 golden ball score. In the end, Portugal do just enough. They'll walk away with a 4-0 win in this T10 series, this ECI-W. But we also know that we have more cricket to come with these 2 teams. 3-match T20 IW series starting tomorrow. But right now, it's Portugal's time to celebrate, winning every match that was played in their first ever International Women's Series.
Congratulations to Portugal. I'm not sure when their next ECN series is, but until then they'll have a 100% win rate on the network, at least in the T10 format, before they head to the T20s tomorrow. And I think, well, Norway will look forward to going into the longer format. We'll also look forward to the final game today where, well, the reversal of fortunes here as Portugal are the side in the men's side of the tournament who are really scratching around for a win. They'll certainly want to finish on a high in their games. But let's take a look at the highlights, because there were a few and it looked like it was shaping up to be a tight finish again, but it was just a case of not getting that partnership going.
I said 70s they'll be comfortable chasing, 80s not so much, 90 probably not. And they needed 90 in the end, probably a lot to do with that last over. Ended up going for 16 where the wheels kind of fell off for Norway in the first innings. And they ended up on 78, so it wasn't a bad score by any means. But yeah, look, it's a learning curve, no doubt. I think Norway will be much better side for the run, Portugal as well. And yeah, I agree with you 100%. The changing dynamics of the T20, and I think Norway probably could even argue a favourites when we actually see what the 2 teams look like. That was a bit of a bonehead moment, wasn't it, where there was that run out after we saw Kumari score 13. This was an amazing stop and actually ended up in a run out as well. Just you can see there, batters losing eye contact against some of these basics, which I think with the TV coverage and the ability to analyse, it's easier for the coaches and the players to kind of work on these things. I will say that I'm very, very pro trying to get more teams into ECI-W cricket. I know we'll have 15 this year. Maybe we could go to 6-team groups, maybe get up to 18, and maybe add a 4th division. I'm definitely kind of bullish about the prospects to expand that. So these 2 teams certainly, it would be on their radar as well to get involved. As things wound down, the task just became a little bit out of hand, didn't it? Again, just some of those basic things. That was a nice bit of fielding by Jade to gather that throw. Knew she had plenty of time to break the stumps. But in the end, Portugal 4-0. Famous scoreline. And that will be the result of this ECI-W. And just a quick one, the next game, the men's game, will start in about 10 minutes' time. So obviously it was meant to start around now, but there's been a bit of a delay because this game was actually delayed 10 minutes as well. 13 for Goran at the top. I liked her tournament, actually. She was courageous behind the stumps and was the equal top scorer for her side. But Giata Kumari also worked hard for her runs. 13 for her. Rautela was trying to move things along towards the end. She contributed 10. But looking at the bowlers, I mean, a pretty consistent performance, wasn't it, from Portugal as far as the runs conceded? One thing they can work on for sure, and they are working on, is the amount of extras. We had 30 in that innings out of the score of 78. But there's no real quick fix for that, is there, Tina? It's something that the more they play, the more comfortable they'll be and the more consistent they'll be.
Absolutely, and it's just about getting experience out there. Let's not forget, it's the first T10 experience for either of these sides, and for Portugal, well, they've still got beginners in their side and they'll learn from every single game. But of course, they'll be learning while they're winning, and taking a 4-0 win in any series is impressive, let alone when it's your first ever. But I think Norway, they'll be gunning for those T20s. They'll want to impress in what they've said is their preferred format as well, so they'll be looking forward to tomorrow morning.
Yeah, so we'll take a break and we will be back in around about 5 minutes, take you into match 5 of the men's. Blue skies and sunshine, just the way we like it. But can Portugal get a result? They are currently 3-0 down in the series. Can Norway make it a sweep? Many sound to him, Mr. Max. I'll see you in a few minutes as we get into the final match of this ECI weekend here in Portugal.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox. Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the final match of this ECI weekend. Very happy that we could get back on the park for the women's final match, and now we'll get the final match for the men. And yeah, the weather certainly has been a little bit kinder this afternoon. It's a great job by everyone that we're even back on. Obviously this field drains very well. So yeah, this will be the last T10, but we will go to T20 internationals starting tomorrow morning with a women's then a men's match every day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So Portugal-Norway, match 5 right now. It's 3-0 to Norway. Can the home team get on the board? We're about to find out. But first, here's the coin toss with Stefan Gooch and the two captains.
Norway to call.
Heads.
Heads is called. It is heads.
We'll bat first.
Batting?
Batting.
Good luck. All the best.
Thank you.
Good luck. Norway have won the toss. They're having a bat.
So Norway have won the toss. They want to have a hit. Why not? They really have hit fire at times, although there's still a couple of players I think we could see more of. Probably Kizar Ahmed. Looks like he's kind of ready to fire at some point, which hasn't happened for him so far. Watch out for him in the T20s, I think. But obviously, we know he has fired. And we haven't even seen too much of their middle order, which is quite a destructive middle order. For Portugal, though, I suppose their last opportunity, like I said, they haven't really had that batter that's been able to go on and make a big score in the series. Well, much as I'm looking forward to this one, I am going to hand it over to Tina Goff now, and I have to get going because I will be flying to Madrid tonight, so I'll be heading to the airport, but I will be watching. Tina, good luck. This should be a good match. Let's see if Portugal can finally break their duck this weekend and win their first game against Norway. Can Norway go the old 4-0? Let's get ready for the first ball. Tina Goff will take you through this match.
Thank you very much, Vinny, and I'm pleased to say the sun is shining down on us here at the Santarém cricket ground. We've had a word with the weather gods and they've said they're going to let us have some cricket, and actually the forecast for the next few days for those T20 internationals looks much improved. So we're going to look forward to a feast of cricket over the next 2 days, 3 days even. But first we've got a little bit of business to finish off here. It's match 5 of the ECI between Portugal and Norway in 2025. And well, we know the trophy is going the way of Norway, but they'll want to finish strong. And for Portugal, there's a bit of pride at stake here, as well, of course they're the hosts of this tournament and they want to put on a show before they move on to the 2020 format. And while we've had 3 games between the sides so far, only 2 of them really have not been rain affected. Match 1, Norway beat Portugal by 24 runs, and it was quite a comprehensive victory for the Norwegians on that occasion, posting 157 for 4, Portugal 133 for 7 in response. And then in match 2, well, it was Portugal that batted first. They put on a score of 123 for 6. We thought that was probably going to be below par, and that's the way it proved as Norway chased down the total. It did take until the 10th and final over to chase down the score, but they did it with a loss of just 2 wickets. So a fairly comfortable winning margin for Norway in both of those 2 opening games. And certainly Portugal weren't firing on all cylinders. They weren't quite at the races. And well, the 3rd game, that was the first one that fell victim to the weather. We did get the game on in the end, but it was a much reduced target for Norway, which they did chase down in the end. But going forward into this game 5, match 4 of course was abandoned without a ball being bowled. So this is the first time we'll have both these sides out, hopefully for the full 20 today. And Jalpesh Vijay, he'll take the gloves for Portugal, and Najam Shazad will lead the side. It was Juan Henry who actually led the side yesterday, but a bit of a change up there for the hosts. As for Norway, Kamar Mushtaq comes back into the side. We have seen him earlier in this tournament, and it will be Kizar Ahmed with both the captain's armband and the wicket-keeping gloves, and he has won the toss and decided to bat. So we'll see him with the batting gloves on first, and you can see there that one abandoned match really damaged Norway's winless streak, but I'm sure they're more than happy with their output so far. 3 full games and 3 wins from them. As for Portugal, well, we know that they are a strong side in the T20 format. Maybe T10 doesn't quite suit their style. The win predictor is predicting a tight one, and we started this whole series in the women's side with a golden ball, and if the win predictor's anything to go by, we could be finishing with a golden ball as well. As I said, the action doesn't stop tonight here at the Santarém cricket ground, as we'll move to the longer T20 format tomorrow morning with the women's game in the morning and then the men's game in the afternoon. 2 T20s every day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and of course at the same time we have the ECS in Madrid for the first time ever. So another week of action-packed cricket lined up on the European Cricket Network, and Vinny Sandhu will be coming to you live from Madrid tomorrow. As you can see there, the sun shining down finally. Everything's been dried out, hopefully, and well, again, thanks to the crew and everyone who got involved. I know the players got involved as well to get the covers on earlier in the day. But thankfully, the storm has cleared, the skies are blue, and we're ready for some more cricket. And for Portugal, it'll just be a case of trying to find a bit of form ahead of the T20s tomorrow. We know they have star players. They've got Jeremy Martins, who can do it with both bat and ball. We saw that in the Western Shield. They've got players like Upan Shantu, who's had a few cameos with the bat, but again, none of these players have really fired on all cylinders, and that's why Portugal, they've been below par, especially with bat, I'd say. Conrad Greenshields, we've seen what he can do already last week in the Premier Division with Awarash. Hasn't quite been able to replicate that for his national side, and we'll maybe see him higher up the order as well. He's carded at 3. He's been hovering around that 4 or 5. Same as Jeremy Martins, actually, who for the first time earlier today managed to get bat on ball and start hitting the ball a bit more cleanly. But of course, Portugal have a job to do with ball in hand first, and it looks like the first over has been given to the left-handed Upan Shantu. So he will get us underway here in the final game of a pretty rain-affected day. But the long shadows suggest rain won't be a problem in this one. So that's just pivoted away by Keezer Ahmed, the captain, who takes the first ball for Norway and gets things up and running with a 4 for his side. He's joined out there by Kurugi Dashana. Just a loose delivery there from Upan Shantu, not quite finding his line. Norway won the toss, decided to bat on this occasion, so they wanted to get runs on the board. And successfully defended and chased in the series so far. It was just a shame that game this morning was affected by the rain. Portugal, in fact, they got through all of their batting innings but hit below par, 117 for 6. Norway just about got their run chase up and running, and in fact Portugal had pegged them back by the time the rain came. Did manage to get back on to finish that game, and Norway then were able to accelerate, probably knowing the rain was coming. That one is almost an identical shot, but this time it's hit away all the way to the boundary for the first maximo of the innings. Keezer Ahmed is just tucking into this bowling from Upan Shantu, which is kind of starting leg side and finishing even more leg side. Just needs to make sure he cuts it across the right-hander. So in the end, in the earlier game, which feels like, well, it was hours ago, it feels like days ago, especially with the sun shining down now, Norway ended up winning on the DLS method, which I suppose it's good that we were able to get the game in, but Norway maybe had a bit of luck on their side with the conditions. So that one's been mishit to Juan Henry, who is on the field, but it looks like Najam Shahzad is still carded as the captain. But I suppose the rain gods are just, because Norway, their women's side, they had a rain-affected game yesterday against Portugal, and Norway probably ended up on the wrong side of that result from a rain perspective, and there's nothing wrong with that shot, as again, Keezer Ahmed, who's been quite a bit of form with the bat, finds the middle, hits it over long on for 6 runs. This is already a bit of an expensive over from Shantu. 16 runs coming off, it's still 1 ball left. In fact, it's just been boundaries and dots so far. Dashana, he's just been patiently waiting at the non-striker's end, and he will have to wait until Next over, in all likelihood, is this is the final ball of the first. And that has been hit away in a similar area. Not quite got all of it, but I think he does manage to get enough of it to hit it over the rope, and that is the end of the first over. It goes for 22, goes magical. Upan Chandu just not quite finding his lines. Khizr Ahmed, meanwhile, next to no time to continue where he's left off in his previous innings. All 22 runs for Norway coming off his bat. As we look at what's to come tomorrow, so not only the T20Is that we have here, we're also kicking off our first ever ECS in Madrid in Spain, and Vinny will be there flying in his Maximo copter to get there in time for match 1 tomorrow, which will be the Madrid Stars in a double header against the Sonseca Sultans, and then the 2 Madrids later in the day, Madrid United against Madrid CC. So action-packed cricket coming to you from the Iberian Peninsula. I know Vinny's excited to taste the action from Madrid for the first time, and well, you're going to have to get 2 screens up to see both those games and the T20Is here. As Juan Henry comes into the attack. That's the only way to watch sport, isn't it? At least 2 screens. I know that the Madrid games are quite early, so well, especially if you're in the Western Hemisphere, set your alarm, put on the coffee machine, and then wake up to Vinny in Madrid, and then cross over to me here just north of Lisbon for the first T20I, which will start at 9:30 local time. And the format is that the women will always play the morning game, and the men will follow suit in the afternoon. And that'll be the case Monday through to Wednesday, and of course the series in Madrid will last a bit longer. So you only need to multi-screen for the first 3 days. Again, non-stop action on the European Cricket Network. Well, Kurugi Dashana, meanwhile, he's just faced the 2 deliveries. He's got Khizr Ahmed back on strike. He knows his role is to just anchor for his captain. A big swing and a miss, though, on that occasion for Ahmed. Warm welcome to everyone joining in the chat. It's lovely to have you with us, and thank you for your patience. I know it's been a bit of a in-out, shake-it-all-about day with the weather. You can see by those long shadows that the Portugal sun has come belatedly to say hello. As Khizr Ahmed continues on his boundary spree. There's a good first 3 deliveries from Juan Henry, but maybe just dragged that one a little short, and Ahmed just pivoted on that one to help it on its way to the boundary. Of course, we had random questions, premature random questions in game 4 of the day, because that was Vinny's final stint, but I'm still here, still happy to field any random questions you might have, food related, weather related, anything else you might think of, as that one's flashed away, and it's caught on the second attempt by, I think it's Faf Stoneman out there, and it was just fished at by Khizr Ahmed. It was a wide delivery, might have even been a wide if he had left it, and well, you can see there Faf Stoneman, he had one hand to his eyes trying to see in this setting sun, and he saw the grizzly well enough to just pop it up in the air and then take the catch on the second attempt. That was a very underrated catch, because it's not easy in this setting sun, but he manages to hold on to it at the second bite of the cherry. And that's the first wicket to fall for Norway, as the captain Khizr Ahmed, he burned brightly but too quickly. If you're of a Norwegian persuasion, he goes for 26 off 9. As we take a look at this on replay, Faf Stoneman does well to get both his hands up to it, pops it up in the air. It certainly wasn't intentional, but you can see by the cheeky grin on his face, a bit of relief from him as he's able to grab it on the second attempt. As Junaid Mahmood comes out for Norway. But I was talking with Phil G last week about how that's actually, it's not a bad tactic to just pop the ball up, final ball of the second. And there's another chance here, and it's a brave dive by the captain Najam Shahzad, who almost had to fall uphill to try and stop that. In the end, he really got nowhere near it. But he put his body on the line there for his side, and the moment he realised that, well, he wasn't going to catch it, and in fact, his face was in danger of being rearranged, he went from the reverse cup to the front cup to try and batten the ball away. As it was, they just jogged through for one. So at the end of the second, Norway 28 for one, as we take a look at the standings, which, well, they're pretty much academic in terms of the standings. We know now that Norway have an unassailable lead, having won first 3 games, and then, of course, the washout this afternoon. But Portugal, they'll dearly want to put a little tally in the wins column, if nothing else, just for a bit of confidence going into the T20Is, the 3 that they will face over the next 3 games. Juan Henry back for his second over. Good first over from him. 1 wicket and just the 6 runs coming from it. Yeah, just the tactic of if a catch is flashed your way, of course, in an ideal world, you'd take it on the first attempt, but it's not a bad kind of backup tactic to try and take the sting off the ball by just knocking it up. As long as you keep it in your area, in your reach, then taking it at the second opportunity, as Faf Stoneman did there. Well, it always looks impressive. Maybe we'll ask him afterwards if he meant that. Either way, though, into the wicket column as that's taken behind, and well, that one just got a bit big on Junaid Mahmood off the bowling of Juan Henry. No, it can't be Juan Henry actually. It must be a new bowler. In fact, I'll just double check on that one, and well, it rose and kept rising, and Junaid Mahmood took the bait there and just feathered one through to the keeper. And it was a nice take from Jalpesh Vijay. He knew straight away that it was a wicket. And there you go, celebrations all round from Portugal, as for one of the first times in this series they managed to just get on top of the Norwegian top order. We also know that Norway can land a few counter punches. It's indeed Upan Shantu who's come back for his second over. Good comeback from him after his first went magical 22 coming off it. And that one just kept on rising. It's interesting because I think if Junaid Mahmood had left that one alone, it might have actually been called a wide. As it was, though, he got a feather on it. They're just checking in the middle. That's also a nice shot of the 69.96. Bit of a nightmare for the commentators and the scorers. It is Guruge Dashana out there with Faisal Raza, the new batter. And Dashana, he's been out there from the start, only faced the 2 deliveries, got a single so far. It was just a bit of a temptation ball from Upan Shantu, wasn't it? As Junaid Mahmood would have otherwise probably seen that ball sail harmlessly over his helmet. Probably would have got a 1 through the wide. As it was, though, he just couldn't resist going for the big swing. Of course, it's usually quite a safe tactic to just swing the bat at it, because any contact flies away to that shorter boundary behind the stumps. But of course, if you just feather it, it can just as easy fly into the grateful hands of the keeper, as was the case there. Jalpesh Vijay taking the smart catch behind the stumps. Yeah, you can see there, just feathers it through. In fact, well, it was a nice one-handed grab from Jalpesh Vijay. I think he mistimed his jump. He stuck out his mitt and was almost catching it then on landing. He won't mind one bit. Look at that, the win predictor with those 2 early wickets. As Portugal with their noses ahead, 53%, as the scoreboard has caught up with the play. And it is Upan Shantu into his second over, and well, flash at the stumps there by Faf Stoneman, well backed up by the captain Shazad. So Faisal Raza is the new batter at the crease. And he impressed in game 1, scoring 44 runs off just 14 deliveries. And those are the kind of innings that really Portugal have been lacking. Just one of these punchy innings that doesn't take up too many balls but accelerates the score, and that's exactly what Raza did in that first game. This has been a good comeback over from Shantu. In fact, Raza came in at 5 in that first game, so he's been promoted 1 up the order. I wonder with that kind of hitting. Portugal bouncing around here because they know they've got a bit of an opening here, just to try and keep the Norwegian score down. But in fact, it was a similar situation that they had Norway in that first game, where Norway in fact posted 157 in the end, but they were 22 for 2 at the start of the third over. It was that, well, 2 big partnerships, and it was mostly Usman Arif who did the damage. That one's called no ball. That one goes well over Dashana's head, and he does exactly what Junaid Mahmood probably should have did, which is just leave that ball well alone. It's interesting to note that Usman Arif not in the side for Norway on this occasion. He's the one that's been doing so much damage with the bat in hand. 60 runs in his first game, 98 not out in the second. Maybe he's just putting his feet up for the T20 internationals coming up as we get to the end of the third over. Norway 30 for 2. Eventful over from Upun Shantu in the end. As we take a look, well, it was another power play that threatened to go big for Norway. 22 runs coming off that first over from Shantu. But what a comeback that was. Just a handful of runs coming off the third, including that wicket as well, to see the back of Junaid Mahmood. And that expected score up at 1-2-3. We reckon probably 125, 135 is par. Norway will want to put a few more on the board, especially having won the toss and decided to bat. Juan Henry comes back for his second over, and he's been hit firmly into the leg side, should be cut off on the boundary, and it's Shantu on the back of his second over doing the fielding out there. You can kind of see the difference that a man like Usman Arif makes at the top of the Norway order, but of course, having already sealed this series, it's kind of well within the rights of Norway to not exactly take their foot off the gas. As you can see, they're still swinging and swinging hard. So that's the first boundary of the innings for Karuga Dashana. But maybe just jig around their batting order, see what works, see who can bat themselves into form so that they can go into the T20I series with as many batters having hit the middle of the bat as possible, as Dashana proved perfectly on that occasion. So I'm sure this is not the end of Usman Arif in this tour of Portugal. I don't think he went off with an injury or anything like that, so it might just be a case of resting one of the key players. Over 150 runs in this series so far. So he certainly does hold the key at the top of the Norwegian order. Dug in short there by Henry. He gets a lot of late shape actually. You saw on that replay, it started pretty much on that off stump. By the time it got through to the keeper, looking about 5th or 6th stump, no question at all of it being a wide. Just a nice out-swinging delivery. Goes again, but this time I think Dashana was expecting it, as it goes high into the air and above the dugouts, and a big 6 signalled by umpire Andy. As Henry, he Immediately turns away in disgust. Maybe knew that he was chancing his luck a bit, going for the same delivery, two balls running. We switch it up for the third. There's still 2 balls left of this 4th over. Again, a comeback. It's been a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde over here from Henry. He's gone for 2 big sixes, but otherwise 2 dot balls and the 1. And well, that was a bit of a wide saver there from Deshana. Had he left that one alone, he would have been given the wide. Had the chance at the extra delivery, but Henry here trying to get out of the 4th over. Good dive. I'm not sure if that was a slip or a dive or a combination of the 2 there from the bowler. Doesn't stop Norway going through for a single. So the end of the 4th, Norway 43 for 2. I've got a random question coming in from Kroom. What is the weirdest thing you've seen hold up play? Well, we've seen a few weird things on the European Cricket Network. I guess animals is the obvious answer. I think we've definitely had dogs. Certainly had, I think, even horses and cows, if I'm not mistaken. Something like that always goes viral, doesn't it? With the animals running after, well, here they'd be running after the grizzly, so that may be a battle that they won't win. I think one of the strangest ones we've had in Germany is, well, obviously, cricket not the most common of sports in Germany, I suppose. In fact, in large parts of Europe. So you often have to contend with the fact that the locals aren't quite sure what you're doing or what the boundary is or what the pitch is, as Jeremy Martins comes on for his first bowl of the game. It's the 5th over. And I suppose if you're playing, as is the case in Germany, in a park or some kind of shared public area, you don't have a divine right to be there. You can put the boundary there, but I suppose there's nothing stopping members of the public just roaming along, especially if they just see a rope, while they just step over it and carry on walking their merry way. I suppose it's something you don't often see. Well, that one's going to be nicked behind, and immediate celebration from Juan Henry and immediate disgust from Karuga Deshana, as he knows he's got a little feather on that. And he goes for the big swing and just manages to get the lightest of inside edges on that. The snap of his head straight towards the keeper, Jalpesh Vijay, signifies that he knew that one was out. That is the end of Deshana. That's probably the second wicket to fall for Norway that's actually just a full shot chasing after a ball that didn't need to be chased after. So he departs for 14 off 10. Norway 44 for 3. It was a wide ball. It was wide-ish. It wouldn't have been called a wide. So maybe Deshana thought it was in the slot there to be hit. Only managed to get the lightest of feathers through to the keeper. And Jalpesh Vijay, well, immediately throws that, actually. I think just about holds on. He certainly had control of the ball before he threw it away. I always get nervous about that. I'd rather hold on to the ball until someone prizes it out of my hands. A bit of a misfire there from Jeremy Martins to Vishal Sharma, the new batter. Yeah, so I think the weirdest item that stopped play in Germany is humans, because they just roam on the pitch. And I suppose you can politely tell them to roam the other side of the rope, but then you have to explain what the rope is and what cricket is. And slow ball here from Martins, and it's a good attempt there by Rahul Karmahashu. Threw up the arm to try and stop that. Didn't manage to hold on. I think he, in fact, didn't get anything on that one, as it was chipped up into the covers by Sharma. Now, shouts of catch it. Thought maybe it would just hold up in the air in the covers. But you can see here Rahul Karmahashu just dropped tantalizingly about 1.5 meters behind him. This one should be cut off on the boundary by Shazad, and is. And that's also led in Germany to some unfortunate pieces. I wouldn't even call it vandalism, but if you have a nice dry piece of AstroTurf in the middle of a public park or some kind of green area, then people think this is the perfect place to have a barbecue. So we've had a few AstroTurf pitches scorched by barbecue marks, which I suppose on a length it could provide a bit of variation for the bowler. But these are the kind of challenges we have to deal with in cricket all across Europe. But thank you, Kroom, for your question. And do keep sending in any other random questions you might have on your mind, in your heart. We'll try and answer them before the end of the play, as this is the end of the 5th over coming up, and that one flies through. One excellent over from Jeremy Martins, his first of the day, and it goes for just 3 runs. He also picks up that all-important wicket to see the back of Norwegian opener Kuruga Deshana. So at the end of the 5th, Norway 47 for 3 as we take a look at the Tour of Portugal, and what a tour it's been so far. We're coming to the end now of the ECIs, both in the men's and women's events. Congratulations to Portugal, who secured the trophy in the women's event and in a whitewash. 4-0. There was the one game abandoned without a ball being bowled, but otherwise dominant performance from Portugal in their first ever outing on the international stage. But before that, we had Lisbon Supergiants. They lifted the trophy in the Challenger division, and then the Premier division was won by Marlow, which, well, the weather gods weren't on our side in that occasion, as well as finals day was a complete washout. But Marlow dominated the group stages and rightfully lifted that trophy. Mysam into the attack. Starts off with a dot ball, and you can see Faisal Raza still on his knee there, practicing the shot he maybe should have hit. This has been a nice little comeback from Portugal. There was those 2 big hits in the 4th over. Juan Henry went for 14, but otherwise Jeremy Martins, his next over went for just the 3 and the wicket, and Syed Mysam has started this over strongly. Nice bit of fielding there in the covers to stop any more damage to the score. And just for any avoidance of doubt, we are live here in Portugal, so we did have some bad weather earlier in the day, which meant we were showing you some of the best matches, the classic matches from the archive, but very much live here in the setting Portugal sun. Coming up to just before 7 o'clock local time. I'm sure we have more than enough daylight hours to see us through to the conclusion of this game. We had a few delays throughout the day. We always try and keep the games to 10 overs as much as possible. That one's been hit hard through the covers, well, over the covers, flashed off the bat, the Faisal Raza. That goes all the way for a big Maximo. Just a bit too much width offered there by Syed Mysam. Bit too short, bit too wide, given the treatment by Faisal Raza. Portugal still fancy themselves in this contest. That expected score, 112. Portugal will certainly be happy if they can keep that, well, under 120, assuming there might be some acceleration from Norway, but they keep chipping away with wickets to Portugal. This one's been hit straight. There's shouts of catch it, but it falls well short of Jeremy Martins there. In Portugal, they've played around with their side a little here, as well as Faf Stoneman, who we saw earlier in the day. He sits out this one, as does Shaidur Rahman. So maybe just shuffling the pack, Portugal ahead of the T20s tomorrow as well, just to see what formula works, because they haven't quite found the winning formula so far in these T10s. We know they have the talent there as we get to the end of the 6th over, 57 for 3. And it's just a case of everything clicking together for Portugal. been a good display from them so far. The bowlers, they've kept it tight. Just the one wide and the one no ball. And it was Kizar Ahmed at the top of the order for Norway who did the damage early on, especially in that first over. 22 of his 26 runs came in that first over bowled by Upan Chantu. But since then, it's been a good comeback. There was, in fact, 4 boundaries in that first over and only 4 boundaries in the next 4 overs. So a real good rescue job from Portugal, and they've turned here. Well, it is Faf Stoneman, in fact. My mistake, he was not resting, maybe resting in the outfield, but now he comes into the attack. As this one zips through. It's called 1 for the over. It'll be interesting to see if Faf Stoneman produces his slower ball at some point in this over. We know he has a bag of tricks. Maybe he'll want to, you can see there, him just rolling his wrist over the ball. Maybe we'll see at this delivery, of course. We have the beauty of a zoomed in shot on the bowler, which the batter, unless he has night vision goggles or see-through goggles, won't have seen that. But maybe we see the slower ball coming in. No, we see one dug in. Maybe he should have gone to the slower ball, as that one was even shorter than the previous delivery, and Vishal Sharma didn't have to do much, but just jump and lean up on that one. And it's an excellent delivery. It's an excellent shot in the end. As he just sits back in his crease, maybe saw the second ball coming. Hit that one all the way, 4 or 6. But it's still been a productive few overs for Portugal, as that's just the second boundary in the last 2.2 overs. As we see here, maybe a hunt for the ball, but Faf Stoneman does have the ball back in hand. Width there, and good look there from Sharma to the umpire, as I think it was well within the wide line. And you can hear I can hear, maybe you can hear on the feed as well, the bells sounding for 7 p.m. here in Santarem. That one will be given a wide, and they'll run through for a single as well, as Charles Peshvijay isn't able to keep hold of that one. I think the bells actually go every hour here, but maybe just at the end of the day, things quietening down and you can hear the bells ringing in the background. We also hear dogs around this time as well, so maybe it's feeding time in the kennels. Well, it's feeding time for Raza as he climbs into that one. And that one lands just about by his colleagues, who give him a well-deserved round of applause. He gets hold of all of that one. He's a big guy, as Raza, a lot of power. And well, if you believe it, I don't think he really got hold of all of that one. It was low down on the bat, but more than enough to take it to the rope. That one goes again, and that, in fact, is the middle of the bat. That, I think, is the part of the willow that was missing on the previous delivery, and that one says hello to the cows in the neighbouring field as we go back-to-back sixes for Faisal Raza. Faf Stoneman, he's on the receiving end of this punishment, and there's already 20 runs coming off this over. Still 1 ball to come with that wide. Hello to Tyson and Jellybean in the chat, who are my immediate favourites by giving me a nice compliment. Did you do a commentary course? You have a natural flow. Very nice to listen to, and watching from Sydney, Australia. So, well, I suppose happy Monday to Sydney, Australia, as you join us from the future. I didn't do a commentary course. I think I just watch an enormous amount of sport. Cricket as well as football. And, well, you know, when you've got Vinny sitting next to you, you end up just learning from the best. And, well, especially doing T10 commentary, it's a crash course in everything cricket related, because in the space of a game's probably about 90 minutes, you probably have everything under the sun. You have sixes, you have fours, wides, no balls. Usually a helmet is hit, or there's a misfield, or there's something strange happening. So it does stretch your cricket knowledge as well. I know we had to dig into the laws a few times last week. We had a timed out. We had the helmet hit for penalty runs. And that was just in a few days. So all happens here on the European Cricket Network. I suppose that's also because we have so much cricket on display as we get to the end of the 7th over, 78 for 3. So it's the law of averages. The amount of cricket you play, you're always going to throw up some irregularities, some strange happenings, and of course some comedy, and we like to bring it all to you here on ECN. We're bringing you even more action starting tomorrow. I mentioned it a few times already, and that's because I'm looking forward to it. The T20Is, where we have a bit more time to breathe on commentary, but not much, because, you know, it's still spoken about as the shorter format, but we like to go even shorter on ECN. And it'll be Portugal against Norway, the women facing up in the morning, followed by the men in the afternoon. As that one is hit away by Vishal Sharma, and the fight back continues for Norway as they move into the 80s, 84 for 3 at the start of the 8th. Just a bit too much width on offer there by Syed Maisam, who's coming back for his second over. His first just went for the 10. But a bit of momentum built up here after that Faf Stoneman over went for 21. Good comeback by the man with 110 on his back. We often have some strange numbers on the network as well. And well, this time Maisam is the only man with triple digits on the back. We had 999 last week. As well, someone needs to call the emergency services, because that one has gone into orbit. It's a lovely hit off the bat of Vishal Sharma. Again, Maisam, well, I suppose that wasn't a short delivery, just a bit of a slot ball. Sharma didn't need a second invitation on that occasion. Suddenly Norway have found their boundary hitting boots once more. Already 5 sixes coming off the last 1.5 overs. So a reminder, this is the final game of the series between Portugal and Norway in this T10 format in the ECIs. That one's flashed away. There's 2 fielders there. Conrad Greenshields, he doesn't mind seeing that, I suppose, because it was aerial for a long time. And it flashed between Greenshields and the man at third. But it races away to the boundary. Vishal Sharma races to 25 off just 12 deliveries. So these 2 batters now putting on a nice partnership. They're both set. They've settled the ship as well with, well, it was 44 for 3 when Sharma came to the crease. So that partnership now worth around 50. With still 2.1 overs left to play. Norway are well set here to accelerate that expected score. Now crept over the 120 mark. But I think they'd be eyeing up, well, much more towards 130, 135 if they go big in these final 2 overs. As it's fielded there, half by Faf Stoneman, and then the mopping up is done by Najam Shahzad. It was a full toss, but I think he's okay for height. Yeah, just about drops. And, well, it's always a good tactic to have a bit of a longer shot on there. But the umpires have called that as over. So at the end of the 8th, Norway 95 for 3. We take a look at the run rate, and there was that one magical over. The first over went for 22. All off the bat of Kizar Ahmed, the captain. But after that, a couple of wickets just stemmed the flow. Portugal just kept themselves in this game. And they've got 2 overs left now to try and wrestle the momentum back, because, well, the previous 2 overs, they've gone for 21 and 17. So 38 runs coming off the last 2 overs as we go into the 9th. And that one's hit firmly in the covers, and despite a man being out there, he can do nothing to stop that one racing to the boundary. It's Jeremy Martins who's come back on for his second over. But that one just muscled away by Vishal Sharma, who moves to 30. This one's hit too long off, but should be cut off by the captain, and is. Steve McVeigh, he's in the chat clearly gunning for Portugal. He says a win for our blokes today, and we've won the weekend. So that's also something to keep an eye on, as well, the women, Portugal women, won their series in a whitewash. And well, despite the fact that Norway have won this series, actually a win for Portugal would tip the balance in the favour going across genders. We were having a chat earlier, maybe even yesterday, about what we could call this bilateral series. There's not too much that immediately jumps out as binding Portugal and Norway. So we asked ChatGPT. So that one's flashed away. Lovely shot from Faisal Raza. And these two batters at the moment, they're racing each other as Raza moves to 29. Too much width there on offer by Jeremy Martins. Raza didn't really have to do much there, but flashes hands at it. I think ChatGPT came up with the Viking Explorer Series Cup, whatever you might want to call it, or the Fjords to Faroe tournament. Send your submissions in if you have a better name for this tournament, as this one's going to go away as well. Faisal Raza, he takes the lead in the little battle against Vishal Sharma. In the meantime, Norway have moved into triple digits as they move to 112 for 3. Still 1 ball left of this 9th over. Of course, the two series are distinct in that there'll be a trophy for both. But we like being unified here on the European Cricket Network as well. And we'll see who wins at the end of the day. But a good counter-attack here from Norway, as that's 3 sixes in a row to finish the 9th over from Jeremy Martins. His over goes for 23. A bit of an innings, or an overs ruiner for Martins, as his spell ends up going 1 for 26. But 23 of those came in that 2nd over, the 9th of the innings. As we take a look, they're still not too bad. The figures for Jeremy Martins, picked up that 1 wicket. But the two at the top, Shantu and Henry, probably the pick of the bowlers, both picking up wickets and relatively economical. Looks like they'll turn to Rahul Kumar Hashu to finish off, which is what we've seen a few times actually from Hashu, that he doesn't bowl until the 10th. It's always an interesting tactic to ask a bowler to come on and just deliver 6 balls to, well, in this case, set batters at the other end. And well, that's what can happen if you're not quite on your strap straight away. Hashu just offers up a bit of length there, and Sharma with the delicate touch, no more than just a lever over backward point, but it goes the distance. 6 runs, he moves to 37. And well, that expected score, which was hovering around 110, 120, well, they've already smashed through that. Norway 124 on the board, and still 5 balls to come. They'll be looking to go well into the 130s, maybe even nudging towards 140. That's worked away for a single. Steve in the chat says he saw me. I know he was at the ground in the last few days. He said he saw me yesterday, but I was dashing around, so he didn't get a chance to say hello. I do a lot of dashing around, so I apologise that I didn't see you. I think there's quite a lot of dashing around required actually in these 5 game days, especially when there's a bit of rain around. You can suddenly find yourself having lunch. Next moment, you're on commentary as that one's hit away to backward point. Same result there. I think that just landed inside the rope. Faisal Raza, by the way, he'll just be a few short of his half century, and I think thanks to that great camera work from 2 circles, There was no movement on the rope. Suggests it did just go for 4, and umpire Bucks there, who we saw in the Premier Division doing the fielding on the boundary. He's also a man with boundless energy. The Raza moves to 45, 129 on the board. And you can hear Raza probably on the mic there saying 2-2-2-2. And well, it was lucky for Jeremy Martins that he had Amandeep Singh backing him up, because that one would have rolled for 4 actually. And well, they say yes, no, maybe in a bit of a slip there. In the end, well, the bails aren't taken off, and Raza manages to not do himself a mischief. He's at the non-striker's end. He'll get himself back onto the striker's end now, as Sharma hits the penultimate ball through for a single. So there's 1 ball left of this Norway innings, 131 the score. Raza 4 away from his half-century. Kroom says the Navigator's Saga trophy. Yeah, I suppose Saga. Kind of similar vibe to Viking. Here we go, final ball of the 10th. Raza on 46. He doesn't quite get hold of that one. It should be out, and it's taken on the boundary by Jeremy Martins, who, well, he knows the job is only half done, as Portugal will have some batting to do here as Norway finish 131 for 4 at the end of their 10 overs. Still a great partnership between these two. It was broken on the final delivery as Raza goes for 46. But Vishal Sharma, he contributed 39 off just 19. And that partnership worth over 80 runs. And that's really why Norway, having started off sluggishly, losing a few early wickets. Well, I suppose they didn't start off sluggishly. The first over in particular went for 22. After that, the fight back was on, as Ahmed, the captain, who did all the damage in that first over. He was also the first to fall, as he was caught on the second time of asking there by Faf Stoneman, who had the sun to deal with, had the sunglasses and the cap on. He needed his hand to see as well, and the combination of the three allowed him to take that catch. And it was a couple of nibbles there from Kruger Deshana and Junaid Mahmood, who both fell to a swing through to the keeper. It was Faisal Raza who then came out into the middle, and he did the damage. That was the end of Junaid Mahmood. He fell for just 1. Just a feather through to the keeper there, as Jalpesh Vijay took 2 catches behind the stumps. But then the fight back was on Raza and Vishal Sharma. Both of them going big on 10 occasions between them. 6 sixes for Faisal Raza, 4 for Vishal Sharma. And both of them only faced 19 balls. It was a bit of a race between the two of them who could finish higher. It was Raza in the end who finished on 46. Sharma on 39, both of them hitting over 200s. That's really, it's been the story of Portugal's series so far actually. They've had flashes where they've been on top of Norway. It seems like they wrestled the momentum, and then Norway, and they always seem to find a way to hit themselves back into contention, as was the case here with Raza and Sharma. And it was only on the final delivery that Raza fell. His final shot of the game, which he hoped would get him to a half-century, only fell into the hands of Jeremy Martins. So at the halfway stage, Norway 131 for 4. And it's quite a healthy scorecard for the Norwegians if you take out Junaid Mahmood, who fell early. The other 4 batters all contributing. Not a bad bowling performance though from Portugal, only the 5 extras. They used the 6 bowlers. Faf Stoneman and Hashu had the 1 over each. But the 2 at the top, Shantu and Henry, probably the pick of the bowlers, picking up a wicket, as did Jeremy Martins, who had a brilliant first over. Just spoiled it a bit with his second over, going for 23 runs in the 9th over. But nonetheless, a spirited performance from Portugal in what is essentially a dead rubber, but there's no such thing really when it comes to international sport, as pride is on the line. You're playing for your country, and Portugal here playing for national pride as they want to finish this ECI with a flourish. They'll need 132 runs if they want to take home the first and final points of this series here in match 5 in the setting sun of Santarem. I'm Tina Goff. We'll be back in just a few minutes' time on the European Cricket Network for the Run Chase. Welcome back to the European Cricket Network and the final match of the series. As at the halfway stage, Norway, they put on 131 runs. So it'll be a tough ask here for Portugal to chase down this total. So probably a above par score for Norway, especially with this Portugal lineup not really firing so far. But it looks like they'll change around their openers with, well, maybe one eye on the series coming up tomorrow. I'm just trying to identify out there. It's Jalpesh Vijay certainly on strike. It looks like he's been joined by Conrad Greenshields, who we've seen in a few positions up and down the order. It looks like he's been given the nod to open up in that number 2 berth. But it won't be any change for Norway. As well, you can see the flowing locks and the familiar figure there of their opening bowler who will be taking the ball. It's Vinay Ravi. What a series he's had so far. Picking up 2 wickets in all 3 games so far, well, at least in the 3 games that went to completion. Two for 17 he picked up in game 1, followed by 2 for 16 in game 2. So nothing if not consistent, Ravi. He's been a consistent thorn in the Portugal side so far. He'll have the honours of bowling this first ball. Target 132. As well, not the strongest of starts for him, but that's exactly how Portugal would have wanted to start their run chase. 4 runs off the bat of Jalpesh Vijay. And just bounced safely inside the rope. Just a bit too short there from Ravi. Not quite been hit with as much venom, but the outcome will be the same. Back-to-back 4s to start this innings for Portugal. In fact, it was in that third game that Ravi was the most productive. Again, 2 wickets, as is his custom, but only went for 11 runs on that occasion. That's what pegged Portugal back to just 117 runs in that 10 overs. There's a slightly bigger total needed here for Portugal, 131 on the board. We saw the bonus point graphic before the game, but in fact, it's all about the win here. The standings, they've been sewn up. But Portugal want to finish here with 3 points, or most importantly, with the win. Halfway through the first. That one's just been lifted straight down the ground. Will bounce just a few meters to the left of the commentary igloo, and Jalpesh Vijay, he's starting positively here. 3 boundaries off the first 4 deliveries from Vinay Ravi. So in just 4 balls, Ravi's already gone for more runs than he did in that match 3 in those 2 overs combined. Look at that win predictor, 57% in favour of Portugal. Takes that one a bit shorter, does Ravi. Jalpesh Vijay almost wides himself there. It's always an interesting tactic for the batters to give themselves room to the leg side. Often doesn't pay off in their favour. That one wasn't much of a wide delivery, but Vijay realised, I probably should have gone towards that ball rather than away from it. But a good change up there by Ravi, as there's 1 ball left of the first over. That's just a misdirected shorter ball from Ravi, and it'll be given the treatment by Jalpesh Vijay. And actually similarly to the first innings, where we saw 22 runs coming entirely off the bat of Khizr Ahmed, on this occasion it's his wicket-keeping counterpart Vijay who hits 20 runs off the first over, and the perfect start for the run chase here for Portugal. And there you have it, 8 matches since a golden ball. It was only yesterday morning, the first game of this combined men's-women's ECI series, that we saw Portugal women in their first ever game take it to a golden ball, then win the golden ball to claim their first ever international win. And, well, wouldn't it be nice to finish off the series with a golden ball as well? Obviously, we had that 1 match rained out. That's why we're at 8 games, not 9. But either way, I'm not fussy. I'll take one, whether it's 8 matches since the golden ball or 9. And looks like Mansoor Shah will have the ball for the second over, and that one has been hit well and truly off the meat of the bat by Conrad Greenshields. It was his first delivery of the innings. Took no time at all to climb into that one. Slightly misdirected bouncer there from Shah. Just allowed Greenshields to throw his hands through that. And this is the ideal start to the run chase by Portugal. Only 26 runs on the board, all coming in boundaries. 2 4s, 3 6s. A new ball is required. Such was the distance on that hit by Greenshields. Went off the premises into the neighbouring field. This time he goes offside, but the result is identical. 6 runs, Conrad Greenshields getting into his business early here, as he hits his first 2 deliveries for back-to-back 6s. What a hit that was. 3 6s in a row across the 2 overs here for Portugal. You can hear the crowd getting into it as well, as it's exactly 100 needed for the win for the hosts. And I think, based on the sounds coming from the balcony, it's left in no doubt who this crowd are gunning for, and that's their home heroes. I know that the Portugal men and women's team and the Norway women's team will be watching on eagerly, seeing if their counterparts can deliver the goods on the final day. It's been a long day here for everyone as well, so I'm sure they're looking forward to watching this final flourish in the last half an hour or so. Mansoor Shah here, Needs to come up with something. On Greenshields, he takes a few steps down the pitch and clubs that away, but there is a boundary rider out there. Kuruge Dashana does the work. Now a deep mid-wicket. There's 2 balls left of the second. That run rate for Portugal is below 12, and that's exactly where they'll want to keep it. Just to keep a lid on this run rate. They don't want too many overs going the way of Norway. Warm welcome to everyone joining in the chat. It's lovely to have you with us on this, what's turned out to be a glorious Sunday evening here in Santarém, Portugal. Just around 7:30 local time. That's why there was such a quick break in between innings as well. Just to make use of the fading sunlight, and certainly VJ and Greenshields are making the most of it here. As that one is the 3rd 6 of the over. In fact, this one goes magical as well. As back-to-back 20s from the first 2 overs for VJ and Greenshields after 2 overs. Portugal 40 for no loss. So we take a look at the standings, and well, I suppose the only important thing there are the 2 zeros. 0 losses for Norway, 0 wins for Portugal. And that's more or less what we're playing for here. A bit of national pride, and well, I suppose also a bit of momentum going in to the next 3 days of T20Is. The countdown clock is on 28 minutes, and I think that's probably around how much daylight minutes are left. Luckily, the sky is blue. There's not a cloud in the sky actually now, after a bit of troublesome weather earlier in the day, so I'm sure there'll be no trouble getting the game in. There was some trouble of me getting back into the commentary box at the start of this second innings. I did have that question earlier in the chat about if I took commentary courses. Well, nothing prepares you for having about 90 seconds to try and use the facilities and come back in time for the first ball. I think I didn't quite manage it in time. That was maybe why you caught me huffing and puffing at the start of the innings. It's not all glamour here. I don't want to show too much behind the curtain, but it's a tough job being a commentator. I'm glad you've kept with us throughout this tour so far. Long tour it's been. It's not over by any means, and this game is not over either, as Jalpesh Vijay, he just spins on that one, helps its way on to the boundary all the way for 6 runs. It's Mohamed Shursahak who's come on for his first over of the day. I suppose the one thing I miss out on when I'm commentating is actually playing myself. So I did manage a quick sprint up and down the hill to try and get back in time. So that's my cardio done for the day. Otherwise, I do spend a lot of the day sitting down. And that's going to come my way, and I'm not going to start fielding that so late in the day, but Jalpesh Vijay, he's on a bit of a roll here. He moves into the 30s as he just keeps his shape on that one. Gets a round of applause from his batting partner, Conrad Greenshields. It does go all the way to the rope. So back-to-back 6s again, and Shursahak, well, he started off with a wide. So his first 2 deliveries gone for 13. That's a good comeback ball from Norwegian number 7. Bit of a shake of the head there. Maybe he's just realised he hasn't quite hit his stride the first few deliveries, but a good time for a comeback for the Shahak attack. Well, I think it'll be the 3rd 6 of the inning of the over. As not quite the comeback ball he was hoping for, Mohamed, as he gives it a bit too much. Well, probably not even width. As Vijay, he gave himself width, but dug it in short. That was enough for the Portuguese opener to lever it over a point. Yep, Shursahak there kind of says, what are you going to do with that one? It wasn't too bad of a delivery. I think Vijay might have seen him coming. Was able to lift it away for the 3rd maximo of the over. But that one's gone high up in the air. There's shouts to catch it. It should be taken. And it's dropped there in the field by Mansour Shah, who, But he had 3 or 4 attempts at that one, and he didn't manage what Faf Stoneman managed in the first innings, which was to take it on the rebound. In fact, he almost rebounded it to his teammate here. He drops it once, twice, second time he doesn't manage to get his hand on it, and the third time it falls. And Vishal Sharma could only kind of stand and watch in horror next door as the ball went to the ground. And well, to add insult to injury, that one flies through, and in fact it's lucky that Vinay Ravi doesn't injure himself there, as he goes to stop the ball. In the end, almost takes evasive action as that one fires up at him. It's Conrad Greenshields who hit that one as they ran through for a single on the previous delivery, and yeah, in the end, Ravi did well to get his head and his hair out the way of that one. So that's the end of the third over, the end of the power play. What a productive power play that was for Portugal. 64 runs coming off it. No wickets lost. So the ideal start for the Portuguese, and the win predictor tends to agree with me, as it has the hosts up at 89%. Take a look at that for a power play. Almost perfect. Magical, magical, magical. Well, they've broken the row of 20s, but they did so in style. That third over from Sherzahak going for 24. Norway turn to Kamar Mushtaq, who's into the attack. And has to come up with something here to wrestle his side back into the game. I think just a slight delay here, some movement behind the sight screen. I suppose in this fading light, Jalpesh Vijay wants to use every part of that sight screen that he can. And well, it didn't help, because that delay maybe put off his concentration a little, as the next delivery, he finds the middle of the bat, but he also finds the covers, and it's Vishal Sharma who takes the sharp catch. And that is the breakthrough that Norway so desperately needed. Kamar Mushtaq comes into the attack and picks up the wicket. Vijay has to fall for 40 off 13 deliveries. He took the lion's share of the balls there from his strike partner Conrad Greenshields, but he was productive with them. He does fall in the end, but that strike rate over 300 means that he's got his Portugal side off to a really positive start here. 64 for 1 as the first wicket falls at the start of the fourth. He almost got hold of that a bit too cleanly, did Vijay. Feels, well, I suppose if he lifted it a bit more, it would have been over the covers, and had he not quite middled it, it probably would have rolled along the ground to Sharma. But Norway won't mind either way as they pick up their first wicket, and it's the familiar face of Jeremy Martins out there in number 3. Martins watchful on his first delivery, which we've seen actually a lot from the young man. As he doesn't go all guns blazing straight away, as for example Conrad Greenshields often tends to do. But Martins knows he has it in his locker to accelerate through the innings. We saw that earlier today. Well, Portugal weren't quite on the right side of the result, but Martins got 42 off 17 on that occasion. That was in the rain-affected match 3. Before, of course, match 4 was abandoned without a ball being bowled, but you wouldn't think that now, looking at the weather. It's absolutely glorious here at the Santarem cricket ground, and I suppose better late than never for the glorious sunshine to join us, and I'm dearly hoping that it will stick around for the next 3 days of action, because we have plenty of 2020 cricket to bring your way. Again, Martins just happy to rotate the strike. Greenshields really has been starved of it so far, just the 7 deliveries he's faced out of the 25 so far. He's been productive with them, 24 coming off those 7. He gets another chance here. Martins just graciously concedes the strike to him. And that's why he wanted to give Conrad the strike, because he's seen the ball well, and it looks like it was a Norwegian player there from the women's team doing the fielding. Hopefully she's getting rewarded for her extra boundary riding here. They've already had a long day, have the Norwegian women, and you can see here doing a bit of extra fielding. I'm sure the boundary riders grateful to her for that. Well, Conrad Greenshields was grateful to just lean into that delivery. 30 off 8 he moves to. Misses out on that occasion, and you can hear exactly what Jeremy Martins thinks. He says, stay right there. It was fumbled by the keeper, Kizar Ahmed. Didn't really fly away enough to run through the single. In fact, it was incredibly close to flying into the stumps on that occasion. Kamal Mushtaq, hand on head, as he thought he might have had a wicket there in the end. It's the end of the fourth. Portugal 73 for 1. Look at that run rate. It's taken a slight dip in the fourth. That over only going for 9. In fact, the first over that's not been magical for Portugal. But still well above that run rate, which has dipped to less than 10. So well, you'd say for Portugal, this is as good a chance as they've had today and yesterday to pick up a win against Norway. And well, it's Irfan who's come into the attack. And as is the case for the bowlers before him, the first legitimate delivery has gone for a boundary. It was only Kamal Mushtaq who started off his over with a wicket, but otherwise Ravi went for 4, Shah went for 6. Shersahak bowled a wide, then went for 6. And Irfan Abdul Rahimzai also gets the Maximo treatment. Jeremy Martins with his first Maximo of the innings. This one's high up in the air. There's cause of catch it, but I think well, a smile on the face there, because I think Vishal Sharma knew, well, he tried something, tried to bend the laws of physics and cricket as, as he tries to jump up in the air when the ball lands. His feet are planted anyway, so it wouldn't have counted, but it was a nice effort nonetheless. And, well, we love a bit of invention here on the European Cricket Network, but Sharma won't get away with that one. Back-to-back 6s, and it's followed up with a 4 as Jeremy Martins has found his boundary boots and just leans into that one. Shows the full face of the bat, and the fielding done by one of the Norwegians, but in fact umpire on the boundary who's filling in as one of the boundary riders. We employ all sorts. We employ Norwegian female cricketers, we employ umpires. Anyone who wants to field the ball is more than welcome to. Especially, I think, the fading light here means that we're trying to get through as quickly as possible, and maybe actually, is it the Norwegian? Yeah, I think it's maybe the Norwegian honorary boundary rider just sneaking behind the sight screen there. So 43 runs needed in 33 balls. Promising position for Portugal. Make that 37 as Jeremy Martins again. Well, he shows us exactly why he was selected for Team Europe in the Western Shield just a few months ago, and a big kick of the boot from Irfan. As he knows, oh, that one was just served on the plate to the Portuguese man. Again, welcome to everyone in the chat. If you have any questions for me about the European Cricket Network, about the calendar, anything at all on your mind, you've just got a few overs time, actually. Sooner rather than later, if Portugal keep steaming ahead like this. But it's always lovely to chat to you. And I hope you'll join me as well for the next 3 days of those T20 internationals. And, well, Jeremy Martins, he certainly joined the party. That is the 5th boundary in a row off this Irfan over. It goes for 28 already with 1 ball left, and you can see exactly what Conrad Greenshields thinks of that. There's a bit of the master and the apprentice between the two out there. The young Martins and the almost as young Greenshields. Between them, an enormous amount of experience and an enormous amount of firepower. Both of them, look at that. Between them, they're on 60 off just 16 deliveries And that's why Portugal, well, just a runner ball needed now. 31 off 31 for the win. You can see there the graphic, 31 off 13. That's for the bonus point, which I suppose that would set a marker going into the T20 internationals, which, as I was saying, I do hope that you join me for those. Keep me company. I will be flying solo in the igloo throughout those games. So any company, any chat always keeps me entertained, keeps me sane, because speaking to yourself for 8 hours, it's trying at the best of times, but I love every moment of it, and even more so when you guys get involved. And hopefully I'll be joined by a few players as well. Of course, we have the women's games in the morning, men's games in the afternoon. So hopefully we can get in a few guest commentators from either side, both male and female. That one has just been slapped away. And this over from Irfan Abdul Rahimzai has gone supersonic and then some as well. It goes for 36, and it's maybe not the conventional 36. It's not 6 sixes. It's 5 sixes, 2 wides and a 4, which gets you up to 36. So almost the perfect over for Portugal. And while the bells are sounding, and maybe the bells are ringing for the first win of this ECI for Portugal. They've still got a few runs to get, 23 runs needed. But you think it's just a matter of time now. And it's just a matter of time before we have our first ever ECS in Madrid. We've been in Spain before, but never to the capital. And Vinny, well, I can just about hear the rotor blades going now, as I know he's on his way to Madrid to talk you through those games tomorrow. And look at that, starting at the very early time of 8:45 Central European time, 6:45 GMT, 12:15 over in India. So set your alarms for that if you're in Europe. I'm sure Vinny will be setting his alarm bright and early for that as well, as that one's been hit away. Again, not all of it there from Conrad Greenshields, but certainly enough, especially for a man with his power, to lever that away to the leg side. It's Kamal Mushtaq who's come back for his second over, and well, it's no wonder he is the only one that's bowled an over that's gone for less than 20. His over went for 9, the fourth, but otherwise 20, 20, 24, 36. And well, Mushtaq's first ball of the 6 has gone for 6. That one flashed away. There's cause of catch it, and it has been taken there. And well, you can see the celebrations for Norway are minimal because this game has got away from them. Conrad Greenshields, he tried to flash that one and ends up just the bat turning in his hand, and he knew straight away that he was in trouble. Still a good grab there on the boundary in that setting sun. The sun is setting to the east of us here as I'm looking at the pitch. So he would have been looking right into the sun there. Vishal Sharma manages to hold on. In fact, it's
Heads up, sir, upar. Koi baat nahi beta.
Oh, and in fact that was called a no ball for height. As after so in fact it wasn't out, as well, Conrad Greenshields certainly thought he was out, but it was a no ball called for height. They ran through for the 1, and well, that is going to be the free hit. And confusion is reigning here. As yeah, I think umpire Andy is suffering from the same bout of free hit amnesia and confusion that I am. But just to clear things up, so the no ball on the Conrad Greenshields, what we thought was a wicket where he flashed it down to third. It was caught, but it was a no ball on height. They ran through for the 1, so 2 no balls. Jeremy Martins faces up the next delivery. He's clean bowled. Of course, it's a free hit. So that one goes down as the most eventful dot ball. But sanity resumes here. It's been a long day, folks. Thank you for sticking with us as, well, Portugal still need 15 runs here. That's a well-bowled Yorker there by Counterattack, and Jeremy Martins does well to dig that one out. So both of these batters have been out in this over, but on a no ball, so they both still live to tell the tale. Meanwhile, their partnership is worth 54, and they've done it in double quick time, 2.2 overs. That's what taken the game away from Norway, and well, someone's going to have to go and retrieve that grizzly as it's gone a long way. Off the bat of Conrad Greenshields, he moves to 43. Portugal now just a few hits away from claiming their first win, first and only win of this series. You can see there, 8 off 8 needed for the bonus point, which is immaterial, but I suppose it does just give them that bit of confidence and momentum going into the games tomorrow. And they do run through for one here as well, Counterattack did all the hard work there to bowl a good delivery. It was only dug out there by Conrad Greenshields. And all he had to do here was kind of hold on. Conrad was never really in danger of being run out, but he did a good throw. He hit the stumps. A bit unnecessary though, and they were able to run through for a single. Also gives the strike back to Jeremy Martins. 7 runs needed now for Portugal. Oh, and his lucky boy there, as he blocks that one out to end the 6th. In doing so, the ball almost rolls back onto the stumps. You can see here, it actually hits the back of his bat, and he looks back in almost slow motion horror. Well, hits it twice, thinks about kicking it in the end. He escapes by a whisker, but Portugal are roaring to victory here with just 7 runs needed in 4 overs. And that's almost a perfect scorecard if you're Portugal. Runs at the top 3, and so far, despite 2 false wickets in that previous over, no other batters needed. And Conrad Greenshields, he has the strike here, has the chance to get himself, well, a 6 here would take him to a 14-ball half century and draw the scores level. And well, he might get it, he will get it, as that goes all the way for 6. I thought maybe it was a chance for him to be caught on that 3rd boundary once more. But Conrad Greenshields does move to 50 not out off just 14 deliveries. What an innings that is for him. I don't think he's quite realised it yet. Maybe he's just got his head down, wants to get the final run, get his side over the line. But what a cameo. Well, I suppose it's more of a leading role here for Conrad. 1 ball to get, 1 run to get. Scherzerhack is bowling. And there it will be, as Portugal jog through. I think Conrad Greenshields almost unhappy that he didn't finish with a big 6. But in either case, it's a comprehensive win for Portugal. I suppose the question we can ask is, where has that been? It's taken to match 5. Of course, we've had a few weather delays along the way. But Portugal finally get all of their aspects of the game together at the same time. And they absolutely steamroll Norway in this final match 5, winning by 9 wickets. Portugal needed just 6.2 overs to chase down this total. What a comprehensive display it was. It started actually off the bat of Jalpesh Vijay. That first over went for 20 runs, all off his bat, similar to the first over for Norway, which went for 22. But Vinay Ravi, usually so consistent with the ball, just missed his lines, missed his length a few times and was punished. And that was really the story of the innings. It was just the 1 wicket picked up by Counterattack at the start of the 4th, but really the damage had already been done. 73 for 1 by the time the first wicket fell. Conrad Greenshields, he came in, well, he started at number 2, came in up the order. He finished on 51 not out off just 15 deliveries. He was joined by Jeremy Martins, and between the two of them, it was just an exhibition of 6 hitting. That was an unfortunate incident there for Vinay Ravi as he had to avoid getting one straight in the face there, and that was the only catch of the day. Vishal Sharma taking the catch to dismiss Jalpesh Vijay. But when Jeremy Martins came to the crease, he's been scratching around for form today and yesterday, but he showed no signs of that in this innings as he raced to 37 off just 11 deliveries, 5 sixes, 1 4, so just 3 runs that they actually had to run for Jeremy Martins, and otherwise it was just a case of standing and delivering. That's exactly what he did on that occasion. In the end, it was just a case of when and not if Portugal would get the win. That was the no ball, where a bit of confusion reigned down here, well, especially in the commentary igloo, as Conrad Greenshields was called back. Jeremy Martins was then bowled off the free hit, but both of these two, with their lives, then made sure to not give Norway another sniff, and in the end, they take home the win comprehensively by 9 wickets. And, well, despite it being too little too late in the series, Portugal will take so much heart from the fact that they can beat this strong Norway side. And look at that for a scorecard for Portugal. Not a bad bowling performance in all honesty, just the 3 wides, but I suppose that was only in 6.2 overs. And the no ball was actually a costly one, wasn't it, with Conrad Greenshields being given a life. As for the bowlers, well, they didn't get too much time to get into it. Kamal Mushtaq, probably the pick there. His 2 overs went for 25. He had a strong first over as well that only went for 9, picked up the sole wicket. And his second over went for 16, but in that case, it was more or less game over. And, well, the game was over and Portugal took the win. The final win of this series, match 5. It took them 5 matches to get there, but in the end, a comprehensive win and definitely confidence they'll take into the T20s tomorrow. For Norway, they know exactly what they are capable of. And, well, this is possibly the first misfire, the first misstep for them. They'll come back stronger, I'm sure, tomorrow. And, well, I'm already looking forward to those T20 eyes that will be serving up for you in the morning. But for now, Portugal will take that series win, or the final win of the series. Norway will take the series win as we take a look at what's to come tomorrow. And there you have it. It's day 1 of 3 T20 eyes. So we always have in the morning the women, in the afternoon the men playing. And I think it's bound to be a treat. And of course we move from the T10 to the T20 format, and I think that's probably a format that suits the losers of both of these T10 series. So both Norway women and Portugal men prefer the longer format, as we also take a look at, well, it's non-stop cricket action, as at the same time as I'll be talking you through the international games in Portugal, just a hop, skip and a jump away in Madrid, we will have Vinny on his bike, or probably on a plane if he wants to get there in time for Madrid Stars against Sonseca Sultans, a double header followed by Madrid United versus Madrid CC. An early morning start for those of you in Western Europe, for those of you across in India, a perfect treat for lunchtime. As well, it's been a long day, it's been an up and down day with the weather, but in the end, congratulations to Norway men who take the series in the ECI, and of course Portugal women who take it in the women's side. What a day it's been, and thank you to everyone here who stuck with us in the chat, stuck with us through the rain, and everyone here on the ground who's made sure we've got as much cricket in as possible. But we're going to do it all again tomorrow. Welcome you back into the igloo tomorrow for the ECIs, the T20 format. But in the meantime, enjoy these highlights. I've been Tina Goff. I'll see you back in the morning for more cricket on the ECN.
My body back and forth. Move 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 my body. my back.